Okay, so today I'll continue trying to. I think actually last time I had to do a record a session because my internet wasn't working here, so whatever. But these are kind of just like little bonus sessions, so I honestly have been doing a bit too much of this, and actually that's kind of how I go on a bad streak. I was doing it sort of, whatever, once in a while here and there, and I would be doing better. Now I tried to like force it right when I got to around 1700 like 1695. It doesn't even show up here. This reminds me of like how you see in a FIDE tournament, like this only shows you at the end of the day what your rating was, right? Not what your highest was at any point. So they'll say like, oh, Hikaru was 2820 at some point, but he technically never was officially because he was like 2816 was his peak. But during that same tournament event, he must have gotten to 2820 and then fell back down. So it doesn't really count because they just go by like the end of the day, end of the event sort of metric or whatever it is. So yeah, this was that Monica one where we're sort of just staring into her soul and listening to all the dialogue that she had. So let's go to the next one here because obviously I lost. This is like Doom Nightmare mode, which I'm still on level 3, and of course I haven't played it in a super long time, but this was one of those series I did at the very beginning when I first came back to streaming like in 2021. And I was just trying to do it, period. Not even like a permanent, just like try to beat Doom Nightmare mode. And this was like level 2 or I don't know if this was level 1 or level 2, but it's like, yeah, I'm using the troll face again, and it's like a demon troll face to match with what you're fighting basically in Doom. And it's like finished, question mark, just getting started. Because obviously the madness of that. The main annoying mechanic in that game, or at least in that mode, is everything fucking respawns. Right? Like you'll kill it, but then they just keep appearing out of portals left and right, so it doesn't matter how hard it is. It's just like there'll be an infinite amount of enemies, so here we're able to basically try to castle. Nothing else is really going on. And the reason why is because you want to do this. I mean, it's just a natural instinctive thing to do. There could be some weird things that happen though, because you go like here, and then I feel like I have to take on account of the stupid ass knight. And if I do that, then you'll take. And then no, but then even if you take, then I take with the knight. So by trying to help out the knight by doing that, you're also getting rewarded by that. It still feels like an uncomfortable situation. Like all these center pawn moves at the beginning of a game are sometimes very just claustrophobic and annoying. Let's go ahead, change the board again, and the boards have kind of just been a wash. Like I'm just going with whatever random color scheme I come across because I can't really keep track of them as well. But the piece sets are still pretty much fine. That one was Xavier, so let's see what comes next. The chess pieces should be with this set here still. Xavier, base 64. So many of these start to look so similar too. Like what is even the difference here? Like the bishop is distinct. Right, like we've seen that bishop in some other set too, but that's fine. Natural knight, so let's see what that even is. Natural knight, modern bishop. Don't these look pretty much the same though? This is what I hate. I feel like I'm using double sets, back to back, but whatever. We'll use this one, and I should somehow limit how many games I can potentially lose in a session, so I'm not encouraged to, go on like super bad streaks. Let's just go for it, and I'm not even hiding from the fact of putting the stream tag in my thing, although it's not appearing there now. I'm not even hiding from that in terms of, like, oh, I won't put that because people might be sniping me and that makes it more difficult or whatever, even though that did seem to have a correlation because for a while there I wasn't actually using it at all, but right, and I seem to do better there, even though now I'm just on a bad streak in general. You go here, you can pin it down. See, now when I go to pin it down like this, I'm almost obligated to take. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that like you'd love to do that, but you can't even really get in position to do it. Or maybe this would justify a sequence like this, just so that I can do this, just so that they can do it might actually be worth it in this very specific case that we have here. You go here, now you go here, right? Because now what can you do to this? And the answer is really nothing. There should be nothing you can do. You'll have to take, you go there, I would take, you would take, uh, it's not like such a great thing, but they could at least misplay it or mess it up or something. Let me actually check my thing here. I thought I put it in there, and I'm even trying to make a point. Like, I'm not trying to hide from it, but of saying, like, oh, that'll make it more difficult. You cover with the knight covers knight. What you can do now, I mean, we're really pushing this a little too far. What you can do now is pin it, but then they'll castle. But then if I do it now, they would take with the knight again. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. Let's do this, and then even if they castle, I could still do the same thing, potentially. Right, but then I would almost have to, because this is what you're sometimes supposed to do, like, if you're good at chess, is, like, you're supposed to stay on the same threat for a long period of time, and just sort of press it and do that. But the problem is, see, like, I could take here, and then take, but what would it really matter? Right, like, I'd be sacking, I don't think it's really worth it. You're supposed to stay on the same thread. I just kind of relieve it too soon by simply, I just kind of settle for it. Like, it's just good enough, which that style of play has been good to me, especially when you're worried about time. Like, it is good enough, even if there was something better, it's fine. But you have to have that willingness to look for something even better, right, in a lot of these cases. So we can leave that for now. What I have to do is I have to open this up. I never like to do this double pawn push. This is the kind of thing the engine always like wants you to do, but I never actually do it. Right, I never like to. I always like to push it once and then open like some kind of diagonal for me, but I guess if the assumption is they have that diagonal potentially too, right, all it's going to lead to is your bishop canceling out their bishop, so it doesn't matter, so you shouldn't even worry about it. This is a little bit scary, but there's still a little bit of you would have to take this and try to take there. This is still adequately covered. There's nothing really to worry about with that. The main worry here is just my absolutely dreadful, um, or actually, it leaves this exposed, so maybe I feel obligated to take that first. Then you'll take there, right, which is bad. It might have been better. You just ignore what I just did and take there, because then you're posing mate anyway. And it's not that I wouldn't have been able to stop it necessarily, but that was a weird spot that I found myself in because of the simple fact that oh shit. Because of the simple fact that you're able to what do you call it? The fact that you could have done something else, whatever. It's like just half the time I'm not even really playing because I'm just taking it so you could say it's my trading mentality there that gets me in trouble, but it's really not, because just because I'm trying to do that doesn't mean don't pay attention and just do something dumb like that, right? That has nothing to do with it. Oh, now it appears. So yeah, that even proves like I wasn't getting sniped and I still played badly. But these are like those base elements that I talk about. Like, that has nothing to do with, that could be your first game ever, but you still shouldn't do that. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. So that's why I don't like when people always try to say studying is so. I mean, I get it. People are chess nerds and they want to study their whole lives, and that's what the game is to most people. But it doesn't have to be like that. It especially doesn't have to be like that at the low level, right? But people still treat it that way. This one is like a Don't Starve, the part 2 of that same session thumbnail that we had shown before, where it was like the just, or no, full screen equals true lol W. It was at this moment he knew he messed up, basically. Even I don't mess with penguins is the beefalo thinking to itself. This is like the Monka face or whatever that you see a lot with the Pepe the Frog. And there was some controversy with Pepe the Frog too at some point. Like, where it was associated with certain things, but I love that sort of fallacy. In and of itself, it's just a cute little frog, emote. Just because it could be used in a negative way, right? Anything could be used in a negative way. You could make, Rule 34 of something or whatever, some equivalent of that. Like, so I don't see how you can associate it with that. Or like they did that with, like, the OK hand symbol. Some, terrible person, whatever, did like the OK hand symbol and use it as a whatever, as a symbol or an icon. It's like, yeah, but people also use it all the time just to say that something is actually okay. So you don't get to let bad people have a monopoly over language just because they use it too, right? Like, I don't understand why that has to be the perception. But no, the thing is that we were in winter too, which I never played in winter that much. Where like my whole struggle was to try to survive my first winter, which I finally did, which was pretty epic. Which might not seem like that big of a deal, but under the way that I play it so blind, it was a pretty good thing. New mobile app. Let's see. What else happened? Like I went to try to attack the penguins and then I got fucked over. Obviously, so that was a bad decision. So let's go and change the board again. That was a pretty quick loss too. So the next one looks pretty much identical, so I'll still use it, I guess, but where is it? Where is it? It is in the one that says pieces, but this doesn't seem right. Or let's actually look. Okay. What is actually the difference? The rooks look the same, the kings, queens, pawns look the same. Um the knight looks pretty much the same too. I mean, they look so similar that I'm not even gonna bother. Right, if you can't even tell the difference, pink pieces, okay, this is gonna be beautiful. The problem is it combines it with the pieces that you already have, so I guess I'll just leave it, but, that's a weird combination. We've been using, like, this horsey one just because some of the piece sets were just, like, changing the bishop only to, like, the horsey bishop, so I thought it fit with this or something of the sort with that. Let's try to see what we can do here, so I'm black. Yeah, just like my effort level dropped like crazy. At least if I had actually gotten to 17, that would have been a good checkpoint. Whatever. This kind of is the same winner's burnout sort of tendency that I sometimes have. Like how when I got to 17 in classical. Although I guess I didn't really even play when I got to 17. It was more just like when I came back to try to play, then I got destroyed. But the point is that you hit a good benchmark, but then you sort of regress or get overconfident or something like that. It kind of like the Ding Liren effect, I guess, even to some extent. Like he won the championship, but now he's struggling so much. But it's still like he's always had a certain psychological weakness, even in a sense of like, I've always predicted that, and it's kind of annoying too. Like everybody's saying it now, and everyone's like, "Wow, what a surprise! What a shock!" Even though I don't know, it's still a good prediction. Like I predicted he would choke and this and that in the championship, and even though he didn't lose because of it, you're still in a position where obviously he did choke clearly, like in game 7. So I think it's completely he was always an underperformer based on how great he was. Like he would always be world ranked number 2 behind Magnus, but he would never finish consistently second in tournaments. He would never like he would never like be in a position where he would really be contending for the championship or like the top performer. He would always underperform his rating, which seems weird. Or like how is he even able to keep his rating then? But there was something to it where it's basically like um there was something to it from the perspective that what's weird is like I'm trying to trap his bishop by doing this, but the thing is that he'll trap my knight. But I guess I would trap back his bishop in the process of doing that. Like, you go here, but then I just take, or even if you do that. Because yeah, that's the key thing is you have to make sure that you take, but it's still covered by the stupid ass knight. And so if you're able to do that, then I at least have to give my knight somewhere to escape. And when you have that, you don't really have to worry about it. You can go like this, I guess. Although I don't really know what this pawn structure is all about. I was trying to pin this down, actually, but now it doesn't seem as meaningful because you get to... I guess this isn't doing anything anyway. Or look at what I am so obviously missing that now you have no choice but to do this. Again, my desire to trade all the fucking time, everything. Well, with the simple play too is you'll go like this and then you'll lose this. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that that's one rule of my whole trading principle. Yes, it's good to trade pretty much all the time, but not if you're hanging something, or not if you're, just missing something obvious that's happening, whether it be a good threat by you or whether it be a good, threat by them that you're not stopping. And so now at this stage, you can just kind of go back. So I was hoping I would have been able to take the bishop there at some point, but I guess I just missed the chance. Because the knight always gets bullied around so much. Now you got to use the bishop somehow. I don't mind doing the pin, but there's no follow-up to the pin that makes it actually worthwhile, so I don't see the point. So you can no longer even do it at all. It's kind of hard to even say where the bishop wants to go. Like, let's just develop it just for the sake of it, but this could also compel a trade. Like, okay, you got to deal with the pawn, you got to deal with that. And so what you can do is if you keep going, take, take, double take. Sometimes I wait too long to actually castle, even though, I mean, certainly you have to do it here. There's no other threat that you're posing too big of a deal. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. Right, so that's perfectly fine. Even if you move this, you take, it's fine. That's reasonable, but it doesn't really matter because you can just do so many things. You could even do like this, I guess, too, if you're worried about this whole light square. You're blocking the light square thing there, and you can't adequately take. Even if you push, it's perfectly fine. Right, or maybe it's not fine, actually. I would push, they would push, and then if they take, I take, they still take. Right, so it's not actually that good. And then if I, like, react to that by, if I keep going, I guess I could just cover it again, but if I do that by, like, oh, I keep going, then... No, but it gives me the right precedent to put this here. So you go here, but then I go here, and then you go there, and then I go there, and then you go there, and then I go there. Oh, shit. I guess you might still win a pawn out of it. Yeah, I have a certain element where I try to do something just for the sake of doing it, but they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. It's still fine, but... like you already won a pawn from it somehow. But I guess for my trading sensibility, but no, this is why you can't make my style of play even look bad. Like I'm doing it in a lazy way. That has nothing to do with, don't just do it unless you have a good reason to do it. Now this looks cute, but you can't actually do any threat with it, right? There's nothing that's actually happening. And so if you do that, then you would be able to basically have to bring something else in. Like, you don't have the dark square threat. Let's put this here for now. There's nothing you can actually do. The diagonal is blocked off. It's not even the correct diagonal to correspond with that. That doesn't seem to have any impact on the game at all. And so what you can do is you can basically... They would take, I would take, they would take, I can't take. Now we're opening that diagonal, but we're doing it expressly for the purpose of trying to trade. And so that doesn't work entirely the way I thought it would. But that's actually bad, because maybe that dark square check could have been good, that, they are open from that point of view. This could get a little dangerous for sure. For example, you can go there with impunity, and so therefore you have to cover that. But even the act of covering it would be covered again by the simple fact that, huh. But as long as the act of doing that doesn't immediately fork anything. If I go here, but then I don't actually want to take, and so what's the follow-up? It doesn't actually matter. Right, like the horse will sit there, which could be scary, but uh the reason why it's fine is because of the simple fact that you go there and then I just don't have to worry about it. This is why I don't like doing that bishop trade there, actually, because you open the diagonal, or not the diagonal, you open the rook towards your king. Like, that's something you always try to do yourself. Like, you try to open here, trade the pawns, and then open with the rook. You attack their pawn here, but their pawn is closed off. So you get like a half open file that's going towards their king. So let's see what they can do here. I don't know why people disconnect so often. But like, whatever, they're actually playing on their shitty mobile hotspot. Fucking everybody has a bad connection but me. But even when I always go to check this, it's always like empty when I first open that menu. But yeah, they're dedicating all their resources to the I don't see the follow-up immediately. It's not like I have a choice really of what else to do. You could almost do that too, like if you really had to, you'll only be like a -1, but it'll bust up the position so much that you're not really too happy about it. This I don't like, but I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it either. You just kind of have to do it. You go back there, and then you can sit there with a very strong Octopus Knight pretty much for the rest of existence, and so that's fine. Let's just deal with it. We get rid of one thing here. Try to do something with the knight itself, maybe, or I don't know. Like, I would love to trade the queen, but it's just not going to happen, really. There's nowhere immediately the knight can go that's actually good, right? That's the thing. In the case of whatever. Now, if you move it, it won't be moved into a check. In a way, I could almost have made this a little better. We both cover that and we attack that and that. You'll go there, which you won't because you have the stupid ass. You have the stupid ass queen under threat. Now, the problem with that is the obvious fact that if I take you, if I take that, you do that, and then I can't do anything. You know what you could almost do is you could take the rook, or no, you can't even do it. Right, that was at least a good opportunity to sack. I'm pretty sure that would have been made at least. Like, you would just have nothing you could do. I'm showing you like kind of the wrong way to play my style, which is again not at all an indictment against the style, because I can beat 2,000 players playing like this. I've drawn them many times, all these kind of things. So it has nothing to do with that. I've just gotten even lazier than usual to the point where I just don't even really care anymore. Like, I'm either burnt out or I'm just almost satisfied. Like, I went on a good stretch, so like what more am I trying to prove by doing this? And the answer is I should just start studying now in extreme amounts, because this is just how the game works, and you just are eventually going to have to do it anyway, but I really don't want to. That's the thing. But yeah, what we had gotten 1695, so let's just pretend that's 17 and consider that a successful thing. I can flex. I got to 1700 on inflated site, whatever. But without studying really at all. And that still doesn't even really have anything necessarily to do with it, right? It's not because of that that I'm losing, but what was interesting is what was happening for a while there is I was losing exclusively to time. And the reason why that's relevant is because meant that I couldn't lose positions. I was playing them solid. I was calculating whatever. Nobody could actually beat me in a positional game at this rating, or anybody I was facing. Right? Nobody was beating me positionally. In fact, often I was beating them, and then I would lose only because I flag and I'm taking too long, right, in a winning position. So that's the interesting thing. So I was playing at that sort of at least consistent level for a little while there, and then I don't know what is going on. I just keep trying to trade maybe too much, or I'm playing kind of in little different ways. That's one thing you'll realize too, is that you sort of do I even have any more channel art here? I don't even think on hand. That's kind of a sign that I shouldn't even bother. But no, it's like the more you play in like a repetitive, stale way, the better it's going to be for you. And the reason why is because that's just how the game works. Like you do the same opening the same way every time. You do the same exact thing every time, and unless you're really 100% sure what you're doing. So even though I don't know openings, for example, I do know that there's something like whatever I do, I just keep doing it over and over the same way every single time. Here, actually, I'll show this since I have to go download some thumbnails anyway. But something weird just happened with my YouTube. This must be some like new algorithmic update that they've done, and so it's basically like, some sort of, you feel like, oh, maybe you're potentially shadow banned or something weird has happened. Like on average, my videos get, whatever. This is like my secondary channel, right? So I got 40, 67. You see certain series do better. The Plants vs. Zombies one has done pretty good, right? Overall. You're looking at 97, 46. Okay, you have a little, lulls here and there. Chess especially hasn't done, the best because they're such long, exhaustive videos. 6, 10, 7, but then 94 PVZ, so there's a consistent amount. One does 80, 8, 420. That's just because the title is maybe funny that I got so many. But 47, 18. So it seems like relatively steady, right? 107, 398, 293. Those are even pretty good. 73, 15. But then this stretch here, this last week, has been fucking weird. 5 is fine for chess. I expect that. This one normally does a little better, but then 0, 0, 0, it's something must have happened, like an update or whatever. It can't just be suddenly, right, that it would be like that. That copyright thing really has nothing to do with it either, because, or that would just affect this video because we've had that happen before. Yeah, that is strange. That's almost like a shadow ban-esque moment where, I don't know, or it just could be like a change to the algorithm where I'm sure people always say that all the time. They just can't admit that their videos must be shit or something. But in this case, it makes less sense because everything is sort of formula, right? Where it's the same thing. You're doing the same thumbnail, the same series, the same basic thing. So you would think it would get at least relatively the same amount every time. So I found that kind of interesting. And I have enjoyed this whole YouTube thing that I never used to even do at all. So it's been kind of interesting. In fact, that's the one thing I always objected to doing. I didn't want to just do like, use the same thumbnail and just put like an episode number on the bottom and just do it over and over like that, like sort of low effort, just churning it out. I always wanted to make like a distinct thumbnail and make it all fancy and this and that, but you can't do that if you're doing it on a weekly basis for every series or whatever. And so, you could say that kind of fluctuation just happens, but it seems very unnatural that every single one would be like that. Okay, so let's go here. This is on my other channel, obviously. Go get some of this channel art. We were up to Don't Starve Part 2. And so let me get a couple more here. I mean, I guess I could show this, but whatever. Let's just take a second. Some of them save as JPGs, and some of them save as WebP files. I don't really know why. It's all these must have been ones that I manually did, right? They're just not part of the video. Or I guess even as I say that, that's not even true. This one actually is like an auto-generated one from this is like an auto-generated one from the video itself. Like it'll just take a random image, moment from the video and use that as the thumbnail. Which sometimes those can be pretty funny. I like that feature because it'll be some weird, what was it, like some, what game was it? The Division or something? It'll do one where it's like somebody's stupid facial expression or like some really weird moment that you would least expect, right? It wouldn't be like actually something you would ever want to use yourself. Okay, so let's get 3 more of these. Not that I'm gonna burn through them like right now. And so I'll show these in a second. This is kind of a fun thing to do, but also it's just so random and stupid to the point where I would have rather just used the backgrounds on the site, but there weren't enough of them, or again, I burned through them basically way too fast. Right, that could have almost been a condition. I have to get to 2,000 rating before I run out of these. Otherwise, I have to delete my account or my whole channel or whatever. So these are all JPG, so that should be fine. And for some reason, it always says on Imgur when I do these that, oh, they're hidden, so only I can see them unless somebody has the link. And I doubt anybody's really, cares enough to like snipe the link and look at it here. But then when I go back to look at them, they say they have certain number of views, like 15 views or something. But who is looking at it if it's hidden? You're the worst I've ever had in bed. There is no way she could make that judgment in 37 seconds. This is the kind of shit that you see on Imgur, I guess. All right, so what we get here is, let me actually look. The next one is going to be another episode of Doom Nightmare Mode, and of course this must be... Oh, I guess that was the first level, then the hangar. So this is level 2 with some sort of satanic imagery in there too. I mean, I guess that's the theme. That's often what you have to do with stuff like this. You'll take an idea and you'll just kind of beat it like a dead horse because you get to um like the game is about demons and you're fighting demons, so everything is going to be just a reference to that, and it'll be like almost boring after a while that it's so on the nose, but this is how people do things. So see, like how that bar was empty. I don't know why it's always like that. So we'll go here, and this was like a really elaborate wall of text sort of that I did. In fact, let's almost look at it properly just here because I can't even read it. So this is just welcome to level 2, and we're showing like the satanic symbol and doing that. And we have 4 health. So this is like one of these freeze frame moments, right? Like you're probably wondering how I got in this situation with 4% health and level 2. Will our hero get hit? Will he survive? Find out on this exciting episode of a first-time Doom Classic player plays on Nightmare Mode for no reason other than to torture himself and to make it more fun. So basically, obviously, it was the first playthrough of Doom on top of everything else because maybe I'd played like some little small part of it, but I certainly had never beaten it or played much of it. So, and I still haven't because, well, there were good amounts of good long sessions in there, but it was basically me just doing the same level over and over. So now would I get in trouble for this sort of satanic imagery in the background? It's just a YouTuber's thumbnail if you're allowed to use it there, and you're not saying it in a positive way. Like what, I can't play Binding of Isaac because it has satanic imagery in there, but you're not saying it's a good thing, right? You're trying to go and kill the demons, you're not helping them. But I see you go pink pieces, and yeah, but see, I'm still on level 3, right? That if I could go back and continue that, which I normally never like to leave series like that hanging, but either some of them have just been that stupidly difficult, or oh, here we go. This is what I deserve too, to have to use a shitty set like this. Let's just make sure my only rule is they should all work. And what I like about this is at least it doesn't expect you to know what the piece is based on the face or whatever, the expression. Or like in some cases it'll show like all different streamers. This one looks very odd, but it actually shows the structure of the piece too on top of it, so that's always good. Some of them will just be like Hikaru is the rook, but it's just Hikaru's face, and you know what I mean. Like it'll just be different streamers and different people, so that makes it a little harder to figure out. So let's try another one here. We change the board. Okay, let's just concentrate here a little bit. I actually don't even know who this guy is. What did it say? Like Plotkin? This guy almost reminds me of the Wiz, like from Seinfeld. His face here, a little bit. Or some of these, like they're wearing glasses, and some of them they're not. So I don't know what that means. If it's the same person or If you raise it, I could just take, so there shouldn't be any problem with that. My fear of the pin is always a big problem because of the simple fact that I always go out of my way to do a move like that, even though it might not be the optimal thing to do. You're just castling nice and disciplined, so I think I've just become way too impatient where I'm just expecting, it to be over so quickly and I just want it to be done with, right? But you have to be a little more patient, especially in the opening when you don't know opening. Like I'm trying to have it both ways, where I'm trying not to study, but I'm also trying to not to study, but I'm also trying to basically uh is there gonna be some stupid like sack play that they'll take, and then mate, but they still wouldn't even be able to, so I don't even give a shit. Um, you can't. On one hand, you can say, okay, either study openings and then be super lazy and just let that borrowed knowledge do the thinking for you, or you could say you shouldn't study, but then you have to at least think through it a little more and commit some of your time and stuff like that. So this isn't even really going to do a whole lot. Or what I should do in these kind of situations is be a little more aggressive, like with the pawn pushes. Like let's just push this one all the way because this is the side that we're kind of going for. And so you have the ability to just kind of see what threads he's loading up on and just kind of pay attention a little better. This is going to be problematic because he has such strong diagonals going in that direction. So maybe I should go like this and then he could immediately take it. Or I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. The only thing that you fear here then is the double diagonal potential as well. If you're able to just... I'm letting them still take too much initiative in doing this. If I go to here, you can't take, then you can take this one. If you go here, it almost feels like somehow this is the correct thing to do. And the reason why is because now you can take from this angle as well. There could be a fatal flaw with that, but I don't know. Yeah, the knight looks very uncomfortable and strange, which at least is consistent with how incomprehensible the piece actually is. This just, I don't like how prominently that's showing there, but it really shouldn't be a problem. I'm showing it because it's the background of a game, you see. It's Doom. Doom is about demons and satanic stuff. I'm not the one who's... And then the longer I win with it. Fuck. And I don't even choose the proportion of this. It just happens to be an image from a game, you see. So let's see what we got. Just do whatever you want. He's pushing the pawns like crazy. We'll just go here and see. He's gonna go all in with respect to this. Take, 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 take. But the problem is then it opens up the rook. It opens up the rook take to the extent that you're able to... You know? That's problematic. Even if you go here, they'll go like that. And so it's not really a super clear thing. So many things you could do with that position potentially, but this is like one of those, dictating sequence of moves type of moments where you're able to, assume what he's going to do and then do something maybe else guaranteed that is going to be better, but it might not actually be, what you want to do entirely. So that you're going to take... The thing is, you could do this. So the thing is that would he do something else there? Because it's like, okay, I go here, Now you go there, but then I take the queen, take back, and then I'd still be able to take or something. Right, like, I don't know if that's really worth it to do or not. I would take, so we'd be even, then I'd be -5, then I would take again, or more like they could do the same thing. I would take, then they would take, and then I would have to take, so why not just take this first? And we're posing the same threat, but it might not even be that good, really. I guess I underestimated how dangerous this could be, but I kind of already knew that they could potentially do that. It's just, it's not even covered, so it doesn't matter. And so now, we're playing with fire with letting this happen here because you go here. If you go here, I'm in trouble. You could just take this, in fact, overall. And then you can try to trap me in there or something, but it's fine. Or I could even take, this is kind of more relevant to my whole defensive mindset. I don't know what this is even going to do for me, but I'll do it anyway because I'm a clown. Or no, I won't. This is like what I was trying to do originally anyway, so at least it cuts down on the whole structure of his it cuts down on the structure basically of his idea to attack with all this, so that's fine. So my Darksphere Bishop just isn't being used like in the game at all. This is okay because you're gonna get probably something out of it. And so, or you know what, this is even, no, it's not even covered though. But the Darksphere Bishop is just what's simply not activated at all in the game. Right, you're not using the Darksphere Bishop at all, and it's just in an awkward spot, and these pawns are also in a bit of an awkward spot. So the way this position has progressed has at least been a little bit interesting, but what you should be able to do here is you pull the thing away, and by pulling the thing away, then you can take the stupid ass knight. And the reason why you can do that is because of the simple fact that you have the double attack there. Right, and so that was pretty worth it. Like my little incremental gains that we're doing here, just take that, don't really care. Take this, also don't really care. Although there could be one problem with this, is the simple fact that or now it's fine, but if you hadn't done that, maybe I wouldn't have wanted to vacate the file like that. You have this, which is not a very good pawn structure at all. I don't like the way that this is going, but aside from that, I'm at least up a couple pawns in that way, so you have the ability to, I don't know exactly where I want to go with that. I guess their pawns aren't the greatest either, but it's just, we could just like sit it here and just wait. So using this knight could be a key element. Using the rook, obviously we gotta figure something out. They're gonna try to come in most likely over to here. And the reason why they're going to do that is because of the simple fact that, whatever, the king should be basically trying to stop them from coming in. And you can do that by doing this, so now the rook can't come into this thing. That's a very basic thing you always have to try to do. Now, one thing I can't figure out is the presence of the knight, to the point where I almost want to bust this structure up a bit. That's interesting because you can't really do anything about it. And so I have to kind of just let that happen. Right. You're probably going to lose something here no matter what, as far as the pawns. Right now you go like this, but I mean, again, some point you are going to suffer for this. Let's try to go here, because if you take, the knight is at least going to be activated. I'm doing this all to acquiesce to the knight because of the fact that I can't seem to use it any other way. And this is sort of an octopus, or no, it's not an octopus knight, but you have this, you're attacking the thing itself. And so now you can go back, or you can go here to try to attack this as well, even though you really can't. Now you'd have to try to double attack this guy here. And so, or even attack this could be a liability piece. And so you're attacking this, double attacking. You can also just simply raise it, right? And do it like this, or you could try to do this, but then it becomes too much of an easy target. Maybe this is better. I don't see what that light square diagonal does. Otherwise, you could attack the stupid ass knight, but I could just move it, and it's also covered by there. Also, this is covered by that. So the only thing then would be the threat is if you could take on here, then I can't take with the pawn. Yeah, this is more the spirit of a normal game. Like, look at how long-winded and exhaustive and annoying it actually is. I was expecting it to be too easy for a while there, and it was actually. I was in a good rhythm, but maybe that whole thing is still predicated on I was putting forth at least a little more effort. Like, even now, doesn't mean I've won. It just means like we're playing this kind of more the right way. Regardless of what happens, like we're thinking it through. Although this position was kind of busted too, I wouldn't exactly vouch for it. They probably did miss some fairly basic things, but this doesn't seem like the best positioning. But I have to just live with it for now. And of course, they're going to be the ones who are better off on time, which not that that's any surprise, but now is where people almost become more comfortable calculating, or where you really start to think. It's like the same person who blunders the queen in the early game is going to think super far here now, because there's just so little on the board that it almost feels approachable and, manageable somehow. Or they're just sort of rage quitting out, but it's not really that bad of a spot. Like, I'm not even too confident in this position. Like, I'm very uncomfortable in unconventional sort of positions. And the reason why, or they'll report me for using fucking the satanic art. I don't know what that even is. It's like a random statue of just a goat man. The goat's always like a symbol of the devil, which I don't even know why that actually is. What's so bad about goats? Like, even in The Witch, right, starring Anya Taylor-Joy, um, that's what happens towards the end in almost a comical way. That's why Goat Simulator was such a bad game, because goats are evil, I guess. But no, the goat was like the thing, was the devil the whole time, and it kills. I can't remember what they call him, like Black something. Black, and then he has like a name. So the goat just comes out and fucking kills the dad or whatever, and like it's an unintentionally funny scene. I didn't think that movie was really all that good, but it got like super hyped up and everything. So they came back now with 3 minutes left. And again, it's not that bad of a spot. Like, I'd love to see how I'm actually going to convert it. And I don't know. Whereas once you get to a better level of players, it's like they give you the benefit of the doubt. That'll be my favorite thing in tournaments. Please resign from this position where I am winning, but I'm too lazy and stupid to actually figure out how to win. So they'll give you the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, let's just resign. But you shouldn't have, because you probably would have ended up winning or flagging me or pissing me off and making me, convert it to a draw just because I'm too impatient and too stupid to actually, make anything happen with it. So maybe I'll do like one more. What time is it? Oh, man. Yeah, this is the psychological negative thing about stuff like ratings, but it's not really the fault of it. Is that it doesn't matter really even what you are, but it's good to kind of have a goal and to make some sort of progress and things like that. But it has a negative effect somehow, because you either become overconfident or tilted or something along those lines. That must be a god level move, but it doesn't matter because I'll just kill the stupid ass rook. Right, and so you might try to come around and do something. The attack on there is sort of a moot point. So now we have to move this. And the reason why we have to move it is because you'd be double attacking there, right? You do something with this and then you double attack there. And so how would I cover this per se? if I just keep harassing this, something good should happen because you have to keep protecting the thing itself. I mean, in an easy sense, we could always bait for a draw by doing this, but you can go ahead, you can check and you can fork and you can take that if I'm not mistaken. Right, because there should be not I did it almost too fast where they waited so long too to make that move and then um they waited so long and then they come back with that. Didn't you calculate that line? Haven't you studied the game? Don't you study end games? But obviously that was pretty basic, and again, that still doesn't mean that I would win necessarily. That's the one piece of advice against clown players like me, at least, whose games are not very fundamentally based, is you could just look at it and say, never resign, even if you're up a queen, because this guy's a clown and he's liable to mess up any position ever that he plays in. So let me do, I guess, another one. Right, and we'll see how long we can get this streak to go on. So I'm black. People do sometimes fear you because you're on stream. Like, oh, you must be you must be doing some challenge. You must be good. But yeah, I am doing a challenge. It's called, just playing chess, period, or just trying to. I like to encourage snipers because it's just a good habit to have. So this isn't much of a threat. And the reason why is because you can just go like this, for example. There's probably all kinds of other things you can do too with respect to, just push the stupid ass knight out as well. So if you can do that, that's one of the worst insidious things too that people fall into, is they fall into the trap of like trying to do too much in the early game. You should treat the opening for what it is. It's just, it's annoying. You just want to get through it. Don't try to actually win the game in the opening. But then again, if such an opportunity presents itself, you should, take advantage of it. Sure, you shouldn't miss it, which oftentimes people will do that too. They'll play the opening so on rails and not want to use their brain that they sort of will miss out on certain things as a result of it. So it feels like something with the knight is necessary here, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. Like for example, this definitely baits a trade. And the reason why it baits a trade is because whatever, it's a split cover situation. You would have to um you would have to accept the fact that that's going to get taken and you can't take it with this back. So one of those two is going to get taken no matter what. That's one of my favorite plays in chess too, because it's one of those in between things that's not actually even good, right? It's just, it's good for me and it's good for the trading mentality. This pawn is the only one I'm not sure about what exactly to do with. I could trade again here even if I really wanted to, or in fact I could do this trade because now you can't move the bishop. But then again, it's not the best time to do it. You're usually supposed to go to positions like this with the knight, but somehow in this case, I don't want to. But I always objected to that because it feels like you're blocking the pawn and you're kind of getting in the way of other stuff. You have to block the bishop, block the pawn, all this kind of stuff. But that would have been the move to sort of pin that down and compel the trade. But even if you don't do it, I can kind of mess around with these pawns here too. The reason why is because it enables the bishop itself, or I mean the knight itself, to do some good work, right? So you're able to take back with the knight very easily, and if you can do that, then you'll be in great shape too. Oh, look at this! This guy's sharp. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I don't really want to do that. I guess I could just do this for the sake of it here. So now you'll take with the thing, fine. Now my knight becomes a big question because I don't know exactly what I want to do with it. I'm going to attack the... You would think there would have been some vulnerability or opening that's happened here. Oh, shit. Even as I say it. Can you still escape it, though? They've been pretty good so far. See how I even have... I do have those... I said something should have opened up, and I didn't know what it was, and now we see what it is. something should open up, but now they'll find a way out of it. Like the escape artist clowns that these people are. Dude, if you really want to tempt me to do this, like you really want to make me try, that's like one of the most offensive things you can do. Like that I really should have to think hard and really do this. Like if you really want it, you can have it, but and you don't even have to take with the pawn, although maybe you want to because this one's sort of split by itself anyway. It's like something that Frieza says in Dragon Ball something, whatever Super maybe or some later version of it. Just like the implication, like of course I could have trained and become stronger, but the fact that I even had to pisses me off. That's your real punishment, that you would make me have to do that. You can go here, although you're blocking your own diagonal in a stupid way. I should finally do this mechanic called castling that maybe has a certain. You could move this somewhere, and then you take this if I. So let's not worry about that. There's just always moves that you're gonna miss, right? You have to stay vigilant every single move. Don't take it for granted. That's why I say institute the 30-second rule. There's just something more to it than what people realize. So there, I don't necessarily even want to take, but I don't know, like it's one of those things that you can't question. If you don't take, he can keep going, and then it's a pass pawn. So you feel like you have to take. You wouldn't want to take with the pawn. You take with the bishop. You attack towards there. It doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, never do those quick moves where you're kind of too sure or cocky of what you're doing. And so therefore you get to, just double check your work and things like that. If you take there, it'll open his thing with respect to the, it'll open his rook to my king, which I don't necessarily want to do that at all. And I can't cover like with that either. So what if I do like this? So in other words, it would stop that from advancing any further. So if you were trying to you take, I can adequately take back. If you keep going, it's okay as well. None of that really concerns me too much. Stupid ass knight is just annoying me. I don't know. This is like one of those bait trade type of moves too. And the way that it works is that you're also double attacking effectively. So if you worry about the dinky pawn, then I'm still satisfied with it. Right, you should be able to take something guaranteed. Again, I consider these moves so positive and I'm so happy about them, even though they're not actually doing anything for you. They're just, just guaranteeing a trade that's not even that good necessarily. I can guarantee you these moves are never good. They might not be terrible, but they're not good either. So nothing new should have opened up as a result of you doing that. And so what we get is we get this one too. And then we get this one too. And so now we're in a beautiful position overall that I don't mind. It's just I'm not entirely sure um what sort of threats they might have up their sleeve. We also have a bishop pair versus just a dinky knight. Which wait, how did that even happen? I'm only +2, but I'm up a p. Okay, I'll just do it. I said fuck the bishop pair. I'd rather trade. All right, we go here and we just try to I'll try to trade stuff off, but maybe I'll get myself in trouble somehow by doing that. Like, you have the two open files, so I can just take it. Because you can't do anything about it. Either you have to accept the trade, or you have to take it yourself. This isn't actually covered, but it's not a big deal, because you have to worry about the more immediate threat that we have in the works here. sometimes you don't want to put yourself in that position like behind it because then you can't move it without losing the rook too. And so therefore you almost want to just move the bishop itself away somewhere that would be potentially good. Right, so now you hit there, and then we just kind of even like if you want to put it on the back rank or something. Right, so now we have to think a little bit, but it's almost like I'd want to put it there, but then you can't guarantee its safety there either. So now we have to consider they're moving the king already. And the way that you would counteract this is you try to open up, go on the second or the seventh row, right? And this kind of position is the staple of what you try to do. So they would go like there, and it's a free entry. The problem is for them, it doesn't actually do anything because of the simple fact that you don't really have anything worthwhile to attack. Now here's where the light square bishop becomes the MVP of the position. How exactly do you use it is the question. How would I go about using it? And it's really hard to say, I must admit. It's very, very confusing. We'll leave my rook where it is, right, on an open file just sitting there. But I'll try to roam a little bit with the bishop and try to see how it can try to bring this home, because it's a bigger advantage than you might think. You'll say +2, but you have to realize pawns don't mean as much at this level, and a whole piece up is a big deal. So you should easily be able to win because of it, but we'll see. Somehow in the analysis, it'll still be a draw. Like, my friend just makes these comments that get like fucking millions of fucking likes. Where, see, now you can go like this even. This and take. So like on this video, hey, thanks for the follow. It was a video like of Magnus looking at a position in like the Casablanca variant or something, and he's like, what did he say? He's like, there's no way this position is a draw. I'm sure you win this position every time. And then my friend says, oh, he's just, because the video doesn't show. I guess it makes more sense in context. It doesn't show that he's looking at what position. It doesn't show the position at all. So he's making fun and puts a comment like, you know, oh, that's just him looking at the starting position in chess. Like every position to him looks like that, or whatever. Like it's such, every position is a draw anyway. So okay, let's go here. I'm wasting too much time reminiscing on that, but so you go here, you can give a check as well. So what did this move even really do? Or even better, even if he goes back to try to block it, I could, you know, pin it down. And then he'd be forced to trade, which is obviously going to lose in the game. No matter how cleverly you try to play around the white squares or something. You can just simply move it, but I'm more concerned about just giving a check. It's possible they might win this one, though, by me sort of vacating around so much. But actually, they're covering it there too. This might be a bit of a greedy overextension where I'm just trying to do it just for the sake of it. But it's fine. Now you go here to try to... I don't actually know. The king could just keep coming back and forth if you do that. The bishop is in a weird spot. So let's actually try to attack this one, I guess. See, I'm like giving up on my other... But no, they won't be able to attack it from the same spot that they could... No, they could though, too. Let's actually go here. I don't know. Or this is good because you're attacking 2 for 1. And posing the potential check. So it might be better for them to just try to take this and just zerg a pawn down, which I highly doubt is going to happen. Even if it came to it, I could always sack the bishop for one of those pawns if I had to. So they go here, I take their check, they attack the rook, then I take this, then they take this. Then they have the pass pawn protected, but it's not going to, you know, really have that much value. These metrics are always so inaccurate, too. You can't go by this at all. Like, even the evaluation, you know, disagrees with it so much because you don't know the circumstance of so many other things. So there's so many times where you could be up material, but your position is just busted. So this is just a mere raw count to the extent that even the knight isn't worth what it says it's worth. Like, it says it's equal to a bishop, but nobody agrees with that. Every, you know, every chess player, everyone ever who knows anything about chess will say the knight is worth less than the bishop. So You can give a pointless check, you can take a stupid pawn there, like, this is just a matter of wasting time now. Alright. But no, at least this game, I kind of like how I played. Not saying I played it perfectly, but at least I put forth a decent amount of effort. Now, what's interesting is I can't actually cover that no matter what, right? There's no way to actually cover it. Because I think, you know, oh no, you could, I mean, you could do it. This is kind of annoying though. This seems kind of tedious and unnecessary to actually try to do this. Um, so if you were able to get the rook there, maybe it could be annoying because no, even then I could still do whatever I want. Now we just try to take this, but then even the act of doing that would effectively, I don't know what the fuck I'm even doing. Because now I fucked myself with respect to... Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll just double attack this so you can take mine and I don't care. How about that? Because it's going to turn into too much of a liability with how I'm playing it. And now I'm going to be a liability on time, of all things. Like, I want to do the trade, but you're not going to do it. This is bad because you might get forked or something dumb. Let's just go to what is potentially a safe spot, and then... Look how you can just drag it out, though, and piss your opponent off. Like, obviously I should win this game, but... That's the only hope that you have, is just to go super fast and whatever. Which you can obviously do in the end game pretty easily. Now, I'd still have to work towards a promotion, which is going to be much harder to do than you might think. And so, this is the sad part. What am I going to do? I'm going to have to settle for a draw? Because I'm just too much of a clown to actually figure this out? If he's going to do that to me, I'll at least harass the shit out of him with checks. But that is more conducive to still creating a threefold repetition. So you can't actually do anything there. Oh, okay, okay. Now, the problem with that is you have still too much... Alright, fine. You still have too much time to really be doing that, but... And you could maybe still win it, that's the sad part, but... I don't even care, like, I'll take a draw. Or I'm gonna somehow lose now because I'm just fucking sick of it. Like, you're so fucking stupid, dude. Like, you're so... Whatever, dude. I'm not gonna lose. It's not even fun because time is just such a dictating factor. Like, I always did used to play classical, but I was just trying to give rapid a chance, and it's just dumb. It's just a dumb format because nobody's learning anything. And then, of course, everybody glorifies these faster formats, whether it be bullet or something else, where, you know, this is just sort of the modern culture of whatever, because of streaming or whatever it is that people do. That, oh, that it's, you know, flashy and they get to show off. Let's see. I mean, he's not really going to be able to do anything. That's the thing. You would have to come up with some god level sequence that just, you know, I don't know what you would expect would happen here. You're gonna get like a 50 move rule, although I haven't really seen that be a thing in a while. Oh my god, dude. Like, this just sums up the experience of chess. Yeah, isn't this what you want to do? And you might say, oh no, at the higher level, this doesn't happen. No, actually, at the higher level, this happens more. Sorry, I can't read that. It's kind of a little far away, so I'll have to wait till the game's over. Oh my god, dude, please, just just take the draw, man. Why are you doing this shit? Or you would think he would at least be able to hide his king away, like, more effectively. Or he's trying to flag me, which I can't blame him for doing, but... Look, man. At least try to do something. At least try to push the pawns and actually promote. He's just waiting for me to blunder my rook, which also that I can't blame him for expecting to happen. Fun and interactive game, by the way. 10 out of 10. Best game ever. This is literally how the game works, too. Like, GMs will do this because they'll try to bait for a threefold repetition, or that'll be all that's left, and like at least they have the decency more often to just agree to a draw, though. Right? They'll just accept the fact that we know it's a fucking draw, so just get it over with. How long is this gonna have to go on, man? Even if you don't do anything, it's like this guy seems like he's trolling because I'm not gonna flag before 50 moves. Like, at least not the way that you're playing. You should try to go there and try to stop me at least from giving checks or something. Oh shit, right when I say it too. He does. But now could you actually create something from this or what? You check there, but I can still go out. Or wherever, you know. Just don't blunder the rook. I mean, it's not like he's very short on time, so it would be okay, but I fucked up another pawn, okay. You can check and then take that and then probably win, actually, if you just take the rook. Well, now it could be flagging territory, or at least he subverted the whole idea of the actual he subverted the whole idea of being able to basically do the stupid ass thing. Remove the whole way, dude. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm not even gonna say anything. Just fucking. Gotta be ready with the pre-moves. Ready with the pre-moves. You're so fucking stupid, dude. And quite frankly, even whatever I do, well, I should still try to go for the mate, but it's like, you know, you could just kind of try to flag him here, which we successfully end up. Look, I kind of deserve that because of the simple fact that that was just a torturous game for which you deserve to be punished. Okay, let's see. That's the breaks when playing short time. Yeah, but you wouldn't think 10 minutes feels that way. This is more fighting game strategy than chess strategy. What? Fighting games are like trading? Including tilt until opponent makes a mistake. I think you had the win. Yeah, I definitely was winning the whole game. They're doing the 1-2 punch, I bet. That was actually kind of satisfying that I was able to win at the end, though, just because of that clown. Like, somehow they make them, this is my ultimate reverse psychology expertise. Like, I make them think they're gonna win just so that they do something dumb, and then they end up losing in a more gratifying way. Like, by blundering all my pawns, you see, it ends up making them blunder something, and then I end up winning because of it. I don't see why even what I was doing was a blunder there, though. Like, what else are you supposed to do? Oh, I guess just not block your own pawn's potential movement there. At least we get a funny win out of it, but whatever, dude. In the worst case, it should have still been a draw, but obviously I'm not good under those time pressure moments. Okay, see you later. Okay, so to start here, and of course, chess of all games is the best for this because you can barely even notice it. Like, it'll just be a little choppy, but it's, you know, turn-based whatever garbage anyway. Whatever, my bit rate's been crapping out at the beginning, so I almost didn't want to do the other categories, but what I should do with a session like this is, today's my normal PvZ stream where I do PvZ hard mode, I try to finish up the mini games, and then I try to do, I do my PvZ heroes thing. So I'll still do that, but what I should do here in front is like, okay, I'll do chess until I lose a single game, and I have to really enforce that, because I keep saying I'm going to do that, but then I have an urge to keep going, and then I go anyway and stuff like that. And so I have to kind of enforce that, okay, if we lose, I don't have another piece of art on hand. I have to go to Imgur and use that shit. So I'll just end it there. Now, the one exception is if I go on a really good streak, then I don't mind even skipping a category, right? Like, okay, I go on a 10-game win streak, and so it's worth it because I'm going on a good actual streak, but I kind of doubt that's going to happen, but we'll try it. And let's see if this resolves itself. It's not the kind of thing I can do anything about. I even relaunched, so like I really hate when this stuff happens randomly. I don't know what I can really do about it. So I will try to, again, for a game like chess, it doesn't really matter, but let me check something. And of course, the last game was like a rude awakening reminder. Like, if I don't get tilted at the end of the game because of time, I have 1 second left and I'm pre-moving with the queen. Like, as if that should really be something I have to do, but I don't even know who this guy is either, who is on the piece set, but I'm just going in order of them, so this is what we're on, and I was on a little win streak, maybe like a 2-game win streak, so you're double attacking this. How good is this guy anyway? I guess he's pretty good at bullet, it'd be hard to say, but then this is my ultimate, my ultimate strength is playing correspondence. If I have infinite time, I'm literally unbeatable, but also it's a case where you're able to just, like, I don't actually use all the time just because I have it, right? I could sit here like all day or all episode and just do that, but this is okay because you take, but I'm a little bit nervous about it still, right? Just that you would have the pawn cover, but something bad could happen. Kind of an unusual threat. It's not like you're really pinning anything down, but it makes me a little bit nervous. So yeah, I don't know why this happens. It can't even be because of what I'm doing, like in the game. Like, I'm not even playing a game, but even if I was, it would only be chess. So I don't really see what else could be happening. Let me give it a minute, but otherwise, it doesn't matter because we'll just play a game of chess anyway. And even if it doesn't fix, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, this is what's so stupid about it. It's very hard to reset this in the course of a stream, right? The only way to really do it is to actually end the stream. And even when I just did that, it didn't help. So whatever, let's just play a game, and I'm also not hiding from the wait, why does it say down? Oh, this is overall though. Like, I'm not hiding from the fact that, oh, I'm streaming. Like, I still have that in my title, but for a while there, it did seem to help a lot, the fact that I wasn't putting that in there. You had a little 2-game win streak, but just remember, the last one came down to time, to the kind of extreme, disgusting sense that I had to, I have 1 second left, and then I win somehow because whatever. It's still satisfying, I guess, that happens. Can't you go like this, and then if I go like this, you go like this, but then I go like it's just awkward to the point where maybe I shouldn't worry about that so early, but I don't know. One of those things you kind of just have to know, right? Exactly how it works. Just like every other opening ever. At least now I can escape with this, and I'm surely not going to miss the chance considering the clown behavior that he's partaken in with respect to the knight itself, which looks like even more of a clown piece than it normally does. And something weird was happening with my mic. I think that was during my Smite episode where it suddenly got like super quiet and just stopped working. Okay, so this is fine. You can go here, then it pretty much forces him to take. But I don't know whether I want that because then this will end up here. Like, it's tempting to harass the knight, but I'm not really sure what. You want the bishop to come here, right? But there's no obvious way to do that. I go there, he would take. Oh no, he even has the dark square bishop cover there too. So we can just develop and try to castle as normal. I don't even feel the need to do this move that I normally do. And the reason why, okay, now this is a clear opening. They would take, I would take, but then they would still take because of the dark square bishop. So there's nothing I can even do. Or that seems like a blunder, but it's going to somehow not be. But I don't know how it's not because I guess you would take there, but so what? You're going to threaten this in some way that's going to hurt me, but I don't see exactly what it is. You'll do that, which is cute, so that would effectively stop me from castling. But what if I just do this to anchor it here, and then it's not truly an octave? See, this guy's already pissing me off. Like, he's doing too much where, okay, you attack there, but was that really worth it? And now I even get to cover this too. What did that really do for you? How many thousands of games have you played? Okay, at least he hasn't. This is where I really should just cancel and get it over with, but I sometimes can't help but do stupid ass things like this. We'd go here, give it, no. The goal is we want to save that stupid ass knight. But the way that we save the stupid ass knight is going to get in the way in another sense. It would be like under a double attack because of this, and the reason why is because you could do it like this, I guess, too. Or no, you can't. Let me see. I love these positions out of the opening that become so busted. Like, why is that even an issue? You just block this diagonal. That's pretty simple enough, right? There should be nothing else that's really a problem. You give a check like that. I can always... See, now we put it here anyway, or I could put it here to try to trade it, but then that messes up the pawn. I could put it here, but then it's double attacked. You end up not really having much of a choice. And so you probably just want to put it here. You can pin it down, but at least you're no longer double attacking it. So this is a good way as black to at least get some initiative with the pawns. Like, this is probably a better structure than what you normally are expected to get, but also it's a very awkward way to go about it, where mine probably would be better in the long run, but I just don't know exactly how. Right, like, I'm very passive with the pawns, and kind of in a lot of ways, actually, just in general. So as white, you'll see that I'm in a defensive spot, but I'm more than comfortable with that normally. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, so it wouldn't be enough. And as it stands, I'm not exactly sure what this means. Like, he could just take it because I did that, but there's something else. Like, you're gonna... I don't know, I can't figure out exactly what the point is, or I could just take the knight, but I almost don't even want to. I'm trying to set up for some sort of threat that's going to involve the pawn here. You're drinking, smoking, about to get powered out. Go Super Saiyan on the chest, nice. Hey, I gotta open my chat too. I was so distracted by the bitrate that I didn't even... Is it finally fixed now? I love when this happens, because it really is something you can't do anything about. As if it should matter when playing such mobile casual games like chess and Plants vs. Zombies and stuff. And sometimes you just have to let it run for a certain amount of time. Seems to be okay. I mean, I hate monitoring it too during the whole thing. Alright, so what we have here is I have to just come up with a way to trade something, because if I don't, I feel very uncomfortable. If I go here now, it no longer does anything, so the whole liability of the knight is over. Once I get past always just doing that, but see, it's still a valuable thing, like just trying to trade all the time. It does give you a certain safety and comfort zone, because how can it be a bad thing, right? If you're a bad player, what's it going to do? It's going to stop me from attacking with pieces that I wasn't going to attack with anyway because I don't know how to, or it's going to stop me from, you know, getting mated by my opponent's abundant attack that they're doing with all the pieces that they have. Like, it's a reductive mindset that's kind of defeatist, but for me, I can't deny that it's been incredibly valuable. Like, I would have never gotten this far, even, not that it's that far, but without doing that. So it's absolutely essential, but there is a certain discipline that I have to show. And see, that's where the preferences come in too. It's like, you ultimately you're ultimately in a position where, you know, you could say, oh, the best players always learn the best way to play and the best lines, but it's not really objectively true, because some players are going to be more defensive, some are going to be more aggressive. Like Judith Polgar liked attacking just because she liked it. Now, she did it at a high level, but it's like, why didn't she play more defensively? It's just, and I'm sure she could, I'm just saying that's just more a preference than it is objectively what's better or worse. The same thing like with Petrosian or Petrov or whoever known for defensive play. I'm sure they could do everything, but it seems like they preferred doing those things in particular above everything else. Can't play without my stuff, too stressful. Yeah, maybe it helps your play too. You play better under that? I wonder how that would work in events, like how they show in the Queen's Gambit that Anya Taylor-Joy is drunk when she goes to the one game against Borgov or whatever, which is kind of a pointless scene because like the whole point of that scene should be that she loses anyway because he's the world champion. What is it to imply that if she wasn't drunk, that you know that she would have won at that early stage, so the show would have been over? Like he's giving plot armor to Borgov. Okay, I don't have time for this shit, but I can't figure out what to do with the knights. I don't really want that take to occur, but I can't. I'll just do this. I can't figure it out. You take, I take. That's a horrible pawn position, but I don't really care. You bring that. That doesn't actually do anything at all. You go here. If you... if you give the check, it does nothing, so I don't care. Right, I'm more concerned about, okay, if I push it here, they take, I take. Just take, I don't care. They have a bishop pair, I do not. Or actually, I do, technically. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. It's a very dangerous spot to put the queen in because their position looks threatening, but that's what's so deceptive about these things. Like, it's not really going to do anything, right? It's still going to take a lot of work to actually turn it into something. There's all these like counter plays that you can do that piss me off so much, like where I just I don't know, like you think you have something, but then it takes like a million moves, and then you just don't. So this is good because it blocks the light square diagonal completely, but it kind of almost traps my queen in there a little bit in a way I don't like. So what should I be trying to do? You can still do this, so if it still gets the bishop in a good position, but you wouldn't be able to mate there anyway. They would take, I would take. I just am too slow. I mean, there's some back and forth repetitious nature to what's happening here. Like, you're not going to let that happen, but you almost have to try because what else am I going for if not that? That's perfectly fine. And now you can always do this cheeky little thing. Oh, you can even just take that too, but that's sort of the bait. Or no, you really can't. But the whole thing with this is like now you can seal it off. So now you're forced to make a move with this. And in the process of being forced to make a move with this, you're going to give up this. Because even if you go here to block it, then I can go there and then... That's why maybe my defensive mindset came out after a while, because I realized like I kept doing these attacks that I would do maybe if I was when I was a kid, to whatever extent. Like I just play balls to the wall aggressive, and it would work because nobody knew what the fuck they were doing. Now these players still don't know what they're doing really, but they know at least enough where that's not enough to work. So actually going here is incorrect, and the reason why is because you go here and then you take. If you go here, then you can't take, and then who knows what's going to happen. Oh, wait. Whoops. I didn't realize the queen was actually there because it's not a queen, even. Oh, this is a fucking disaster. And they still did it somehow anyway, but kind of bailing me out. Sometimes that's the ultimate bluff. Just like if you believe it so confidently, they'll believe it's actually a good move too. They would take, I would take. I don't know. This is like a disaster of a game, but I might still escape somehow. I'm actually in a good... I know for a fact many... My thing keeps rotating. I know for a fact Mary Jane helps me fix a lot of holes in my system. My mind gets really deep in thought. It's all about blood flow. And it's actually legal now. A lot of places where where I live and whatever. It used to always be in California, but now it's like everywhere. It's becoming more normal. Yeah, my time is my biggest Achilles heel, for sure. You could go here and try to do the same threat again, but I'm, again, just blind to the fact that the queen is even there. To see even that threat that I imagined, and even that it worked out, it really wasn't there, so... I don't know. It really is almost like a wishful thinking problem that I have. It's not that I actually need that to happen. It's more that It's more that I just want something to happen so badly, like I'm practically expecting it or begging for it, to the extent that you think, how could you not get something out of all this, but then you just don't. You can probably get some Delta 8 where you are at least. I don't actually even know what that is really, but you can't do that there. You can't go there either. Let's go back. You go here, you can try to promote a passed pawn, which you do have a good amount of cover there, to be fair. I'm +4, and I don't deserve to be because I really should be... Wait, how is it even that much, though? Because I basically blundered the bishop, but they just didn't take it, and so... I'll just kind of try to push this, but it's very unlikely you'll really be able to. If you do that, you'll lose the rook. If you do this, you could like double take it there, which would be kind of cute in itself, but it probably wouldn't be worth it. So I'll try to do like even this now. So now you have a situation where, okay, good move. Not a big surprise that you should be able to do that. It's all part of my master plan because now you can just take the... let's try to trade the queen. I'm still +3 despite all this, which is kind of shocking and embarrassing for this guy. And so all this does is it helps me maybe speed up the pace of the game a little bit. But now I start to just make random moves and it's not good. Okay. Well, like I said, I should play till I lose, which it's still not even that bad, but at least this I can, well, I didn't play that well though either. It's like, this I can accept if I at least lose on time, but it doesn't matter because, you know, at least I should play well because I'm taking so long. If I had some pass pawn potential here, it would actually be good, but it's just not going to happen. So let me see. I'm not very fast at clicking either. Or this kind of position and everything is awkward. Rooting for you, yeah, I'm probably not going to do anything. So we can just trade off pawns. Like, what would I have to do basically to get this position to a draw? And the answer is, it's basically impossible. With this little amount of time at least. I don't know why I'm even doing that. You almost just confuse and trick them by making totally nonsensical moves, right, that don't actually do anything or don't actually make sense. You could cover that with that, which is interesting. I don't know why I'm even doing like all this, but that at least I'm doing on purpose. This game oh, I don't even know if I'll play another one because maybe I should do one more. I was even saying I should just play till I lose one, which didn't take too long, or maybe they'll get a fucking stalemate and that should. It would be pretty close, actually. This is literally it, too. Oh, shit. How do you even get out of this? You gotta give up the rook thing. Or he'll just get a mate before he even gets the queen, I guess. Right, at least he's thinking about it a little bit. He might have done it without. God damn it. Boy, he's that scared of the stalemate that he'll go on to the other side. Now, it wouldn't even still be a mate, but at least you could do it without getting a stalemate. Openings or systems, I guess I don't do anything. I just sort of play on instinct. I don't know really much of anything. I've never really studied, or I still end up losing in the dishonorable way by flagging. Okay, I'll give it one more chance since that was kind of just a really badly played game. I lost because I thought that no, but he didn't even punish that too. That's the problem. Like where I took with the bishop and then took the rook. Like really, let's try to see what the fuck happened this game because I just played terribly, but I was still up material and just getting away with everything. Hey Nightmare, how's it going? What happened here? Yeah, see, I blunder it and I realized that like a second later. But then he buys into it. So is it really a blunder if it's a bluff and it succeeds? Like, you just, you know, you're so cocksure of what you're doing that it ends up actually working. Right? Because they believe or they think you have something better. That's a blunder, which I don't entirely even see why they make a blunder too. That one's kind of dumb. That's also dumb. Now we trade off and we're in a good position now all of a sudden, which is kind of weird. Because, you know, now I just start choking because of time or whatever. I let it affect me kind of too early because we saw like that 1 second. Okay, I'll give it one more. But if I lose the next one, I'm for sure going to stop. So I'll have to go to Imgur and actually get the next piece of art. I lost on purpose just so I don't have to use the satanic imagery on my stream because I'll get banned for it or something. This stupid ass, whatever it is, my thumbnail for Doom Nightmare Mode level 2, right? Where that's like a symbol, I guess, for Satanism, like the two fingers together. So it was just like a joke that, it's episode 2 or level 2, but it's, the guy holding up the two fingers in a different context. The hell is my password on here anyway? Can't believe I'm using Imgur of all things. Next I'll be using 4chan or something, whatever. Wait, what is this, dude? Maybe I got banned off of here so my account doesn't work anymore. We had one more uploaded, so I won't have to like go and find it. Wait, I genuinely can't log in. Oh, now it's working. Yeah, we had done the Doom Nightmare Mode thing, and I might not have any more actually from Doom Nightmare Mode because I had episode 1 and episode 2. So there. Oh no, the next one actually is. Or no, I guess I have 2 more. So maybe, well, whatever. Fuck. Like 3 strikes and you're out. 3 lives per thing, but I don't want this to take too long. This is actually a clip. This might be like my first actual clip that I did from it. Or was it? I don't know, but it might have been. So it was just like some like I was like talking all hyped up and stuff, like you got to make it memorable, and then I like die immediately. Like I have like 4% health, and I paused it and I had to get up and do something, like how I'd always go AFK, and I'm like giving a speech like, oh, do you know who I am, dude? I'm fucking world first permadeath clear hard mode, this and that. Like, yeah, of course I'm gonna beat this level with 4% health, and then I unpause it and just die like instantly to show that I'm obviously just full of it at this point. So we'll go ahead, we'll change the set and do this. Yeah, that was at least a while ago. Clearly, I've gotten better and not much worse since then at everything. There's a certain psychological thing that I would do that, I don't know, it comes out at times, that's what I value most. I don't even mind, like, if I lose, like, for example, in a game like Chess 2, oh, this guy just knows more. Oh, God. I'm going to have to use the Pokemon set now, though. If I lose because, yes, they know openings or whatever, that's fine, and I don't, or they know these advanced theory, right? But it's not this innate way that, like, I'm just making obvious mistakes that I could easily prevent. I don't really vouch for that. I'm so confident, bro. I'm not scared anymore. My triangle has been slaughtering everyone. Semi-Slav is serious. I don't know what any of that is, but I'm sure it's good. Semi-Slav. Oh, is that actually? I've never heard that actually before. Semi-Slav defensive variation of Queen's Gambit declined. Chess opening defined by position reached after d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6. The position may be readily reached by a number of different move orders. But then why is it saying that one specific move order? Like, it must be that. Okay, so this is the Pokemon one. So Pikachu is the same on both sides, but the other side is not. So I can already tell you that black has a type advantage because you see water would be super effective on rock. So you're already winning that one. This one evens itself out. Wait, they're all like meant to be the same, but why is this different? That's weird. They changed only one Pokemon because even though these ones look different, these ones are technically the same, just different pictures. So Eevee is like the queen, Charizard is like the king. This is kind of too random to even make sense, but it's actually not that hard to keep track of because the only difference is that you got the sandpaper guy instead of whatever his name is. He would always use that stupid sand attack, I remember. You're so oh, I read that. It's all you need, save yourself years. What, the Slav defense? Or, I mean, I guess that could be true with a lot of things, like, you learn one thing really well, and then at least you can fall back on it, which, to some extent, I guess I know the King's Indian, like, whatever, I just mirror a couple moves, or, like, whatever, the King's Pawn opening. It's not that I really even know them, it's, oh, wait, did I think I just changed that, right? The King's, actually, I'm not even sure. The King's Indian is just like you mirror back, and then the other thing is like... The other thing is, whatever, King's Pawn, but yeah, I just know it to the very rough extent that I've just played it over and over to try. I actually don't even know whether I'm white or black. Well, I guess that's why they differentiate it. which is still, it's going to be a little bit hard. Like they're facing different directions, or they look kind of a little bit different. Yeah, at least I can say with authority that I could show like anybody can get to where I'm at, which is not very far or impressive at all. But anybody could at least get this far immediately if they just do my whole technique. Yeah, that's my system. It's called the pink flamingo system that I invented, which means you just trade everything like a clown and you just fixate on what your opponent's doing very reactively, which does actually work. Fianchetto, the queenside bishop, and push c5, it's irrefutable. But assuming how I'll know how to play like the rest of the position or whatever. Okay, so this is the bishop, Bulbasaur shooting vines at you, no doubt, is the whole mindset there, but they could have probably made this set a lot better within the same basic theme. I'm kind of scared of whatever this sequence is, actually. That normally doesn't ever happen, but my thing is like frozen on my side, but oh, everything's kind of bugging out today. All right, we'll go here and then, or why do I even have to do that? They'll attack this, but I don't really care. So what I want to do is bring the knight out here, which I forget what this thing is even called. It's like and it's obviously a fire Pokemon. Yeah, they have an objective advantage too. That Squirtle is super effective against whatever that thing is. So the bishop is there. Not really the most conventional spot for the bishop. You could even do that. Probably not something I want to do. Or in a way, some of these you might think, oh, it's better if they have both the same, so it's easy to keep track. Like, you know Bulbasaur is the bishop. But the problem is that you have a case where they look so similar that that can confuse you too, whether it's yours or theirs. So, right, it's not as clear that they're like white or black. Yes, they're different poses, but you're not really looking at it to that extent. So we'll go here with the pawn, and then all I have to do is as white is twice as powerful, it's defensive and offensive. It's also played at the highest level. Well, that's not always a very meaningful metric, because I mean, a lot of things are played at the higher level that either I'm not going to understand or be able to do properly, or it's not necessarily even worth it to do, worry about it. But like King's Indian at least used to be played at the highest level. Now it's sort of been refuted a little bit, or it's much less common, but I know a long time ago it was very good, or very commonly seen at least. So I don't know what to do with the rest of this position. It's mainly this that I actually don't get exactly how. I guess you'd move the rook there, but I don't really want to do that. Let's just do this just in case the pin occurs. Like, I don't have to try to do too much now. Oh yeah, and it's simple. Let's see, you bring this thing here, you just want to take it. I don't really care about anything else. Now you could do the bishop here, right? Or you could just, like, why not do that? And then I can just simply move the pawn, but then it'll be sort of pinned in a way that I don't really like. Or why do you get like the evolved version? This looks like a Bulbasaur, that looks like Ivysaur or something. You can move this. We would have the bishop pair potential. That's the whole beauty of this. We don't have to sacrifice in the way of now you could have actually won that pawn if I'm not mistaken, and the reason why is because I don't know, like you could have done this, then I take, you take, and then I can't take, so I have to move the thing, and then this wouldn't have been covered. So Eevee is there, the queen, and you have, okay, guess you have no choice really but to do that. So if they disrupt this one pawn, that could be the difference in the game right there. And so now the kingside pawn push becomes very scary. Not trying to convince you, people love their. Yeah, I know, I get it. I just kind of hate the whole vibe around openings and how people treat it, especially at the low level. I understand if you're 2000 plus, it goes without saying that you would have studied them, or you should be studying them, but I don't know. You can go here now. It creates an awkward spot for them because they can't But no, they can just seal it off. But they sealed off their own diagonal in doing that. So what I want is to do this. They would take, I would take, right, that seems perfectly fine to me. Got to watch out what they're doing with this. If they, okay, I love it. They blocked off their own diagonal. Like, what am I supposed to do? Try to open it for them now? Like, what the fuck was the point of that then? You can come down with the queen. What the fuck is this? Okay, I wasn't expecting that at all. Well, whatever. It's just one pawn was kind of a pivotal position. I could go there, but then they could just cover it. Okay, that they could have done all along, so that's fine. My whole goal was to try to put this here so we get the bishop pair, but I'm not even able to do that now. And you're attacking this one as well, so this just turned into a disastrous position. I could do this. You see how the knight just always gets in the way. Rating is close to yours. Oh, really? Okay, my time is fine. This is double. Oh my god. That's pretty good, dude. You go here and then you'll keep pushing this around to the extent that there's got to be some other way to do this. Like, what if I go here so you cover it in a different way that won't be disrupted by the stupid ass bishop? Seems nonsensical, but I mean, there's no other use for the knight in its whole existence. So now we unconnected the rook and everything. We're even blocking. We're fucking everything up. See, now, here I would take the chance to trade the thing anytime. So yes, haha, your master plan, you'll take that. But if you take that, we cover here. And if you don't, then, you know, we'll be fine either way. So you take the thing, but now you're covered by this. And if you attack this, then I'll go back. And then we'll get a threefold repetition and waste everybody's time. But, oh, I guess he made me sort of eat my word there. But how, dude? How? The point is you still have to choose one. So if you, then I won't be able to take it back. So I kind of have to let him do that, oddly enough. I guess I could have done that like all along, or I can still kind of do it to the extent that I don't know why I just didn't think of that. And it would even allow me to take the bishop too, but now I can't take it because of the simple fact that you are able to, whatever, take with the queen here too. That was actually a pretty clutch escape. See, it's you're gaming the system because what you're doing is you are letting your opponent do all the work for you, right? Like, let them think about the hard to find attacks and crazy stuff, and then all you have to do is reactively think how do I actually stop it? And the problem here is I'm fucked because they're gonna be able to do something, I'm sure. Or you can just do it now. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? They didn't even see it. And there's still nothing I can do about it. You would have to... It's just over. I mean, what the fuck? Okay, I'm done. I'm only playing Blitz 3.0. Rapid has been too many cheaters. Once you learn the system, I would play Blitz. I hate the faster time formats, but I kind of do need practice in them too. I only need use Rapid to learn my variations. I mean, in fact, I even find Rapid too fast for me. I don't know how many people have really cheated against me. I will even say 0 people have. I'm just so bad that they wouldn't need to, but they're trolling, dude. They're trolling. Why can't you go here? I don't know, man. What the fuck am I supposed to do? That's so stupid. I mean, this guy's good at attacking. Like, he kept on with the threat for so fucking long that it's actually kind of impressive. But yeah, this whole blitz and faster culture, actually kind of dislike to the extent that are they really this stupid though that they don't actually understand what's going on? Like, not that I am really one to talk, but I mean, there was nothing I could do in any sort of extended sense. Like, I just couldn't do anything. But they wanted this mate, you see? They didn't want that one. Oh, yeah. Am I missing something that for some reason you couldn't do that? Because I'm pretty sure that you could the whole time. But they're playing it really like, if you're rating a 1600 plus without studying, you would go Super Saiyan, even learn a small amount of theory. I guess. I just didn't want to yet. Fuck, he's sitting on maiden one the whole fucking time. Alright. And that's actually the whole principle actually that I like to show. Okay, I'll do one more since we have the one more art, right? I forget what it was. Is like people don't need to do it. Now, if they want to, that's fine, or it can expedite the but see, even that's not true. It's not even about expediting the process. Everything I'm doing now, you could have done from the beginning, right? I could have been doing from the start, and I guess there was something that happened when I was younger that it was just more natural like that. Not even saying I was any better than I am now. It was probably even still, well, I don't know, but it's a different environment where it's like, I don't know, like if nobody knows theory and nobody studies, then you'll be better than everyone by doing what I'm doing, but they could do it too, but just I don't know, somehow naturally people don't think like that. Okay, we'll go with this one, change the Pokemon one. So this was like a tier list, Ace Attorney tier list, where I'm ranking all the characters and everything, and we have that little chick with the meme math, like I'm coming up with all these different criteria as far as the way that I'm ranking them based on this and how good their crime was and how long did they get away with it. And Edgeworth is just randomly there. But no, I love doing stuff like that, the tier lists and whatnot for different characters and whatever character comparisons and stuff. There's this stupid format on YouTube that's like this 1v1 thing. It'll show like one character versus another and like all their stats and like play this crazy music and stuff. It's just one of those things that's like way overdone. Pony skin. Now, is that going to be My Little Pony? And I feel like this one doesn't entirely work. There's probably at least some of them that don't load, or if they do, maybe that was just me hoping that they wouldn't work. Okay, so this is the final boss one. We're not going to play after this. Right, so this is it. I have to win. So this even takes a little second to load here. I am assuming I must be black, obviously. We'll just mirror that back. Mirror back is black. They attack it there. It actually looks pretty sick. I love the way this one looks. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. If they do that, I could just take all the way. Where's like the main character though? None of these look like that. Whatever her name is, even. That's one thing I should do. I should react to and review My Little Pony. That would be a real film critic return to. Why don't you want to play? I'm watching your game. Well, today's normally a day where I do another category. I was just doing this like as a little bonus thing. I was trying to do it in these sessions like where I play until I lose a game, so I can go as long as I want, but I have to actually win. But it's just obviously I'm not playing very well right now. Okay, so the queen is there, which doesn't bother me, but I don't know exactly what this is. Is this even a pony? Like, what the hell is this guy? I'm very confused, actually. Or it'll confuse you because you'll think everything is a knight because you'll think everything is a knight because they're all ponies. They're all right. I'm very happy with that. Right, just trade the queens off. This is a bishop. You can bring this here as well. Yeah, I just feel so much safer when you get rid of the queen. So you're kind of doing me a favor by doing this. Now you can do the 6 for 6, which maybe I will do that. Right, and you almost have to just take it. there's nothing you can do to stop it, or at the very least, you have to trade like this in a suboptimal way that you probably wouldn't want to do. So the 6 for 6 is basically guaranteed, right, with respect to the rook. So, I mean, that's a good way. In fact, I'm surprised how much I dislike that. I don't like the 6 for 6 that much, even though for somebody who likes to trade, you would think, of course, you would do it. But it's sort of an uneven, weird trade because it's materially even, but something about it just doesn't feel right. And I think generally people would agree with that a little bit, that there's something about it that's just not quite great. It's not terrible for you, but... Okay, that's fine. It's not a fork or anything. It's just kind of being annoying this night. And now it almost won't be able to really escape from where it is. So if you could just attack it, that would be perfectly fine. You got this attacking there. And so you have to cover this, I guess. So the knight is actually trapped itself, right? And so that enables me to just try to take it, and you might win because of that. Alone. And this is an owl, too. I was lied to. This set's supposed to be all ponies, dude. What's funny about stuff like that is people would make fun of it or whatever, but probably, oh, shit, but you'll take that and then... What the fuck? Like, all I have to do is target this with something, but I have to do it, like, some other way. People would make fun of it, but maybe it's actually a good story, you know? There must be something good about it. I'm always one to try to give stuff like that a chance. Really, there'll be some ridicule, like Frozen, the original Frozen. It's not so great as people make it out to be, but it's also not as bad. Like, there's a lot of people who hate on it just because, whatever. But this should be actually just dead. There's gonna be something they can still do that's gonna piss me off, but I don't care. Oh, come on, man. Come on. You might say, oh, that proves you wrong about the knight, but it doesn't, because... Like, how is this so difficult to do, man? I obviously had better ways of doing it. Now, at least, even if you take, I could, like, double take, or I could still just take, and then... This is where the knight's just its own worst enemy that you can... You go like that, that's a little bit annoying, because... You go back again, and you are cheating death like crazy right now. Like, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. How is it possible that you're not dead yet? It should be mathematically impossible, bro. You're gonna go there, and then you're gonna finally fucking die, dude. Please, please. You made a valiant effort to try to save it, but this is too much. You can't go anywhere, though. Don't you get it? Don't you understand? I'll do it with the king. Like, really, I needed one more piece. I'll do it with the fucking king. But now you can take this, can't you? I don't know. I'm just so confused what happened in that whole sequence. There's no way you can stop the Darksphere Bishop from being effective either. And so you might have actually escaped unsuccessfully. I don't know how they did that. Like, that almost just makes no sense at all. I guess you can let them do it. No, but they'll take with the knight itself. I don't know. I give up. I mean, I'm not losing because of it, but I'm just confused by that whole sequence. So... Now, these are in a very awkward spot, too, so... Let's just take something else. I don't care. I'm gonna end up trapping my own fucking rook. I mean, I'm supposed to be the defensive master here. Like, that was just, like, literally god-level defense. I've never seen a knight escape like that. You take, I take... You have this attacking there. You can take it. You have the Darksphere Bishop there. You know, this is like a 6 for 6 idea too, because you would take, then you could take, right? It's probably not worth it. In fact, I'll still do it. I'm just not. Now, if you take it, you take the knight. And so it's pretty even when it comes to everything else. It's mainly this that made it not really worth it. But if you could pin this down, which is very dangerous, and I shouldn't allow that to happen, but just to recoup the pawn, I guess I'll do it. You give a check there. I actually kind of want to move this out so that I'm closer to the bishop to potentially be able to save it here. So what is really the danger zone? You go like this. Or what? Kind of an unusual position. Okay, that I'm not used to. Then in Bobby Fischer's career, he admitted d4 and c4 was stronger than e4. D4 and c4. I mean, probably not that he's admitting it. The theory probably just says it, and so if it's just true, it's true. But c4 and d4 were stronger. Of course, at the beginning, middle, and end of his career, he said the obvious fact that bishops are better than knights, but everybody always has known that ever, and yet some people still try to argue against it. Give me a fucking stalemate, so then I actually could do another one. Yeah, that's the best excuse. I'll use it as an excuse. I lost because the My Little Pony piece had distracted me and confused me, even though that really should have nothing to do with that. Getting forked by the king in a way that's not really very valuable. It seemed like the guy had blundered his knight, but that shouldn't have been the whole net sum of the game anyway. Like, even if he didn't, right, I would have still been fine. I just don't know what exactly happened. Or rather, trying to pursue it so relentlessly did kind of bust up my position a bit. Yeah, Damon Gant was obviously the highest ranked character from the original Phoenix Wright. Then from the second game, probably. I mean, Shelly the Killer is almost like Cax mode, but as far as like who's the best villain that I ranked in Justice for All, like Acro was actually pretty good. The Wellington guy's a clown. Eenie Meenie's okay with the whole body double swap thing, right? Imitating her sister, and then the other, what was the other one? It might have almost been Acro too. I mean, you can always say the Killer, and then Trials and Tribulations. Who is my best there? Oh, definitely Luke Atme. Luke Atme is a fucking genius. How he like fakes the whole thing and wants to get caught for something so that he gets double jeopardy and escapes on the other charge. And that's only the second case of the game. So one thing I learned about classical chess is that both opponents are equal in strength. Whoever plays a stronger opening is going to win. It's kind of cheese. Or it'll just be a draw every time if they both really apply themselves. D4 is stronger because the queen is backing it up. C4 is equally strong because it challenged D4. It makes sense. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't say it without good reason, but I think the whole hatred of opening theory is what it does is it kind of makes you appreciate stuff like, you know, this is why variants are better or whatever, because you can still do opening theory for every single variant, you know, like 960. You can do opening theory for every single one of those 960 positions. It's just less likely that you'll be able to, you know, memorize it as well for every single one of them. And so if you committed to one of them, like let's take position 450 and then do opening theory on that. So it's just the redundancy of competitive play in anything, like where, especially something turn-based, where it's such a controllable environment. You could do that with any position and you would have the same complaint that like, oh, well, opening theory ruins it. But it's just people taking it so seriously that ruins it, because you could reduce anything to a settled science if you really want to badly enough, you know, by going through that, and everyone has studied it and everyone has to know the same thing. So at some point it becomes just a raw equalizing factor. Like when you see Super GM versus Super GM, they're still learning openings, or not learning openings, but they're still like they're still like prepping on them at a high extreme level in certain variations. But what that means is that, you know, it's just to cancel it out because the other one has done so too. So in other words, a truly high level game will be, the openings don't matter because it's not going to dictate the outcome of the game. They'll just even each other out, and then the real game will happen later, and then it really still doesn't because it still evens itself out, and so it ends up being a draw the majority of the time. 960 is the future. I don't like necessarily to say it like that, but I mean, it is good. You can't prepare. But see, that's the whole funny thing is you technically can't. One day people will be so, but it's too much to remember, right? But you still technically could, like position by position, you could still learn all 960 opening theories for all versions of the game. I'm going to play it once I get my ratings to satisfactory. 960 is pure. Bobby is the man. Yeah, let me actually play one game of that just so I can get a win in something. It almost feels like I'm just losing on purpose sometimes. Like I got kind of bored of it once I just wish I had gotten to actual 17. I got to 1695, which was perfect, but okay, let's not even do 10 minutes. Let's do like 5, or you know what you have to kind of do is just look here because you or is there like a no, there's not a separate lobby for variants though. You kind of just have to wait and sit here, or I could host my own, but is that even the icon for it now? No, I forgot. 10 plus 180 though. This guy's gonna have me here all fucking night. And actually using the set isn't even what I intended to have happen. But I guess I have no choice. Why do I get such a long abort time too? Wait, let's just mirror what he does for now because I can't figure out what's happening. But these are the queens. This is the, I don't even know actually. This is the king. I mean, they'll be obviously equal on each side. So you brought the knight from there to there, which I don't agree with that move. I would rather bring out the bishop itself because it's a superior piece in every way. What you have is a simple ability to develop the bishop itself. What? Well, I guess maybe that's why he did it. Right, because you're basically able to... Now, if you leave it there, it actually gets trapped, I think. Right, like you would have to move it specifically, which isn't very hard to do, just anywhere so you can go out. But let's see if they're dumb enough to leave it there. I did like that little permanent variant round robin that I do, where like I play each variant until I lose, and I went on like a 5-game win streak with a 960, and I beat like a 1700 who had played like 10,000 games or something in it. So that was kind of a crazy game, but those are the only two I played. I played like one game of Crazy House and just lost, and then I played 960 the rest of the time. That's kind of a fun format I should do from time to time, but I haven't really wanted. Wait, what? This is a knight, so your queen is actually fucking trapped, dude. Who do you think you're playing against, dude? What is this, dude? What is this? What is that? Dude, it's like a minute into the game. Why aren't you using your time with the 180 bullshit? Now I'm gonna sit here all fucking night doing this. Why do people use these long ass time controls? Says me who likes whatever so much. Who likes classical so much. What the fuck was that, bro? Wait, we gotta focus on the rest of the... It just makes it too easy. Like we would actually have to win in a decisive way. That is one of the weirdest time formats ever. 10 plus 180. The only way to escape from that being an issue, although they could troll me by waiting forever too. This went on way longer than I wanted it to too. No cheese, and online they can't use the engine. Or actually, I'm sure there is an engine for it. It might be very flawed and take longer and stuff like that. I like knights over bishops, not even... Really? I mean, objectively, bishops are better. It's just a fact, but... A lot of people do like them. It's even the icon for the website, or a lot of, whatever, paraphernalia to do with chess. I would favor knights as I like to play close positions. I like to play close defensive positions too, but I still don't like the knights. And in the end game, the knight's correct. Yeah, but it's very ideal circumstances. Like, you know, it has to be a close position, it has to be the end game, it has to be an octopus knight. Like, in that circumstance, sure, but I mean, that's like so perfect that it's just not. What was I even trying to do? Like, let's just try to develop a little bit, basically, and I don't know, if you take, I can just take back. Let's just not blunder the queen the way they did. So of course, the fact that they were able to take that was all part of my master plan to try to trap the queen in there, except they could have easily gotten out of it and it would have been fine. So what you want to do is, I don't even know. If they do the en passant, we have the ability to easily take back, so that's not an issue. Right, we could take back with the... Or actually, no, I can't take back as easily as I thought. I would take back with the pawn, but then I would split the pawn, so that wasn't even a good move. You could potentially take there, but this would be covering, so maybe I don't mind that. This is a kind of a sexy pawn structure for sure. Yeah, like that's what happens. The best chess players always get bored of the actual game, and then they invent their own version, like Capablanca chess too. A little fairy chess with the different pieces and stuff. Which you can do so many different things like that. Like just invent your own pieces and invent your own, you know, rule set. There is no absolute perfect thing. That's what I don't like about base chess, that people act like it's so perfect or treat it like it's, you know, it's subjectively just the same as countless other versions that you could potentially come up with, or that already exist too. Let's see if they'll blunder the knight, which again, there's only one spot for them to even go with it, as it's often in a position like that. This bro is actually trying to troll me with the fucking length of this game. I mean, he could sit there for half an hour, and I have no choice but to wait, because I'm not going to lose or abort. Like, he's going to do it just because I'm streaming, and he'll watch it with glee and satisfaction to, oh, he's just bad. He's just a baddie. And see, with this one, I can take some pure satisfaction in it, because when you look at how many games I've played 24. How many games of this have I really played in my life? And the answer is not very many, because, you know, not many more than that. I would play variants a lot, but I wouldn't really play this one. I would play like, you could block with that, but I almost don't feel comfortable putting the bishop here. It seems like a mistake somehow. But you're going to be forced to, because if you put it here and then you go here, then you are stuck. Or no, you're not. But then you lose that, I guess. You put it here and then you can go up and then you cover everything, everything's fine. So let's actually do this, even as weird as it seems. Too much theory, plain simple, I agree. I'm kind of forced to play the way I do, because not only do I hate losing, but I love winning. But then chess is just the wrong game for you, because you should play it if you love drawing. They have a light square bishop, but it wouldn't actually be able to do anything. I could block with that, but I don't see... I guess I could do the same thing, like where I trap it potentially there, but I think this is fine. 4-player chess looks really interesting. Yeah, I played that at times too. I'm trying to remember what the ones I actually used to play were. I played a lot of Chaturanga. I played some other maybe weird ones that were on other sites, because I didn't even know that chess existed. So I would have either played it on chess.com, or I would have just... There were other sites maybe. So here you could take it with the thing, and the act of doing that would also let you take this. So there's some problems that are arising here for sure. My queen is all claustrophobically in here too. You have like the knight covers knight connection. So if you were trying to... I don't know, I'm just trying to get everything like off the back rank and stuff, I guess. You could try to go here and then go like here, and that's like a cute little play. But that's exactly what you even are going to try to do. If you do that, would I be able to do anything to it? And the answer is I wouldn't, because you're going to be just so out of position, really. I guess you could do this now, but it doesn't really serve a purpose. So my whole goal here should be to try to cover that, right? But you won't be able to do that very easily to start. Everything is like sort of claustrophobic and closed off. So you would say this is a position that favors the thing. Like this is a position that favors the actual. Yeah, like I just said that too, but I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it. Like, I don't even know if I could have covered that. The biggest thing is, can I like recover from it somehow to be able to, like, okay, you will take there and I'll let you do it, but then will you take something else in the process? And the answer is yes, because this will be a liability as well. If I go here, I'm in danger to. You're in more danger of like some sort of mating thing than actually just simply losing a piece, right? I'm +6. I guess I can just afford to lose something and I'll just live with that. Continue my unbeaten streak in this just because the person blunders their queen, off the outset there. You can go here and then you could easily take that. So I don't want that to even happen. Let's go here. So now everything is adequately covered. You can double take that, but that's actually okay. And I'm even a fan of the trades that are going to happen. So they played really badly at the beginning. Then they came up with some really good threats here. That, again, it was fairly obvious, but you're going to find yourself in this mode like sometimes you just won't be able to do anything because, just stuff is out of reach and everything. What is this board? It's actually the board is pretty normal. It's the piece set is some My Little Pony thing. Never in my life have I seen Andy play chess.com again. Yeah, I keep failing challenges on there, so I have to keep deleting my account, so I don't use it very often. I don't get many draws in the Norway chess tournament. They made draws wins for black at some point. I think that should be a rule. If black, what the fuck? That seems kind of too harsh, though. White has too much. White has an advantage, but I don't think it's that much that black should just win automatically. Like, that's kind of too much. That's like a troll mechanic, actually. Because you would just. Because most games are going to be draws anyway. Like, that's actually bullshit. Norway chess made that actually a rule. Oh, that would piss so many people off. That's literally the point of the game. Like, this is so confusing. Like, I don't understand. If they bring the thing there, then you're double attacking this. And as usual, apparently nothing can ever cover anything here. Like, what the fuck, man? We'll go like this, we'll attack the thing, and then we're covering it with the queen itself. So the queen finally comes out. Gerardo has been following for 2 years, 1 month. Yeah. Like, what is that compared to my... What is that compared to my total time being back to streaming? It's basically been 2 years and maybe like 6 months. So it's only like a 5-month difference. Something like that. Now, even if you take, you kind of messed up the fact of winning the free piece because... Oh, wow. This guy is so bad, dude. But that was still an uncomfortable position for sure. Like... Whatever, let's just end this because I don't want to sit here for an hour. this guy and his time control, man. What is the deal? I like long games too, but okay, you bring the stupid ass knight, you have the stupid ass bishop here. Just try to put some pressure. But this is also where the borrowed knowledge comes in still too. Like a lot of things that people will learn and study, not so much in the opening, but I mean then I can respect it more. But it will be a case where you're like all those skills still come into play because you'll get sort of familiar positions as the game goes on. A little bit. It's not, not as conventional, but I like that sort of fallacy though too. it doesn't mean that, oh, there's no opening theory, right? You could study 601 and you could learn this exact position. It's just like you're overwhelming people with so many positions that now it becomes impossible to keep track of all of them. But it's the same principle that any one of them could be broken down the same way. So the problem with chess isn't innate to the game or the position, it's the fact that you're limiting it to just one position, as in, like you pick any one of these and it would have the same problem. So it's not actually, oh, the position of chess is bad. It's that you're only doing one, whereas you're comparing one game to 960 games. Like you could make a million of them like that, where it has little two extra squares or different pieces that move differently. Like there's so many different ways to change it around. Crazy House where you can put the stuff down. You apparently you can't even play 960 on chess.com, or at least I couldn't find it somehow. You down to bring back memories, 1v1 each other? Yeah, sure, we can. Yeah, most games do come down to drawn position, but most people are not smart enough to make a correct waiting move. That's how I get them. They see a draw. Well, then that's not even a question of smartness. In fact, almost I always would take pride in that too. Like it's a form of integrity. Like I don't want to draw because draws are degenerate, so I would rather just, I'd rather lose than get a stupid draw like that. But it's just, that's what you learn. You become sort of cynical and jaded to the game, that you just have to accept the fact that the majority of games are going to be a draw, and it feels like a waste of time, and it's just frustrating and stupid. But you go here, they can't do anything with that. Okay, they just resign, and of course that was even a casual game too, which I don't see what it matters. Like, why not just play a rated one anyway? Nobody cares about this format anyway. I mean, whatever. But yeah, we're like so far almost undefeated, or we actually are undefeated in the last several that we've done in that. Took a break from chess. When I came back, you were in your prime. I mean, you were pretty good as it was. Are you on here still? I can't remember where we would actually play a lot, or do I have a chess.com spare account if I need it. But yeah, I'll keep using the stupid My Little Pony set just so for next time I remember that I shouldn't have even bothered doing this. Now I'm going to be too tired to actually do my proper category. This is the second time I've almost skipped something just to whatever. I don't know why I keep doing this, yeah. It's not like it's helping me. I was on a good streak for a while. Thanks. You forgot your password? Okay, I'll go on chess.com. Hang on. And let me actually look when I'm on there just to see, like, can you actually play 960 on there? Because it would seem shocking if you couldn't. Let me see. Yeah, that is the whole irony of it. I came back and I'm like, oh, I always used to love variants. I never even liked regular chess that much or whatever. I prefer them. There's so much variety. But then I didn't want to do it because I thought, oh, I'm so bad at regular chess now that I kind of want to get to 2000 or something, and then I'll unlock the ability to play them again. Or they had this little football set, which hopefully they keep around, but I feel like they don't often do that. Like if we were to go to 4-player invariants, would it actually show that? And I'd be shocked if it doesn't. Spell chess, like, really? Oh, but I guess just nobody actually tired of studying openings. Just study 960 times of them instead. The pieces are newly shuffled each game, which again does not in any way negate the ability to study openings. It just expands it. Like, just study all 960 of them. You don't think a grandmaster can do that? Obviously not as well as you would with regular ones, but that's the point. You can still have a base outline opening theory that's more slimmed down, that you know certain things about each whatever opening position. Like people would actually still do that. Why does this look so different? What is this, like kick or something? Oh wait, yeah, it says it right there. I'm stupid. Since when do they do that? I thought they would only host Twitch streams or something. That's how you know Kick has made it, because chess.com puts it on their stupid starting page. Okay, let's play one game here and then I'll try to do my other thing. Or I don't have like a friends list properly, but your chess account is probably forgotten. Okay, what's your name on here then? Probably the same thing. Gerardo, master. Let's see if my bitrate actually calmed down overall. Drop frames 1.6%, not bad. No way you're learning 200 some openings with white and black. But that's fine. Not so much the variations, but you'll learn some basic outline, I'm sure. They would need 9 lifetimes to learn all that theory. There'll still be like a slimmed down Cliff Notes version of it that you get certain core concepts out of each one. There's no question that for each one, like in, there'll be like a little Spanish teacher guide for it. In position 16, you do this. In position 20, you do this. Not like you do the exact sequence of moves the way we're spoiled with opening theory, but in a basic sense. Like, okay, it's position 55. I know that the queen's vulnerable here to get trapped on move 6, or I know that you're trying to get the rook out early in this position, and you just know some basic logical razor about each one, and so that still informs it in a base opening theory sense, even if it's not gonna like make your moves for you. So there's no doubt that people are doing that now, at least. Click here to search with Google. What do you mean, dude? Or like it's still trying to search within the site. Only 1,500 viewers. That shows you Kick sucks. He would have way more on Twitch, or they just multi-stream anyway. That's what I liked about the whole XQC thing. Like he gets a contract for $100 million to stream on Kick, but then he's still able to, it's not exclusive. Like, it should have been exclusive for that much money. Oh, Gerardo the chess. Oh yeah, of course. That's why you would all Nightmare would always call you the cheese challenger. Gerardo the chess. I must be misspelling it somehow. Gerardo. Oh, I'm putting like a double R or something. What? Gerardo the chess challenger. Oh, it's it's actually misspelled, isn't it? Unless I'm misspelling it. You got a picture of Shaq like asleep. That's just Shaq playing blindfold chess. Okay, let's just do one game here and then it is random. Yeah, we get to use these football pieces. I just wish they made the second rank look a little like the back rank look a little better, or thematic too. Or wait, why did it show like that? That was kind of cool. What the hell was that? And it like changed the set in doing that too. Okay, we'll go here. Playing with the pawns at the center. Let's see how good he actually is. I get my King's Indian off, which clearly I've studied this and know it, even though that's like all I do, and that's all it's kind of meant to be at times. You can go here. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Which tells you that you're going to pin down and try to trade, because if you weren't going to do that, then I would rather put the thing there. You put it here. If they take, we can still do the same thing. So we create the little V-shaped structure here that always serves me well. Right now, you'll look at how boss my pawns actually are. I actually love this one though, the way it looks just with the helmets for the pawns. But how could they forget to, just leave everything else the same like normal for the rest of the pieces? That's just kind of boring. But you look at how good this is, right? You have so few anchor pawns. This one almost doesn't even count because these two are connected by the king. You have one anchor pawn covering all the rest of these. That's about as efficient as you can get with as few covers as possible. And so now they're playing all aggressively with this, which is weird. And so I don't really approve of that sort of play. And so now it's this sort of kingside pawn push that I don't like. So we have to move the knight. And the way that I move the knight could be like this, which is an overly defensive position. You know, is this just how Gerardo plays anyway? Or why is he only 1089 though? I mean, he might not have played in a while, but still, he was higher than that before, I thought. I mean, see, again, this is probably a blunder of a move, but I'll just do it anyway because I don't care about anything else. I mean, that would still be fine. Like, there's no innate problem with it, really. So this would allow you to at least take it if it went there, but other than that, it doesn't have a whole lot of value. This actually seems like a good move to make. You put the queen, like, just right in there, right in their face. You have to realize in chess, like, you have to be prepared that most of your efforts are going to be futile. Like, what is that a line from, actually? It's like a line from a story. We have to be prepared that all of our efforts are going to be fruitless. And so that's the way that you approach chess, though, because you know that every attack you do is not going to work, and everything you try to do is just going to be a waste of time. What the hell is that from? It's on the tip of my tongue. We must be prepared for the possibility that all of our efforts... Oh, fuck. Did I just... might be fruitless. If I just missed something, again, against a very good player, that could have won me the game right there. So this is the kind of stuff where it's hard to balance the time management. Like, I have 8 minutes. It's not like that's an issue yet. Go here. I don't know why he even has to really do that. I don't get it. What was it even that bad of a spot to be in? Why couldn't you just... Huh, whatever. I guess we win a piece either way, but I thought that wasn't even such a bad position. Why couldn't they, like... Why couldn't they just, like, go back or something? Wait, now I don't need to play overly aggressive, but I almost... Maybe I should, though. It's like we're in such a spot that... You know, this is the kind of position where you do want to play aggressive, or the knight would be the perfect thing to try to come in. If you're able to just... You know, finally get it in, give a check. And you could potentially take this. Or you should try to be like going here, but you could always react to it. So we're in a very strong position now. I don't know how exactly this happened so easily. You give a check here, but you take with the stupid rook. The problem is I've given up the cover on there, so that could pose actually some real meaningful problems for me. I'm going to try to do this, but now I'm sort of overdoing it, and this is where I get in trouble with threats that I kind of, you know, don't need to be doing them. But this pawn is very strong. They could always just target it again, but I could always just move my thing again, and I would need to like double cover it then. I can never follow that rule though, where I say like, oh, I'll just play, you know, until I lose, and then I lose like 3 in a row, and then I stop. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what that has to do with anything with the positions. So let's go here now. So now if you take, I can take with the knight. That seems perfectly fine. And you might mock the comparison to football too, but like football is a very strategic game where they spend more time setting up for plays than when they actually do playing. Or, you know, coaching is such a big deal. Like even basketball is a much more simplistic sport when it comes to stuff like that. Just like now you'll take with the thing, but now we can do all kind of funky shit because we can like go like this and then go like this, which arguably you shouldn't even want to do that necessarily because it'll, oh no, it will be a trade, but it'll be a fork, right? Like you go there, then I take, well, I guess, but if you go there, then I take it anyway. So I take the rook as it is. See, I'm not even seeing the innate reason why that's so good. But either way, it's good. Ever heard of the sports talk show Undisputed? Yeah, I've seen lots of clips from that. Skip Bayless after his first take days, and then obviously Shannon Sharper. Now he finally left, but a lot of people hate Skip, but I respect at least his whole. He's had so much influence on that it's good. You're rusty, so yeah, that was kind of. Let's see what he can actually do here. You can try to trade the queen, but then I should just be able to mate. I mean, it's just mate anyway. That one pawn there was pretty badass. Or does that celebration stuff only happen because we're on the football thing, or what? You delivered a checkmate with the queen. How have I never done that before on this account? Like, what have I done? I've just only played variant, so I would have never had a queen or something. Yeah, good game. They added more effects into chess.com. Yeah, I don't remember actually seeing that one before. I played on here not too long ago, or maybe I just never win games, so it wouldn't show that. My show would be called Unrefuted. And like Lil Wayne or somebody sung a song too for that actually has that in the lyric, like Undisputed something something. I should actually use the daily reviews on these. But no, the way that you're saying that the engine can't be used in 960, I don't think that's actually true, because it does let you analyze it. It's just not. I don't see why you couldn't analyze it in terms of conventional chess thought. Like, it won't be as good and accurate as a regular Stockfish engine for like regular chess, but it'll be assessing the position as if it was happening in the normal game, right? As if that position's even possible. Like, the starting positions aren't possible because, whatever, but it's just whatever. As the game progresses, it won't be that big of a deal. So I think you can absolutely cheat. It would just be a little bit more difficult or take a bit longer. What engine lets you set up a 960 position? Well, what if you just look up 960 engine? Let's see. Will it even show it with the zoomed in camera? 960 chess engine. There must be some that are made just for that reason alone. Analysis of engines are all very strong. Or it's just called chess 960 now, but what engine is used? There's some engines that support this mode, engines that can play 960 or Stockfish Komodo. Yeah, you would think it would sort of adjust and acquiesce to it. The one that was inherited from, again, I'm sure it's not nearly as good or as advanced, but it would follow a lot of the same logic, to the extent that if this position hypothetically occurred, then you would, what would it be like if it was actually a regular chess game in that position, many of which wouldn't even be possible to have. Engine has helped me so much, yet the cheaters use it. Double-edged sword. 3-0 blitz for now. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'd never really know how anybody could detect that one way or the other. Like, these sites will always ban people because they think they're cheating, but it would be very hard to prove that they actually are, and then obviously just pattern of behavior, but still. But then on the flip side, anybody could be doing it, but just, you could cheat in such a way that it blocks the detection, like deliberately make a blunder here and there, but you still are using it. So, you'll follow the engine's every move except for a few of them, and deliberately make mistakes just to disguise it. Like, there'll be all this sort of interplay with that too. Okay, so today is my normal Saturday format where I'm supposed to do some other game, but then I end up having so little time that I figure, okay, we'll just make every day a fucking chess thing. But no, what I'll do is I'll hard enforce the rule that I can only play until I lose one, and then I'll do something else anyway, but whatever, clearly I won't lose. And so I kind of did this last week too, where I skipped my Saturday format. I don't even know really. I guess it still counts, like, I play something different every week on Saturday. But I guess different from what? Like, it's supposed to be something that's about to go offline that I never got a chance to play, or something I've never played before, but then it's suited for like a longer session. But I'm also doing with this, basically, every time I lose a game, I have to change my background, I have to change my I have to change my background, I have to change my preset, I have to change my board, right? Just as like a little permadeath round robin thing for the cosmetics. It makes it more interesting. But we're at an interesting moment with the thumbnails because I'm using my YouTube thumbnails because I ran out of the images and the backgrounds that you natively have on the site. And once I get through my thumbnails, I might have to use like some other, just random meme images or something. I don't even know what I'd use at that point. But we're at an interesting moment with these thumbnails because now we're getting to, these are like my oldest YouTube videos that I posted since coming back to streaming in like 2021. And so this was the first series I actually did, not just on YouTube, but even on Twitch. It just took me a little longer to upload. That's why it wasn't like my first thumbnail, because I've already gone through some of them. But this is like a good epiphany telling moment where you sort of realize something about the experience, or it makes you reflect, like, this series was so good. Like, I came back just to do this one series, right? I hadn't streamed in 2 years since like 2019. And then I just decided, okay, I feel like doing this one, so I may as well do it on stream. And it was a world first clear, super hard mode where all the ghosts have 200 health. Luigi's Mansion, it was considered unsolved. There's all these kind of seemingly impossible moments where you can't suck the purple ghost with 0 health, and there's kind of like these hard lock moments. And so the point is that I come back and I like this one so much that I keep going, and then I do Paper Mario, I like that so much that I just keep going and I never stop. So I've streamed every day since. But it kind of makes you realize, like, this sort of mindset is the same thing that spoke to me like in the past. And I had done so many things in the past that were, very difficult, hard modes, whatever, permadeath runs. And so it's kind of like, I don't know, the same person who could do that can clearly get to 2000 here without studying, or can clearly do certain things. So it makes you sort of realize it. I wasn't thinking about it this way. I was just doing the thumbnails as whatever. I just want a different background every time I lose. But this makes you actually look at what you had to go through. So let's analyze the art a little bit. But like, the same guy who did a world first clear of Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode is really going to be somebody that you can beat in a game of chess at fucking 1600 rating. Like, if I apply that same level of passion and mindset, right, that lets me do that, there's no way that I can lose. But you can't escape. Do you prefer 100 pennies or 4 quarters? I think definitely 4 quarters. In fact, they said there was a thing where they're going to get rid of pennies at some point, but I guess it never really happened. So that everything will just be rounded up to a nickel or down to 0 or some stupid thing like that. But no, the whole idea is that, okay, so this is the first thumbnail, and technically this isn't even the very first part, because the very beginning got sort of bugged out, so then I had to, like, the audio wasn't clear, so then I uploaded it again as me, like, going through it again, so with the Chauncey and stuff. So technically this isn't even the first episode, but it's the first one I uploaded. So this is me obviously doing the 200 health hard mode. It's also the hidden mansion. It's also reversed and all that kind of stuff. So I was trying to kind of display with the thumbnail, the 200 health that you can see. And I thought that was just like a cool effect of the light shining on that guy, kind of him disappearing. And so this is like one of the early rooms out in area 2. And I'm showing my low health. I put the number. So like, this is when I started to try to at least put some effort into making them. And then it's like me saying this isn't even that difficult, making fun of that, even though I died like a lot during that stretch. But yeah, that was a very, very epic series. That'll be one that I look back on when I become a partnered streamer and a big streamer and all this stuff. Like, this is the series that made me come back, because if I didn't like it that much, I would have still done that series, but then I would have just stopped. I was not intending to come back for all time. So let's just keep in mind, again, who we're actually playing against, who my opponents are actually playing against, because this is actually a good psychological sort of thing to do, right? I wasn't really in that mindset, but it's a good way to show it. Like, look at my greatest accomplishments of the past, and there's no way that you can beat me if I channel that, right? It's impossible. You couldn't do, all these people who beat me, 2,000 rated chess players, can't do this fucking hard mode, dude. I want to see them try. I mean, obviously, if they put enough time in, and of course, chess players have no respect for time, because, that's all, they just do the same thing all day, every day. But look, dude, it's a very interesting thing, but I don't even like that I'm doing this, because, today's not the kind of day where I should be doing this. Wait, why did it do that? Oh, shrinking and changing pieces? I don't know if I can handle that. Like, changing in what way, though? Like, what does this mean? Like, I don't mind if they change as long as they're the same one. Oh, God, this is gonna fuck with my eyes and everything. They don't change to different pieces, so at least I can guess I can deal with it. What the fuck? But they just disappear. I guess I will leave it. I'll have to play as this one, so make it a little more tricky for me. But no, that is like a good... Wait, but they changed to black and stuff. That's not right. I don't mind if they change color, or not colors, like shapes and stuff, but why did they both become black then? Let me watch it for a second. Yeah, that is like a good manifesting mindset in life in general, right? When you're struggling to do something, go back to something really good that you've done before, like the same guy who got a 4.0 GPA in college, the same person who, did this or that. Like, you're trying to tell me you can't do this one simple thing? Like I guess I can't use it only because it's objectively unfair. I don't mind all the changes, but I mind the fact that it becomes black, so they'll both become black, which makes no sense, really. So pony skin, shrinking and changing pieces, simple colorized. Yeah, we need something simple here and go on a good streak. So if I lose this, I will do something else. I'm not even sure what. Since he said something to do with Scape, I thought of RuneScape. Let's do RuneScape, which I played a little bit in the past, but I've never really played it. But see, whenever I do something like that, I feel like it deserves kind of a longer, more thorough session, but I guess I just don't really do those anymore with anything. So let's actually try this here. So I can't lose. If I lose one game, I'm going to stop. That's it. I keep saying that. That's what these sessions are meant to be. So under that context, I don't mind, only playing one. Or, like, I don't mind doing it every day, but, you know what I mean? Like, I always just say that, and then I keep going anyway. Yeah, they sniped me and saw that art, and like, oh shit, this is that guy who nobody fucking knows who I am, but... 1534... really doesn't matter, that there was that stage where I was beating 1700s relatively consistently, or at least drawing them, or at least only losing on time. So I was obviously doing something right, but I don't understand how it stopped happening. It was really just more an effort thing. Like, I was just thinking harder and calculating more and just playing it actually the correct way, except for obviously all the stupid ass borrowed knowledge that people have. So you have this, which is nothing really happening with that. I just have to make sure I stop the pin if it does indeed happen. Yeah, now I'm the very clown I swore to destroy. That, like, look how much I played, even though, again, it's relatively normal considering, anybody who takes the game remotely seriously, but I don't know, I can't pretend like I'm not somebody who plays the game a fair amount. You could try to take this. What would the response really be? They have to almost let me take it there by taking that. They could go like this. It just feels like a natural move, but it's also not really something I want to even do. And it's not pinned, so you could technically just move it too. Like, let's not even worry about it, but you shouldn't go for these cheeky little things in the opening, like, oh, I'm going to win a pawn or something. You can go like this, and basically the main thing we're trying to do is open up the ability to basically, some of the worst moves you can make is like where you tunnel vision on an idea, whether it's like, I want to develop this so I ignore everything else, or I want to trade this, right, so I ignore everything else, or I have like some great threat that I can potentially do. See, this is just a net positive, right? He just blundered a pawn because he's a 1500 rated player, and there's no downside to it. Surely there's no downside to it. Even if there was a downside to it, you have the 6 for 6 that you can just go for in lieu of whatever else he is doing, right? Including a check. So that probably isn't something I want to do, but I actually will do it. Right, just it's kind of a lazy, reductive way to play, which is kind of what I'm all about. Now, this is a good night spot for him to be in, but the thing is, okay, this will guarantee a trade, but it's not really the kind of trade that I want. This pawn is going to be an odd one out. So you almost want it to go like this, but you really can't even do that. That's the problem. I don't know. Like, you got to open the the light square situation, right? The light square bishop, but there's nowhere good for it to actually go. I don't really understand. I could try to trade the knight here, which, again, this is probably not a very good move. I can't really figure out a good way to actually develop the bishop here, though. John Risky. Very risky playing somebody almost 100 rating higher, but it's not his fault. You know, this matchmaking can just be busted. Or you know what happens is sometimes there's like that one move that you just kind of stop thinking or stop paying attention. You'll be doing fine for a while and then you'll suddenly just get bored with it or something will happen. So we gotta just do it to develop. That's the only thing we gotta do. Some players just make it so easy so you kind of forget what, you know, you can blame the low rating. The only reason why I'm so bad is because, you know, the only reason why I'm so bad is because I play against low-rated players, so they kind of lull you into a false sense of whatever. Now this turns into a good attacking threat, and the reason why is because now you're opening this, and then you can potentially open this, although you could negate that diagonal pretty easily too, so it's going to be hard to really do anything with that. Right, I don't know whether it's even worth it to try to do that, but this is an uncovered sort of isolated pawn, or it is covered, but you would think it'd be so easy to bring the bishop into the spear here of what you can do. I almost want to go at it like from this direction, but I just don't know. Seems like a cute little thing to do, right? But it probably isn't going to do anything, but there's no downside to it. Like, I don't know what this is going to do. I'm not going to have enough attackers on there, so I'm just getting kind of a little bit lazy about it. You're covered by this in a very odd spot. So the hope is to go here, and then you kind of just stack up your threat so much that they can't do anything about it. But it really, this is where attacking in chess is very deceptive, right? It seems like you have something going, like, oh, look at all these pieces towards the king, but it just ends up not being that way. Or you had something maybe better, but not really, because it wouldn't have had a cover. But I guess you, oh, shit. I guess I could have just done, no, I guess that's what he was reacting to. Right, like, oh, I could do this because you, maybe I could have done something earlier, though. If you ever attack this with this, now you lose the knight because it's, you would have lost the knight because it's sort of a position where you, I don't like where the bishop is right now, but I mean, I guess you just have to deal with it because there's nowhere else I can put it. What you would do is like, okay, it's pinned, so you go here. Then if you take, I take, so you have to bring like the bishop here and trade. Or now they're pretty sharp to all these kind of things. So you have the double stack going, but it's not actually going to accomplish anything. In fact, it's going to cost you this. I kind of want to do this, but I don't know exactly why. I could have tried to take the other diagonal just more in a bit more of a simple way, and the reason why I could have done that is because you probably could have just brought the thing here and it would have been fine. There might be something bad about this, but I guess I can just kind of get out of there anyway. So we could use that as the impetus for a double stack, but I don't really know what purpose that would serve. I almost just want to bring it back. You always want to keep the rooks connected and stuff. These pawns are pretty weak, so that aspect alone would be pretty valuable. So you can take here and I can't take back. I could do another cheeky kind of move like this, or I could just bring the queen in all together. Right, this would pretty much solve anything that might be happening. And I got to just keep an eye on this. He's basically giving it up because of the prospect of doing that. Got to double check everything, but the pace of this at least has favored me where it's not too fast. So everything is fine. There's always like certain temptations and dangers that you run into where it's not really something you should be doing. Like, oh, you go here, so you attack this, or whatever, but then you could like go here and then I can't take it, so it, you know, they turn a good threat by you, or a seemingly good threat, into you know, something you get punished for, basically. What? And why would you just make that move and then do it? I don't get it. Okay, well, let's try to make this one actually last somehow. Everything was fine, and I guess I was winning for a short period of time here, but let's see, kind of try to learn a little bit from it, even though I'm specifically trying not to study. I do take there. You're not supposed to take here, so let's see what this is. You go here. Oh, wait. You go here because you can't take, but then what does it do? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? You're blocking your own thing so you could just take there. What the fuck? Oh shit, because it's a check. Look, man, you can't try to learn stuff like that. Like, I don't care what anybody says, but even if you don't learn how to do exactly stuff like that, you should learn, like, kind of the way that you think. Like, you know that the pawn is pinned, but you're not really thinking about it that way. You're just thinking about it in a long-term sense. But I like how most of my blunders are like that. You either go from winning to drawing or drawing to slightly losing, but they're not, like, you know, really decisive. But I did play pretty badly, say still. But it's in ways that I almost can't even really explain, or I don't know. I should just change my Saturday format to just playing chess even more, but I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get back to 17, but it's going to take me a while. Like, even if I win every game, it's going to take me forever, so I shouldn't do it like that. I was just on a good roll, and I don't like how I just... You bring that, that's very cute. Now you can take this and try to stop the castle, but maybe that's exactly what they want to happen. Right, so it's hard to say, or at least having this so open is itself a good thing to do. Yeah, there's always that temptation, like you're going to take there, but you're really not going to, and the reason why is because of the simple fact that you're not able to protect it very well. You have this, so now you can't take, but the point is I don't have anywhere good to actually move it, so it doesn't really solve the problem, right? Or I should have done that actually first, but they still didn't block. They still didn't block, so what if I do it now and then I can move it like there, which, again, these knight moves will drive you crazy because... Or he's doing it more so to cover this, but... You can take this anytime you want. This is like sort of the gambit pawn that some of this, you know, you might think, oh, it sounds like you've studied or you've learned these things because, you know, you just know certain things, but it doesn't mean that... Wait, we gotta move... Well, actually, I don't have to move it, but it's getting like a little bit greedy still. You go here, and then if he keeps going, I take. If he doesn't, I take... There's no other way you can really cover it unless you bring the queen into the picture. I'm gonna try it. You still have to deal with it, so now I'll take... No, I can't. The fuck happened? Okay, the point is the knight is still safe, but I maybe messed that up a little bit. Now I'll take, they'll take. The main thing is just to open that diagonal. It's not even like I'm trying to win a pawn or something. But leaving this here for this long is just because I hate the knight so much and I like to torture it. I guess, not because it's actually a good thing to do. Right, like there's no reason why you should leave it like that for so long. Something could go wrong unless you know like exactly what you're doing. Yeah, this is how we'll go on a good win streak. Everybody's just, their internet's just gonna disconnect or something. Just play during some sort of power outage, internet outage, and use like your mobile hotspot to do it instead. This is the real way to gain elo. Main reason why I would want this to happen is just for the sake of time. Like, you know I'm gonna win anyway, so just don't even worry about it. Let's see how many thousands of games you played. 446. Okay, I can respect that. It's so hard to measure how many games somebody has actually played though in their life, because it's like, you know, in an over the board sense, they'll say, oh, he's only played a couple hundred games, but those are like actual FIDE rated games at events and tournaments. not like actual, you know, all the stuff online or in person over the board with friends, with family, with whatever, mentors, tutors. Or what the ironic thing is, you might end up studying more than you actually play, right? You'll study 10 hours a day and you'll play 5 hours a day. The position is not bad at all, so I don't see what's happening. Or I often miss really good things that like could be winning, and then, or what I get is I get like a minor winning position, but then I don't fully take advantage of it to the extent that I love that. Like, we'll call a draw just out of respect for the fact that the guy went away, but I don't give a shit, dude. Chess is a game without honor, without integrity, without decency, without respect for even yourself or your own time, with no innate measurable element, like nothing, dude. This part is always laggy. I'm not... See, like, look how unintuitive. That's an unintuitive move. Move the knight from the center to the edge of the board, which is objectively bad, even by its own metric. And then you're going to get attacked out with this. Like, it's just an unintuitive move for an unintuitive piece. That's what it is. And then you're going to leave it there where it can just easily get trapped. But somehow the game just knows what to do. Right, like, how does this end well for this stupid-ass knight? Whatever, but the point is, you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be that hard to figure that shit out. It is a bad thing. Is it a bad thing that's unintuitive? I mean, it makes it harder to figure out, at least. Like, you kind of have to know at least a little bit about it or study it or something that you don't have to do with any other piece. Or what's funny is actually the queen can kind of be like that, not because it's not so strong that you couldn't just, you know, make good use of it, but to truly use it effectively. I feel like a lot of people use it wrong, especially in the opening. Like, you're not supposed to move it at all in the opening, which is the opposite of how I used to play when I was younger, or how probably a lot of people do, because you think like, oh, it's the strongest piece, so of course you want to bring it out first, but then it just becomes a target and stuff like that. That was a nice little 2-game win streak, so I guess I don't care too much. If I don't do anything else, I'll just keep doing these. But neither of those were really good instructive games either. But then again, most of them are not. I like how my side of the set, black side of the set, is just nothing. It's just a normal. Like, at least make it a different kind of color. Make it purple or silver or something. That's always confusing when they... It's like silver and gold, so gold is darker than silver, so it should be black, but it's also brighter, so it should be, you know, it's some of them where silver is black, silver is white, silver is sort of darker, but it's also lighter at the same time. It's like confusing. Basic opening plays there. No, you got to treat openings like they're vegetables, right? They taste bad, but they're good for you. Or they're like doing your homework or something. You just want to get it over with so you can get to the fun part or whatever. This is all perfectly fine. Let's just go ahead, castle. There are some annoying kind of little moves you can do here, but nothing that really... But again, here we go with another unintuitive experience with the knight, where you're actually going to be forced out to the point where you lose that. Or I guess you could go here, but that's, you know, you're still forcing sort of an unintuitive move in the process of doing that. Now, we can get revenge on it to the extent that we can get the stupid-ass bishop of theirs, right? So I'll be happy with doing that. At least we have a good, clear motive behind that. Right, that's the kind of move I would want to make anyway, and in doing that, we could take it here. Or I kind of more want to do this, because if you take, I take, you take, I still take. You take, I take. I don't really know actually if I should do this, but I could just take with there, but I kind of don't want to. Let's try this. It doesn't give my knight anywhere to go, but there's no easy way to really threaten it, I suppose. See, now the knight's still going to be trapped, or the bishop is still going to be trapped, within the context of, you know, you have to go back and accept the trade. A non-consensual trade. It's the emergent complexity of chess that allows it to be creative. I mean, generally, broadly, yes, but so what? Okay, you can go here. See, even that complexity has a limitation, right? A lot of games don't have that limitation. Like if they happen in real time, it can be about more than just that the raw complexity, because it has infinite variables where, you know, your reaction time becomes a factor, other things become a factor. So sometimes people overrate the complexity of it that way. Just because human beings are stupid and they can't figure it out doesn't mean that, you know, there aren't countless games that are more complex out there. Okay, this is covered, but not in a way that I find very satisfactory. In fact, leaving both of these like this could be very stupid, where they're sort of both uncovered. I'm not a big fan of this at all. Or what I don't like is then they reduce it to some sort of reductive study formula, right? It's so complicated. Also, we're going to make it, not even that there's anything wrong with making it less complicated, but, you know, we're going to reduce it to like a settled science where we just study and defer to those sort of engine line metrics anyway, which is natural at a competitive level, but there's something that feels sort of forced about it. Or I hate what I call kind of like the trickle down effect, where even at a low level you'll still see signs of it, even if they're not doing it exactly correctly, right? There'll be elements where you feel that way. Like, I don't know what the fuck to do with the pawns in the middle here, and of course I have to worry about time more than anything else, because that's always a weakness of mine. Their position doesn't seem very threatening to me, but the complexity is emergent because it comes from simple systems. It's not equivalent. Well, oh, here we go. This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about, where you're gonna kind of overextend, but this is covered adequately. So wait, well, oh no, I can still do something, but it's not very good. Or no, this still won't be covered though. Or no, I can just do it like this. I can cover it with the queen. Well, the queen is watching out for both of the bishops, so everything is perfectly fine. See, they're moving the queen too many times. But no, in just a raw complexity sense, there's so many different things you can point to. Even other turn-based games, even other board games. So like, I just don't like the over-glorification of it that makes it seem like it's so perfect. Like, it's good, it is complex, but people just overdo it a little bit with how they hype it up. Okay, so this would be too easy for them to take. I just kind of want to get out of this position that I put myself in now, but I don't know how to do it. Like, it's just awkward. I can't move that. I can't do this. I can't do that. Like, what the fuck? I have no idea. I just don't like what's happening, but he's gonna force a trade like with that, but it wouldn't matter because what the fuck, man? Like, I can tell my position is obviously just pissing me off. See, like, that's just me not paying attention or just getting tired or almost bored of the position. Not that I can't see that. Anybody can see that. Which is obviously still my fault, but it's like, you know what I mean? That's not like, oh, it's instructive, like this guy's really studied or there's something to learn. No, just use your fucking eyes and just look at the board like I never do. This guy's just fucking pissing me off now. Like, so much repetitive back and forth BS, dude. Like, just leave me alone for a second and... It's not too complicated to understand, which is the point. Well, now it goes from, oh, it's so good because it's so complicated to, oh, it's not too complicated to understand. Like, but that's a human fault, so I wouldn't design a game with that in mind. Like, oh, let's make it less complicated just to acquiesce to human beings being limited and stupid or whatever. Like, make it as complex as you want and then let people try to figure it out. That's fine. Like, it's not a bad thing if you do that. Now I'm just gonna start fucking up because I'm not really even sure what's happening, but they would take, I would take, I don't fucking know, dude. You let him come in pretty easily by doing that, which is fine with me because I just don't know what's happening. Now it's just going to be purely on time, but again, I shouldn't let that, whatever, bro. Like, it's so fucking stupid. I shouldn't let that bother me so much early, but I could kind of see the way the game was going is that I was gonna lose on time and flag like I do in every single game that I ever lose, because I shouldn't even bother playing this stupid ass format either. But I just kind of have already played too much classical. We gotta trap their queen in there to actually make something happen, which I just can't even do. Isn't it so instructive every time I lose? Like, that's the only thing is too, which it kind of is, the fact that I do just need to get faster, but there's no easy way to just do that. Like, even if I play faster formats, that doesn't always work, because you just I don't know, you play kind of a different style that's not as good. Like, you'll play worse there, so they're still gonna fuck something up because they're just such a clown with all these repetitive moves that they love to make. Yeah, there was nothing even remotely instructive about that. You go there, you can try to cover it here, which you really don't have much of a choice but to do that. And then you get that little cute thing there, which still, you're not going to have enough cover, I guess. So I got in sort of an undesirable position that was like just very obvious that it wasn't good, but there wasn't really much I could do about it. So now by unleashing that, you can pretty much stick me around pretty easily, because even though I have that double thing, it's just going to be nothing I can really do about it. It's still technically not a mate, but I mean, it probably should be or no, it is a fucking mate. Okay, I should, well, now I barely have time, so maybe I should do. I'll never follow this rule of I should only do one. I don't have enough time to do anything else, so I may as well just do another one. But no, I just don't like sometimes the propagandized element that people look at it. Like, it's a good game, you know, not saying it's you shouldn't play it or it's bad, but people just overdo it sometimes with their nonsense sort of claims about it, or fiction does a great disservice to it too. You always see that, like, oh, Sherlock Holmes is playing Moriarty or something, and it's like, unless they study chess all day, or at least, you know, back in the day maybe it would have been considered a bit more innate, but unless they study all day, it doesn't matter. Like, the fact that they're so smart doesn't mean they're going to be, you know, automatically so good. You got to study opening theory, you got to, you know, do the exact specific closed structure nature of how the game works. So this one is going to be, I'll do maybe another one here. And once again, fail to follow my own advice for this. So what was the title of the first one called? It's like, I made a little note of it, actually. Let's review these thumbnails. Plumber armed with only suction device chooses misery. And then Luigi in gaming purgatory for 4 hours. The mirror room, which I finally beat in this episode. So this was like, you know, just a super hard room where you can't see them because you can only see them in the reflection in the mirror, and of course you're moving around on this janky thing. So this one had like a lot of detail to it, which is one of my problems actually with making these thumbnails, is that my whole idea is like I would make it super elaborate, but it's kind of like there's too much going on. You have to treat it like everybody's stupid and go for like a lowest common denominator thing that's like a lot easier to see, right? You're like in a padded room and he's like having PTSD over the thing, and you got like Ouija in there in the mirror. It's okay, Luigi, it's only a mirror, right? Because you were in there for so long, and you're kind of, this is like me in the completed mirror room, right, when the lights are on and there are no ghosts there, but it's like I'm looking in the mirror and I'm seeing myself in that moment. This is actually kind of elaborate how I did that. I forget how I even did it. Let me actually look at it in the proper thing, right? It's not really artistically that great, but you have the padded room to show like you've gone crazy because of the room, right? And you have the, you know, PTSD here that you're, don't worry, it's just a mirror. And then you have it again here where you're in the completed room with the light actually on, shown by the fact that you're holding the vacuum and not the flashlight, which means the lights are on and everything is safe, but you're looking back in the mirror and sort of remembering the light being on and the and the fucking ghost sort of haunting you in your nightmares. So I love that. That is actually really good. See, this kind of gives these things their due, because, you know, nobody's really appreciated this because whatever, they've just never looked at it, or it's too hard to appreciate, right? Even if somebody sees it, you won't understand all the elements because it's too You take, I take. If you take, I take. You. Oh shit! I just fucked up. You take. You take, I take. You take. So I already just lost the game. And again, a correspondence where I'm not even taking a second to think about it. Right, so I'll give it another chance here, which I really shouldn't be doing this, but whatever, dude. It's a good sort of thing to do when you don't have a lot of, well, ironic that I would say that, but when you don't have a lot of time, because you can at least do it on a game in, game out basis. Like just do one game or whatever. Like each thing takes on its own life of its own, basically, even though, whatever, you also have to do a ton of it to get anywhere with it. That was me just sort of worrying about time a little bit too early. Smiley board, no. Stawny 3.0. I'm sure I've used this before, but maybe it looks slightly different. I don't like when they give the horses too many features. It makes it feel kind of unnatural and weird. So what we have now is, okay, we'll go with this one. And I was even putting the numbers and stuff. So this is when I was at least trying to put a little bit of effort into it. Yeah, you got the padded room that you're sort of metaphorically in because you've been so traumatized by it, like you've gone crazy. And then you're having flashbacks, PTSD, looking at any mirror that you see around the mansion, right, with his eyes closed and Ouija's comforting him like, don't worry, to imply like, whatever. That, you know, even that's less scary compared to whatever you went through in the mirror room. And then you have this one with the light. I love this sort of part of it. You can see, right, this is like how I think, like somebody's really going to notice this and appreciate this in the thumbnail that's small and you're not going to know. You can tell it's in the lit up room because you're not holding the flashlight, but you can tell in the mirror that you're looking at in the same room, you are in there. I don't even remember how I would have gotten that effect to happen. Like, I somehow put that image of whatever, I don't know, I somehow combine them. That's actually kind of impressive. It looks like it's really just there. I mean, obviously it's just some basic editing thing that I was not really very good at doing then because I would never really do YouTube videos, but somehow I must have done it. I can't believe they made 3 parts of it too. People had always asked for potentially a sequel, but you know, it was just meant as like a tech demo originally, so it wasn't something that they would have thought to do. But then like some in 2012 or somewhere, they made part 2, and then it was successful enough that they made part 3. Yeah, these just look weird, don't they? Like nobody else has facial features. The king doesn't have like a mouth and nose and this and that. So, but here I generally like to not take, but also if you don't take, you're gonna put yourself in a position to get double taken, but you won't get double taken. I just don't like that. That move is always bad for me. At least now if you go there, I could like escape from the thing. Right, like if you go back here. You have this here, you could like pin this down. What is this song? Wait, let's try it this way. So we get to... We could go back anytime I want, but I don't have to do it right now. I wouldn't mind doing this either. You have the double thing here. So if you take... I feel like there's always some line here. You can take, then I take, then you take, and then you bring that, and then like there's nothing I can do about it. So you almost have to do this, which is probably not the right move, but for some reason you have to do something about it. And they're playing like already hyper aggressively, so you got to learn all these little tricks to try to stop them. So you'll go there, and I won't be able to take. And the reason why is because, I mean, if I'm so worried about it, I'll just take. Like, I don't care. That shuts down a lot of threats to do with this because most of them are predicated on the... Most of them are predicated on the simple fact of the Lightspear Bishop itself. You have the knight coming in all cheeky-like, and if you do that, then I don't have the ability to do anything with this. I don't get it. But I don't understand. You can see this is where the knight becomes a liability too. If you go here, then I'm forced to take, because if I don't take, then I have to take... Well... I don't know. Because the fact that it's being threatened makes it a target, and then you have to do something here. So if you take with this, like, I don't really want to, but what you're trying to do is you go here. So if you go there, I could take it. And if I go whatever, I don't mind these sort of defensive positions though, where I can sort of try to figure things out. And of course, this is one of those little kid type of things, like you're losing to a 15-year-old, but alright, that's fine then, right? That's kind of what I was putting it there for, although that's a very awkward spot. Now the H file can become very dangerous, but I can kind of do this little switcheroo. And not only can you do that, but you can basically feel like you're whatever, you're like covering it, so it's not actually that dangerous in and of itself. Or this is much more dangerous than I'm giving it credit for. Oh shit. How did that even happen in the process of everything? Because I guess I opened it myself, and then they chose not to take that. We go here, they would take, I wouldn't be able to take back. So the queen comes in, and you attack there, and there's no way to really escape that reality, I guess. I can just take the knight itself, and then I don't have to worry about anything else. Right? Just take the knight. Or even here you could take the knight, and I don't see the downside of it. Because of the simple fact that... Yes, it'll create threats, but I don't care, because the threat isn't immediate, so whatever you have is going to take at least a couple moves to do. And so therefore... You know, you can match this sort of 1-for-1, or I guess you can't. That's the problem. You could do this, so like, what are you going to do? You'll go here, take... You'll go here, I'll take, you'll take, I'll still take. You need the other attacker of the queen to actually be involved in that. Kind of a wasting time sort of move that you almost have to do this with it. You could do this, but then you have no way to cover the bishop, so then it becomes sort of a little bit of a waste of time. Right, this is dangerous, so the queen's gonna come in, but then even if you do that, you have enough cover still, because you get to launch the knight, still be a liability. But you'll go somewhere like that, that's the problem. Go there, but you won't even do it, because then you'll lose to the rook, right? So it won't even... Doesn't even really have value to it. The whole goal is to almost try to go somewhere like... Okay, that's good. That's good. I mean, these people play so out of control aggressively, too, that I sometimes don't understand. It's a good way to play, I guess, at the low level, but it's objectively just not. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... What they're doing is not really going to be good. It's just... I don't know. I don't respect it, but I have to still be the one to sort of punish it if I'm going to try to do that. I mean, it would have been so easy to potentially take that, too, if you just... you know, like it can't really go anywhere, but you have to play all these kind of weird ways with your pawns that I don't like moving them so far, but I guess I ended up doing that kind of thing anyway. And even this much of a difference isn't enough to compel a, I guess I could do yet another one, but I mean, this is not, the way that I'm doing this kind of like you're forcing yourself to do it where, you know, it's not going to be good. It's useless doing it like this. Like I'm just doing it to kill time basically. It's not because I need to even study, but because I don't put forth any effort. So like why even bother doing it like that? Which even then I couldn't imagine playing 30,000 games and being at this rating the way that some people do, but it's the same basic reality behind it. Like if you're not really interested enough in it, right? So why even bother doing it? So this one was what the smell of death brings out the most putrid puns, and this is like before the second boss. So all these puns to do with the bones, because these are like the bone guys who throw bones at you. Just dodge it, lol. Another reference to the forehead thing. You have you know, you're really getting boned. Give up the ghost, you bonehead, and then throw the guy a bone. So they're all just kind of ganging up on me, throwing bones at me. And you have to keep kind of doing that run back every time you die to the boss. Not that I should have been dying to the boss too much, but somehow, you know, that's like a Dark Souls-esque run back, which I think I referenced in the next one. In the next thumbnail, like somehow, you know, this brings out, not that you didn't always have to do that, but like you wouldn't expect to normally die on the boss. But then again, the bosses aren't really that much harder because, what are we even at? 3.0. Which one? Streamer layout, Super Zen. A lot of these aren't really piece sets or tests, but that's just a set that we've seen like a million times. A lot of these just aren't even working anymore. Oh, this one was kind of cool actually. I remember using this before. It's a little hard maybe to keep track of a bit, but that's fine. So you get here. Or I wonder if, oh, this is somehow, you're not allowed to say that, but it's, you know, you're getting boned in a literal sense. So you're not saying it in the other way. Right, so now we get to, let me see. We did the board, we did the thing, we did the whatever. We're almost done with that color palette scheme from however the new update with the boards works. Okay, let me just try like maybe one more. Ironic that the chess site would have that Pride logo on here because it's like chess is a black and white game, but you're trying to show the rainbow. It contradicts your whole usual color scheme. You have the ability to pin that down, and the reason why that's not good is because of the simple fact that I don't know. You could do this, which it raises a lot of questions, and the reason why is because you don't really want to do that because, well, you're supposed to go somewhere like this, but do you really think that's an intuitive thing for me to want to do? Or more to the point now, if you don't cover it again, I could just already have taken it, but don't you just love how these knights are going to be a liability like all fucking life long? If you go here, you could attack the other one, and I wouldn't necessarily be able to even take it either. But I could take, whatever. I mean, the main thing is I just want to get this over with and get rid of it, so it doesn't matter exactly the sequence in which it happens. Now you're still threatening that after all that. And so now you get to, you get to go here maybe, or you get to, yeah, this would be a good double attack though, since he's putting so much effort into this. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So the only problem with this position is the simple fact that you're able to, You could do this, but now you take this. So you could have taken, like, let's say either one. It felt like I could have done that before, but I guess not, right? Because he could have done that if I... Now, whatever you do, it's going to be severely limited because you take, but it just doesn't really matter. Like, I can't take that. But look at how much they're overextending and doing too much in the opening, to the extent that, you know, even I'm doing too much, like, where I really shouldn't. All I wanted to do was try to basically castle. I've never heard this part of the opening title screen music. This part is, like, completely different. If you take, I take. If you take, I still take. So it's actually still fine. You go here, I can take. The light square bishop is fine. Some of these don't really make aesthetic complete sense as to what they are, but they still look kind of cool. So at least the theme behind it is good. I kind of want to back off here a little bit. You're going to get the little cheeky fork, which is a very good move on their part. So this is what ends up happening, right? This is what ends up happening, is the simple fact that you get, you know, like, there's nothing I can do about it now because of the stupid ass thing. Or no, I guess, I don't know. It's okay if I let that happen because I'll be -2, assuming that I get to take it in the end. Right, so it's actually not that big of a deal, but it's just shocking to me that this actually would happen because it just doesn't make sense. Or there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, you're forking, you're threatening a fork and doing it with the queen, so there's just nothing I can do. Now you're going to have to assume that you can take it, and the problem with being able to do that is the simple fact that it could be difficult to let that happen. And these knights are going to turn into liability as well. Oh, man. All you'd have to do is, like, develop the bishop. You'd have to go, like, in the other direction to make it happen. I'm just going to do this, which is a bit of a lazy move, but it allows the bishop to escape, or the knight to escape already, so there's nothing I can do. Right, that's not the thing I should have done, because, well, I guess it doesn't really allow it to escape, but you'd have to, like, cover this one as well. You could almost just trade it, and then you're guaranteed to be free, so you're already up by a good amount. There's no way that I can get, like, the rook to really effectively attack it or anything. Can't do anything. That's a perfect example of how, like, something that seems good in the opening doesn't actually work out at all. And these knights are just kind of in an unbelievable spot. Like, this thing is just impossible to take, I guess. Shouldn't I be able to do it now? Like... This is what happens with these totally busted positions that you get. I feel like I'm just playing differently now. Like, I just don't... I don't know. Like, we can see what's going to happen. It's actually going to be even worse than that, too. So, I don't know what to tell you. Right, because if you took, then so many of these things are self-inflicted. Not even like, oh, you know, where everything in chess is a draw unless you make a mistake, but it's more than that. It's like you're initiating things that you don't need to even do at all. It's not like, oh, I have to do that, or he's forcing me to do that. It's just totally unforced, unnecessary, everything. And he could have obviously escaped with the knight anyway, but right now he's somehow wasting too much time. So we're -5 now somehow, which is just incredible, and that's even better. I mean, you can watch like what I was doing just before. I'll even watch it myself, maybe. I don't get what just changes so drastically. You're gonna have to move something here just to open up a space to have somewhere to block and somewhere to go and things like that. You'd be surprised how many times people lose who are like low rated players to, you know, again, just a lack of effort. It's not like they're actually even doing anything that is like, you know, really that impressive or that you couldn't have dealt with. You kind of take it for granted. Like if you can't figure out something easily, then you can't do it at all. But you actually can, because, you know, it would be trapped, but I can't do anything because how do I even attack it? There's no way to actually attack it. That is cute though. Like, you can keep at least the queen out of the game to a little extent, but maybe not actually, because if you keep doing this, then, you know, like the rook could come in as well. If the rook comes in, then you're able to basically do whatever the fuck you want, because you can just take the bishop itself. You go here and then you can just take the queen itself, so there's nothing I can do. But that would have been a cute idea if at least I could do that. And I would still be losing even if I had done that. And hey, this guy's just vastly superior to me in every way. He should be like just fucking 8,000 rating, I guess, with 8,000 games played. Yeah, the reasons why you lose are what I pay most attention to. Like, you can see exactly the way that it works. But I don't have any respect for it in the way that I used to, at least. Right, at the highest level you can respect it, but everything else, this sort of middle ground, is completely nonsensical, because it's all a measure of like how much you've played and how much you've studied. And then beyond that, you know, it's just the most basic amount of effort that you just have to put in, which even if I often don't do that, that's still not the point, right? Like, that's still how the process works. Oh my god. You can't tell sometimes if they're trying to troll, because you could obviously have done that a million different ways. Yeah, I don't know why I keep doing this on these other days. I shouldn't even bother. Like, whenever I have a little extra time, this has just been a negative effect. Like, I was doing better when I wasn't doing that, or I guess I sort of still was doing it. But, and I don't want to say that this is really the reason why either, but I can always test it again. Like, okay, I won't put that tag in there, so it'll still show up, but they'll have to go to your profile to see it. So it's not like you're advertising that you're streaming and they're whatever sniping you and benefiting from that. That makes it at least a little easier for them. And the one context in which that's actually fair to bring up is just time. Like, if it really comes down to, you know, I end up flagging and I'm in a good position or something, right? It just makes it a little bit faster and easier for them, because you're like, you know, I guess I could do even yet another one. Let's get below 1,500, I guess. Or not 1,500, 1,600. Let me see. Fuck it. I go from saying if I lose one, I'll stop, to just trying to like speed run losses, but I've kind of lost interest, I guess. I did good. I got to basically 1,700 here, which is easily achievable, and it's sort of a good proof of my concept of my whole Pink Flamingo thing too, because like, you can play exactly like me and get to 1,700 guaranteed without studying or without even playing really that many games. In fact, in a way, it almost strengthens the argument a little bit that you, you know, not only am I not an exceptional example, I'm so ordinary or even worse than ordinary that, you know, if I can even do it with such a consistent lack of effort and lack of regard for everything, no regard for theory, openings, even for calculation, which I generally do respect that element at least. But you can just have no regard for anything in the game but still do pretty well. So this is like the Dark Souls run back thing that I was talking about. Alright, let's go over sea chests. So, you know, every time you die to the boss, you have to go back and fight everything along the way to get past it. So... sea chest, Street Fighter 2, themes newspaper, which does change the pieces, but that's probably one that we've used before, I think. I mean, I probably use ones that look pretty similar, but I guess I'll use it anyway. But then I'll still change the board. Hopefully it should work. It doesn't seem like that's meant to be a piece set, really. But it effectively does that anyway. But no, this is like Dark Souls run back. So this is like a character that looks like somehow with like a mod or whatever that I didn't even do myself. I just looked up an image somehow of like a Luigi type of cosplay, and thankfully they had one. So it's like you're doing a Dark Souls run back like on the treadmill, and then you're a Dark Souls character that looks like Luigi with the fucking hammer. And then good thing I'm the fastest character. That's like a reference to the fact that Luigi was faster than Mario and other characters like in some older school things. Like some older school Mario games. And then this is obviously the boss itself. Price of death. Enemies respawn. Each has 200 HP. Must kill all of them to reach the boss. And then like a little smiley face whenever somebody says me, like in Twitch context, but you can't even see the smile, but that's also like a whatever, some emote reference. We changed the board, we changed the set, we changed that. So let me just do another one. Let's just try to play fast, actually, somehow. Sort of like fast and safe. I feel like I keep doing sort of unconventional things, but maybe I'm just sort of getting more tilted by them doing unusual things that I'm not used to. So that's when you got to use the most of your time, is like they do something you're not used to happening, which is like just basically not the same. You know, they're out of your prep, which is basically non-existent, but they're doing something weird, and then you don't take the time to adequately figure it out. You would think you would do that because he keeps your pawns kind of more aesthetic, but maybe this isn't so bad either. This is at least a comfortable structure that we have going on, regardless of whatever happens, and I've given up the idea of the... See, that's what I don't like, though, too. I keep talking about these core principles that I have, but then I don't follow them. If I don't follow my own advice, then what am I supposed to be doing here, you know? You get the little V-shaped structure, you just have to cover this, which you get to do very easily, I guess. If you take, if you would have took, I could have took. Right, so now you're not giving up this, you're giving up this, you're giving up diagonal. You go here. If you take, I simply take back with the rook, and I create an attack towards the king. We have that nice little cute diagonal going there. You have this little cute threat there, so let's go ahead and let's just make sure we open this because you have the cover of the knight as well. Not that I should really even need it. You take with that side instead. So this would be kind of cute if you had like a double stack going there, so you could just do whatever you want. But even then, I would take, they would take, I would take, but then I would mate. You see, that's what's so good about it. Clearly they wouldn't see such a thing, but now they thought of it because they heard me, because they're sniping me, because everybody maybe does that. I don't fucking care. This is good. You would take, I would take, you would take. It would at least compel a trade because you're not going to just take like that, right? So you move the queen, and then I'm guaranteed to take on there. Which again is probably a lazy, reductive way to do it still too, because you don't really have to do it, but I'll just do it. We're trying to speed run just like everybody else, because that's apparently the most important thing. Now you create a double stack and everything is fine, but it's just a question of what does any of this actually do, and the two knights become a real question because I don't know. Kind of cute, but what does it really do is a question, and it doesn't seem like much. Yes, at least I dictated and controlled the pace of this game a little bit, both in terms of how fast I'm going, but also in terms of all the trades that I'm doing so aggressively. There's no question that a lot of these people have studied, right, as you get towards the 16, 17 thing, but I guess even to some vague extent I have too. It's just, you know, just analyzing games and a certain amount that you'll learn just for having played, but that kind of goes without saying. It doesn't mean that. Okay. If you don't take, I can just kind of leave it there. And then if you do this, you can basically try to set up for a threat, but I don't know exactly what that's going to be. If you took, he took, I took. You can do this, so let's see how he reacts to that simple move. Fucking. I would take, you would take. I would take, you would take, I would still take and mate. I would take, you would take. I would take, you would take, I would still take. I think it works. You take, I take, you take, I take. You take, I take. I didn't necessarily see that. Now, does it change what's going to still happen, though? Because if you take there, I take. If you take there, I can still do basically the same thing. What you can do now is you can basically try to... You could still double take. That's the thing. You could still double take. Why does even any of this matter? Like, I can just ignore it now and say, fuck it. And we get a fork. And even if you take... I take back. You take a queen, I take a queen. You don't have a follow-up play. I'm still kind of too lazy, though. It's possible there was something better there. But even if you had taken, I would have taken, double taken, and the most important... Oh, okay. The most important thing is you would have made it. I get so fixated on tunnel vision, too, on what I'm trying to do there, that I don't think about the other implications, but they're only +1. They're only +1. We'll go here. There really is no open file, although my knight doesn't have anywhere good spots to go. This is where it becomes such a nightmare. Like, there's actually... I have the perfect structure, but there's nowhere for it to actually go. Like, what sense does this make? What the fuck? I don't want to move the pawns because they're in a perfect position now, but... I guess... Oh, he won't be able to attack it, though. It's like, I want to go here, and then, oh no, he'll go here, but... You can't, because then I'll take it, and then by the time I'm here, I can at least escape. Clearly, I should commit this many moves with the stupid-ass knight to doing this. Kind of a borderline octopus knight, but it's not actually going to happen, so maybe I should just let it be for now. I'm satisfied with just getting it out of the way. You can do this now and cover this, and then you cover all 5 with that. Like, at least my pawns are in a much more aesthetic, beautiful spot. So this is not quite an octopus knight, but I'll leave it for now because I think that it should happen at some point. They could be still pretty good. I'm not going to do anything. That's basically the whole telltale sign. So we'll still get a draw with this +1 thing, and how fun is that? On there, he's going to come up with some sort of plan, but now I'm sort of out of ideas as far as what is even good that he could do. You go there, I could just take... You got to do something with the knight, but I just can't figure out exactly what it's going to be. We're covering this, so now I can let the rook roam. We don't need its cover anymore. I don't want to mess with these. you could say like, oh look, I'm being too passive, but it doesn't matter because it's going to end the same way anyway. Like, it's either going to be a draw or I would have, I'm the one who's down actually. So I do the queen trade that I wanted, but then it ends up giving him a fork again, which I could have easily seen, but you go here and he has to take with that. Just do some sort of random bait moves that none of this really seems to matter. If you take, I take. If you take, I still take. If you push this out, that's perfectly fine too. And so now you're able to just simply go back, which this is actually an octopus knight here, but it's not the greatest thing in the world. It's just kind of a cute position that could open up certain things. Maybe a fork if you move this away. We just have to get that fork right back that he gave to me. You can set it here. You can move it there. Yes, I'm satisfied with that to an extent. So we have a nice... Look how aesthetic this looks. Like, this is beautiful. Right? There's nothing you can ever do to push that knight out. But then again, I don't know how good it's really going to be there. So, I mean, this should be a draw guaranteed 100%. But somehow they're going to fuck it up anyway. Or I should try to maybe open these things out. But I don't really want to, is the thing. You bring the stupid ass rook. There's nothing really to attack. That's the problem. Or I guess this one here. We're attacking two of them there. So even as I'm saying there's nothing to attack, we're kind of showing what there is to attack. And it'd be very hard for him to get through. So now how do you cover both of these? You take this. Which maybe this will backfire on me, but I'm fine with it, I guess. So now I won't be able to get back into that side. So... if he gets there first, but my pawns are just so beautiful that you'd have to really appreciate it. But this one, I almost have to bring the king to try to do, or I have to bring the king to try to keep his rook out of here somehow. The thing I would love to do the most is just, if I could maybe get my rook back out of here, but I just can't seem to do it. Like, I'll even try to bust up my own pawns somehow. I'm trying to do this as a way specifically to just get the rook back out, because I don't want to stay out here anymore. This even we could still do, but I don't really even want to trade it. This seems bad, because now you'll go there and you'll take my whole anchor pawn. But I guess he's dumb and just lets me do that instead. That did at least let me do what I wanted. Even if you take this one, I don't care as much. I more so care about this. Or even potentially that. Their pawns are just seemingly weak. That's the thing. It's just... this is the move that you can't allow to happen. And so... I'm going to leave it for now and not worry about it, but... bring it to here. You can keep kind of just dicking around, dancing around with the king. So there's no way for me to really cover that in a good way besides this. Even if you go here, then take, take, take. So the king has to move 100%. You can cover both of these, and the best you can do is try to force the trade in doing that. You might try to go there instead, right? And he might try to like double attack it too. So at this point I almost don't even mind trading, but that's pretty much a death sentence that you know you're going to lose, but because you're not going to be able to cover that. So I resigned the game by doing that move, but whatever, dude. That's the one thing you absolutely could not do there, because the knight can't do anything. That's what you have to realize about any position ever, right? The knight just can't do anything ever in the game. Okay. You can take it, but you can't double take it, right? You'd have to give... Okay, give me a threefold repetition then. It's kind of where this one was going anyway, but it's not going to be so clear. They're all a little bit out of position, so I'm going to try to bait the trade yet again. But they're actually denying the trade that you would think would actually benefit them. It kind of makes no sense at all. You can take this. Still only really -1, but it's the whole power of the rooks that's scaring me to the point where I don't think this is actually good at all. You're covering there, just... You could easily have made this take occur. Now you're kind of gonna mess up. Oh, you got that. I don't know what that's gonna do even. You try to attack it now. Then you'd be double attacking it, then I go there, and then effectively do the trade. How strange is it, though? I'm the one actually going for the trade. Right, like you would think it would benefit him all the more, but he doesn't want to do it somehow. That's an easy mistake as well, but then again, not really, because if you take, I take. If you took, then I took. Oh, here we go, dude. This guy's just like fucking gonna literally take the rest of my natural life to actually end this game. Maybe something good you could do here, but it's probably gonna blow up in my face. Give like an endless check chain somehow. Could take this one now, but it almost just wouldn't even be worth it. Bring that one back so you can give it a check and easily take that now there. Again, the knight just finds itself in one pickle after another. Just being a constant liability all the fucking time. You could have forced a trade like a million times over, which is really surprising to me by the fact that this is even an issue at all. Or I'm just giving that, or no, I'm not. Look at how long and exhaustive this is though, for like no good reason. Double attacking this, you have a cheeky little thing there that you could potentially do. But he's just not letting me even do it. Now this you can't take, or I take, and you're trapping that into there. Which you might have the confidence that like, oh, you could do something, but if you let me do that, then I can do that, do that. And then you can try to come back at least a little bit. You check, I can take. So this might have actually worked out a little bit. I don't know entirely how this is going to go with like making it back to there, but their pawns are kind of more scattered, so I might actually win now. After that insane amount of time that we committed to this experience, that I didn't deserve that at all. They were in a much better position. If they had just traded stuff earlier, it would have been better, so it's kind of incomprehensible what happened to them, but okay. I would take, they would take, I would take. Then they would go there, I would go across, they would go there. Like, they would still have gotten there first, so that would have been better, but now it's even easier for me. And the reason why is because now can't even give another check now, so it's not even a big deal. All I have to do is try to promote these pawns, which is still going to be very impossible to do, actually. You go there, you give a check, I block. I can give a couple checks of my own. They only have 2 dinky pawns left. If they take, I take, and then I'm at least on this side of the board. If they don't, then I can kind of go wherever I want. Oh, here we go again, dude. Round and round. How fun. So we're here now. We can do whatever we want. Now, if we were to trade the rooks, it would be ultra beneficial because you don't have to worry about anything. Just, we can try to chase these other ones down, although the checks they can potentially give could still be an issue. But it's kind of unnatural, like... I'm trying to chase these down, but they could do something bad to me, maybe on the other side, the other way. They are covering both for the price of one. I can just give a whole bunch of checks. It's gonna basically still be a very drawish sort of thing. Gonna turn into some sort of stupid ass threefold repetition, but what you'd really have to do is get it to the point of go here, and then I could take it, but I can't seem to do that. So obviously you want to avoid a threefold repetition at any cost, and I maybe should be able to do that. You're at least giving checks from different squares now. I don't really want to move the king, so I'm finding myself in a weird spot, like where if you go like this, for example, they would take, I would take, and if they don't, then they have to move the rook and basically let me take. So they flagged out at that point. I had 30 seconds left, so that's a very fun, instructive sort of game that almost shouldn't even give me 5 because they're only 1560. Okay, so today I'm doing another one of these extra sessions of chess that I said, like, oh, I'll try to do it almost on a daily basis, where I'll just give myself a chance, right? Tuesday is my only official day where I'm supposed to actually do chess. It's kind of sad that I'm doing this because on the rare chances that I might have extra time to do one of my other categories, because I only do them once a week and in a short form session too. So like today I do Hearthstone. Instead of doing a little bit longer session of that than normal, no, I'd rather do this. But I'll try to hard enforce it this time, where I say the purpose of these sessions is to, if I'll play till I lose. So if I go on a really good streak, I don't even mind sometimes skipping my other category that I would normally do because it means I'm going on a great streak. But in this case, I won't do that anyway. But it means that I play until I lose one game and then I stop. So if I don't lose, then I don't mind going a little bit longer or whatever. But with a lot of these, I haven't done that. Like, I'll just keep... But no, I have this one piece of art, so I'm not allowed to change it. Like, I don't have another on a hand, so I'll just... That'll be like the permadeath condition. Because every time I lose, I try to change the art and the board and stuff like that. And so we'll go here and... what else was I going to say? Yeah, it's just kind of like... I don't know why I've even been doing this, but like every day I keep trying to fit this in. Like, I've skipped my Saturday category like twice, 2 weeks in a row. At least one of them, it kind of was something unique. Like, Saturday is supposed to be a different category that I don't normally do, like some random different format. But at least the first time, like not this Saturday but last Saturday, I did like a permadeath variant round robin, so at least that's different. Like, I was doing something, you know, still related to chess, but at least in a different context, where I play like a bunch of different variants until I lose, then I have to play the next one. So that's a pretty fun format to do. At least I sort of introduced that again. But then this one, I just played random, you know, I just kind of played chess this time. So I have to really be strict about this rule, at least if I'm going to do this, is that if I lose, I'm going to stop. That's it. And then I'll do, obviously, my normal other category. That doesn't mean I'm gonna lose on purpose or anything like that, but I've been playing at an unbelievably low level, and everything in chess is very deliberate. So it's like I'm not trying, or you could say, oh, I got overconfident, but you would think I wouldn't be overconfident now. Like I had gotten to 1695 and I was doing good and blah blah blah, but it's been a while since that happened. So at least maybe I was overconfident briefly, but not now, right? Like I could stay at 16 forever, but it's not like I'm gonna fall below it. Although I shouldn't say that either. Something that just feels sort of unnatural about it at times, like I'm doing the same thing I've been doing, from the beginning. I've been doing the 6 for 6 a little bit more deliberately, which I can't say for sure whether I like it. I do like it because you trade something off, but it's almost like, you get rid of a knight, especially. It's hard to say, like, there's never a time where anybody would say it's absolutely necessary or good to do that, right? And sometimes you are supposed to do this too, but I kind of don't like it because I don't know, it opens that in some sort of undesirable way. So I'll go ahead, I'll do that. Okay, I don't mind doing it now because the difference is you're not able to actually do anything with that. And the reason why you're not able to do anything with that is because of the simple fact that it didn't open the rook potential position there, that I sometimes try to avoid that. The stream will be short. Well, I still will do Hearthstone after, even if I lose, but that's just lack of confidence in me because I'm going to lose the first game, but I'm not. I'm going to go on like a 10-game win streak now like I was doing before. It's just all that's the one thing I like about chess, despite all my gripes and constantly complaining about it, is that it's all deliberate. Like I could just win every game now if I really wanted to, but the point is I usually just don't give a shit and I'm super lazy, which is obviously entirely my fault. But there is that sense, like if you just really concentrate, and that's how it was too. Like I was losing, but I would lose by getting flagged only, right? That was the hilarious stretch of like 20 games when I was like 1650 to 1690. Anytime I would lose, it would only be because I got flagged. This game is dumb. So I'm fine with getting flagged there because it's like, it's just a case where, this is kind of weird because if I do this, you'll do this. I don't know. This move is kind of tough because they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. You got to develop this bishop, but then I can't because see how the knight just always succeeds in getting in the way. You're giving him a little entry point to try to do this. This will cover here, but there's too many ways to push it out. So what's going to happen is they'll end up like they're already double attacking this. So if I move this, now you can just take and win a pawn because you can easily push the knight out, right? So that's one problem. And then you can also just if I don't move this, then if this pawn, okay, you're doing it maybe a little bit too early, but I don't like any position here for the knight, so there's nothing I can really do. Right, you're just gonna block. These are the average knight moves. You get taken, can't go there, block everything, just get it out of the way. Like nothing really logical or sensible. But no, if I simply move the bishop, you can already take this, which is not a huge deal, but I shouldn't have to do that. They're playing all kinds of crazy aggressive shit here. This could be a very natural move that he tries to like do that. You could almost do this now though because you are threatening. So if they take, I take, and then they can take. But the end of the sequence would be I would still get what I want out of it. So I actually can't complain. Right, and it gives a great precedent to the light square bishop to be able to do that. Your knight is liability, is a skill issue. I mean, you can say that, but I wouldn't say that with any other piece. My rook being what it is isn't a skill issue. My bishop being what it is isn't a skill issue. My queen being what it is isn't a skill issue. My pawns being what they are isn't a skill issue. But only the knight requires me to have a certain amount of skill to try to overcompensate. Now, this is a bit of a skill issue on their part, if I'm not mistaken, because they just gave up a pawn. Right? Like, I'm always so stunned when... No. Fuck. I'm always so stunned when they seem to make a mistake. If I do this, you could double take this, whatever. But you can kind of do that anyway, so... A little bit confused as to what they're doing. But yeah, always second guess when you think they make a mistake, because they're just not capable of doing that. They can easily move the rook, but this gives me the ability now to take this. And the reason why is because if you take the queen, I take. If you take, I take back. So it's actually not a big deal at all, right? You can just let it happen now. The bishop was the only reason why I couldn't do that. And of course, I embrace these trades maybe too deliberately, and even that is okay too. And the reason why is because, you know, you can just move it. Skill issue because you don't have the skill to use the knight like any normal person would. I don't know about that. I feel like it's the most naturally unintuitive piece, and I don't think low-rated players understand how to use it at all. I wouldn't, and if you do, then that's good for them, but... See, this is kind of a lazy move, but I can't figure out... Oh, no, actually, this is fine, because you get to... Just annoying. It's just annoying. You'll take this on account of me having to move this, and so therefore... I didn't really think about the implications of whatever. I don't have time to do this shit. Because I'm just fiending for a trade, which I can accept that most of the time, but I can't really take it. So I kind of just have to let him do what he's gonna do, and I have to maybe cheekily threaten the queen. If you take, it's really bad, right? So you almost have to not take, but then if you let them take, it's bad. But they won't just do it because... They won't just do it because they've got bigger fish to fry with protecting the queen, but all these kingside pawn pushes do always ruin me, but the one thing that should be okay with them is the fact that, you know, it should leave their king exposed, but I don't take advantage. This sounds like a historical event. I've never met another person blame a piece for being different. Not for being different, but you can always... I think most people would agree with that. It's not clear. It's not a simple geometric formation. Like, moving in a straight line up or down or left or right makes sense. You know, moving in a diagonal makes sense. Moving in an L shape is just random and stupid and doesn't even make sense. Like, nobody can even explain why it moves like that. The only logic is like it switches color. So like it's a Michael Jackson inspired piece. Like, I don't fucking know why they I don't know why they make it move like that. It's just random. Like, really, why doesn't it move, like, instead of, you know, that much, why doesn't it move one more or one less or like just anything? This is kind of pissing me off a little bit. He's playing well. Like, I don't know why I'm so surprised when people do this, but if you go there, I can't even take. This thing is still under threat. Wait, how is he still doing that? I could take, they could take, then it'll just leave this vulnerable. If you keep going, I can't take. It's not that bad of a position, I don't think, that I'm in. It's just bad because I can't figure out anything to do in that. I'm trying to basically just save this pawn and go so far out of my way to do it, but you have to cover this, but I can't figure out how to do it. They would take, and then there's nothing I can do. It's almost like I want to go here. And then if you push it, I can't take either, though. They would take, and then I just can't do anything. I mean, I'm clearly going to get flagged here anyway, but... I could let him have this stupid-ass pawn, I guess, but what would it even do for me? Such an awkward position. I just don't even know. You're saying that your brain can only process straight lines. That's why the knight's so bad. I mean, I think on average, it is a much simpler, basic piece movement design. Nobody would refute, like, why is an L shape more intuitive or natural than any of those other things, right? Any normal human being is going to, you know, find those easier to use. At the low level, at the high level, it's still just more naturally, logically consistent. Okay, so now if you take, I can take back, so that doesn't concern me too much. We can go here and let it sit there, and the reason why... No, wait. I don't care. I don't care. You take, I take, you take, I still take. It's fine. You'll be like a 6 for 4 or something. I don't care. It's not even like I really have to take. I could just leave it for the time being, but at least we get the knight to actually seemingly a semi-decent position now, though, where it can't be pushed out or anything like that. You take, I take, you take, I still take. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I genuinely just don't give a shit, dude. I'm -2. I'm down on time. See, that, even that's like lazy play. I didn't have to even do that. I could have just, left it, and then I could have tried to figure out something else later. But I'm actually still not too upset with this position. It's just I'm more concerned about time potentially being an issue. And every metric will show you, even when you do understand how to use it. That's the whole funny thing. It'll be unintuitive for new players and bad players because it's just not intuitive how it moves in a weird random shape. But then even at the highest level, people would still agree that, oh, it's, even if you use it the best possible way, on average, over the bulk of games, it's not going to be as good as the bishop. So on both levels, it fails. It's just objectively the worst piece aside from pawns, which doesn't even count because obviously those aren't meant to be equal to the other pieces anyway. And arguably, because of their potential to promote, they could be, at least they have the option to become an actually good piece. Look at this guy try hard the game, dude. He's actually good. I'm going to give him credit. But the point is, being good does not win at the game of chess. You have to be like literally a god. There's nothing really happening with this, I don't think. I mean, let me guess. You're going to double attack the shit with respect to bringing the knight there. But then I can just raise it. I don't really give too much of a shit about it. I want to give like a dark square check with the queen, but he's not letting me. Light square bishop is not in a bad spot, but it's just going kind of into nowhere. So you're given a whole bunch of checks, which doesn't really bother me too much. In fact, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. Right? I kind of was wanting to do this move anyway. Just so we don't have to worry about covering that. This is covered adequately and it's kind of out of the way to even target it. Okay, my time is a little bit nerve-wracking, but I do so much better when I just don't even look at the time or don't even think about it. So see, you would think, oh, I can still turn this into a draw, right, for all intents and purposes. But the problem with that is the fact that the problem with that is the simple fact that somehow they'll mess up and give me a win, or somehow I'll mess up and give them a win. This -2 probably isn't enough to really comfortably win, especially since their pawns are a little bit weird and spread out, right? Like, it would still be very difficult, especially if I had probably a little bit more time to think about it. So if you trade, I'm fine with it. If you don't trade, I'm fine with it too. At least I got to like a good core central position that you would almost have to give up then your own ability to do that if I I really just wanted to give a check on like a dark square potential, but you can just move away and everything's perfectly fine. It's not going to matter too much. You can give a check or something now, probably, although not yet. You just gotta hope and wait for them to make a mistake. Like, that's really the way it's gonna go. Unless you have visualization problems, the knight isn't unintuitive. I completely disagree, but let me, I'll explain it later. Oh, shit. Wait, no. Oh, I don't know. Fucking stupid ass. They'll go there and then, but, I don't know. Okay, I go there, but then they pin it down, but then I go like that, but I can't go like fucking... I don't know. I don't trust it. I have to wait. It seems like something, but... So fucking stupid, man. Can this guy make a mistake in his whole fucking life? Okay, this guy is actually really good. Like, I don't even care. Okay, he takes the thing, but it won't matter because you... Right? Like, you would have effectively expected to take the bishop. So now we're at least in an okay spot. I have to play around his knight a little bit. Let me think. You can go here. I could also take... You can give the other check too. Okay. You can go to here. You attack the bishop. It's perfectly fine. This way's good because you give up the cover on one particular thing. And that one particular thing is you can check and take, but it's fine. You can take the bishop itself. I could take here now, but I can't. I have to... Oh, I don't know. You check and you could basically take the bishop, right? Anytime you want, but I could still take back, so it's not that big of a concern. I'm kind of bullying the rook around a little bit, and so you're able to probably just... It can't cover the pawns at least, but it also doesn't entirely matter if you just... Let's see. He's going to go down a little bit. I don't mind going here. All these checks don't really seem to do a whole lot. You can try to go to here, but you can't. You check there. You got to go anywhere but to the one square. That's going to get you forked. You no longer give the check even here, potentially. You're threatening there, and you can't actually cover it, but it was all kind of by your own doing. Even if you go here, I could double take. You could try to attack on this side. I wouldn't think that I should win this, but I mean, even if I draw, that doesn't count, you know, against my streak, so that's fine. No, I mean, this guy's legitimately... Even as I say that, this guy's legitimately good. I don't know how he's choking on time, though, before I... Okay, now I should win easily, but... Let me try to figure it out. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm being a little bit too slow. Fuck, I just want to get the bishop to a place where I don't have to worry about it for a little bit. Okay, pin this stupid shit down. Problem is, if I could attack it, that'd be great, or you just get it anyway. It doesn't even matter. Okay, gotta go quick. You gotta go quick. They made it way too easy for me with even the abundant amount of time they had. So this is what we got to look for. Okay, you go to here. You just take it. You just... Doesn't matter. Okay. Now you keep this out of the way. You bring it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just leave that one there. What are you gonna do? All the way, go across the whole fucking board. Don't give him a stupid ass stalemate. Now I just start to make these sort of aimless checks that aren't actually good for the sake of whatever. Fuck, that could have easily been a stalemate too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, how is it not a fucking mate? Oh, I fucked up again. Okay. Oh, no. That's a mouse. That's a mouse issue. Fuck. Like, at the very least, I can keep pre-moving. I mean, I won't lose, but... Are you serious, bro? Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, but that was actually a well-played game by him. He made a couple of mistakes toward the end. And we revived the debate about, like, this is what it takes, just to realize, like, anybody can win a 1600 rating without studying or knowing openings. Just do that. Just do what I did there. Like, no big deal. Thanks. Okay, the knight is easier to visualize than the queen. And yeah, the queen can be more complicated, but the thing with the queen is it's so overpowered that it often, you know, you don't really need to use it optimally, but I definitely agree the high level use of the queen is very difficult. Because it can just be, let's see what they were saying here. Unless you have visualization problems, the knight isn't unintuitive. It's not unintuitive, just doesn't have intuition for it. I just disagree though. Off all the pieces in the game, I don't know. I think a lot of low-rated players would agree. If instinct was something that's generalized, and you're consigning humans to archetypes, you're saying they're machines anyway. Why complain about Stockfish? Do you think that the knight is a bad chess piece that affects your game? No. Both players have the same pieces. Well, but see, that's still different though. It can be their weakness too. It's often why they lose. You have to take advantage of how weak it is. If the knight affects your game, the problem is you. No, there's a lot of objective issues with it. All the high level metrics will tell you that too. It's always worth less than the bishop. Like, there are objective problems. Now, it's not an excuse because yes, both players have them. You just have to understand how much of a liability they are. So it's my fault for treating it like a piece. Yeah, sure, I can analyze. What's your name on here? Easier to visualize than the queen. Queen moves are the most common mistakes. I can understand that at like 2200, at every level until like 2200. I can understand the queen argument. I just think the thing with the queen is you have like a higher standard for it because like you're going to, it's just too powerful. So like it's so good that it's a good problem to have. The thing with the knight is, what is the knight's usual average position? It's just sitting there. It's just in the way. It's just getting attacked by a pawn. It's not doing anything. Yes, you'll get an octopus knight later in the game and celebrate that for sitting in one spot, but like so often in the game, objectively, the knight is not doing anything. Even if you're playing it the right way, even if you play it the way the engine tells you, you're still not training your method of loci. Destiny of Power. Okay, cool. Destiny. Yeah, I kind of need a break after that game anyway. But see, that one I'm not even mad about. Not even because I won, but honestly, that guy, I was saying it the whole game that he actually won. Or, I mean, he actually played well. 1937 FIDE. Nice. A regular Botez sister, this guy. Why doesn't he have 1 million followers on Twitch or whatever the fuck like they do? Let's see. Oh, what are all these lines, dude? He just plays everything. What the fuck is that? What am I looking at, dude? Rainbow. Oh shit, 25. Yeah, this is the inflation level I don't understand. You're really trying to tell me 1937 is 2500? I know there's some amount of inflation, but what the fuck is that? He's 15 years old. Let's see, what was his most recent game? It's gonna be all bullet stuff though. Oh, he beat a GM though. Okay, let's see how this works. I don't understand these kind of ratings. I can understand the faster formats a little bit, but that makes it feel kind of a little bit underwhelming. Like, I'm not saying, oh, 1600 that I am is so good or anything, but how can it be that big of a difference? Or part of it is just sometimes these people can't get to events all the time, so it's easier. How am I this good? Like, it's easier to play online and farm out rating regardless of what your level is, because like, oh, if you could play at tournaments every single day, maybe you could farm up your rating, but you know what I mean, you might only be able to go to an event once a year, so if you have a bad event, that just ruins it. Whereas here you can play all day every day. When I close my eyes, I see the knight move like an L in 8 directions but I mean, an L shape is a little bit different than, I don't see how it isn't intuitive. I mean, it's just my opinion then, but I think overall, on average, if you ask somebody who's playing chess for the first time which piece is the most confusing, I think more often than not you'll say the knight. If not, like, how is moving in a straight, like, how is moving like this unintuitive? That's very, very that's obvious. The diagonals, that's obvious. Sometimes the long diagonals trip you up, but like, it's just not consistent. Even with, it just feels random. That's the basic way to explain it. If not the L, why not just like anything else? There's no clear rule like behind why it works that way. Even it really just feels like they just pulled it out of thin air. Nobody can even explain why does it move that way specifically, right? You can easily explain, okay, a diagonal is a diagonal, a horizontal is horizontal, vertical is vertical. All those things make sense. It indeed moves according to what my senses predict. Imagine the whole world does complain about a chess piece, but the guy is bad with the knight, blames the knight for its nature. Who would have guessed? Doesn't. The knight is just different, and saying it's bad means you're actually bad with the knight. But see, I'm assuming I'm bad with every piece, but they don't give me as much trouble. You prefer having the bishop pair or the knight pair? Yeah, that point is also pertinent. Like, there's no such thing as a knight pair. There's no use to it. So of course you'd have the bishop pair. I'd rather have a single bishop than a single knight too. But like, yeah, the bishop pair has tremendous value. What does the knight pair have? Nothing, because they have no synergy between them. And even in the best optimal case, you trade off one knight and then you keep the other as an octopus knight for the end game or closed positions or whatever. Nobody ever. I prefer bishops over knights. Bishops are better in open positions. Don't just simply open up. And what's funny with that is I often like to play closed positions and defensive positions anyway, right? So at least I've learned to respect keeping one knight around. You kind of have to, especially in certain endgames, but okay, let's see what's actually happening here. This whole bullet craze is just weird. Like how I get why people like it, but once you're at this level, you can play whatever you want, but I don't even get it. So like a 1900 rated player just beat a GM in a bullet game. Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, this all looks fine. Not that I understand what's happening. Oh, there's the octopus knight, but you could easily just take it. You could easily just take it if it's really that big of a deal. And it doesn't even give you a passed pawn, which is normally the one predicate for why, Like, look at my advanced level understanding of how this works too. The knight just sits there and does nothing for the rest of the game. That means it's a good knight, right? But the only way this is good is normally if you took this, you would want the predicate of like, okay, you would take and get a passed pawn. I don't know exactly how. I can't visualize it myself, but that would be the one threat. Like, oh, you can't take it because of that. But in this case, you can even still do it and it doesn't do anything. So he was playing as white, obviously. That's a blunder with the king. I don't know exactly why. You get it pinned down, and you check, you take. You're not gonna get mated here, but it just kind of looks like you are. Oh, should you lose the queen? Okay, but that's not exactly even what happened. But this guy's a GM. That's what he should have done. Or wait, but he's losing. How does this happen? I mean, I guess it is bullet, so you just... That's a blunder, so what was the punish of the blunder? Ah, yes, of course. To punish that queen move blunder, you just go here, which has nothing to do with anything. This is what I love about the engine. Like, it'll maybe come into play later. That they're making blunders. I mean, it's not like they're playing perfectly. But this is what bullet... Holy shit, dude. This may as well be one of my games. But obviously the advanced positional understanding here is still... Yeah, what is that exact thing that I'm thinking of with respect to the passed pawn? It happens to me a lot. There would have to like not be a pawn here, but there are pawns like on either side. So it's not like you really have an advantage in terms of the structure. It's just a way to punish them for taking the octopus knight, right? Making it actually valuable, because it's often so easy to do that. Only played one FIDE tournament in the last 4... Oh, I see. That would make sense. One FIDE tournament in the last 4 years. Even one quiet gamer would debate you on that. He prefers the bishop. Bishops are better. No, I wouldn't debate you on that. I mean, obviously that's the one thing, but you can kind of dictate whether it's an open or closed position. So if you really know what you're doing, you can get a bishop pair and it can be pretty good in most games. Never thought of the knight as liability or over. You don't think it's a liability when most openings are so much about, I guess you're just so good then that you're able to compensate for it. But like, how many times in the opening does the knight get pushed back by a pawn, or could it potentially get pushed back by a pawn, or does it get pinned? Like, your bishop's not getting pinned because it, you know, can defend itself. Your bishop's not getting pushed back by pawns because it could take the pawn back or easily move. You know, it's just, it's so obvious why it's a liability. But against one quiet gamer and other player, well, you win against me because you're better than me, not because of the knight. A piece that is controlling space does indeed have to do nothing. Well, that might be the way you explain it, but that's the feeling that you get. Again, we're talking about mostly at a low level. Thanks for the follow. Some say knights make chess what it is. Magnus also prefers the knight. Looks like any... No, but nobody really prefers it objectively. Like, do I have to show you Bobby Fischer's fucking... here, I'll show you everybody's metric on the thing. Chess, piece, value. Here we go, dude. You gotta bring out the chart again. Where is it? Relative piece value. Okay. 3.1 to 3.3. 3.0 to 3.5. 3 to 3. Okay, even. Best even. Every other one, 3, 3 plus. 3.5, 3. This is knight, this is bishop. 3.5, 3, 3.25. 3, 3, 3.15. 4. Okay, so this one needs to be thrown out. Nobody wants to see it again. What is this garbage? 3.2, 3.33, 3.25. A lot of them have an even, which I would even disagree with that. But every single one, other than one, has that higher. Right? Bobby Fischer said it. Other people have said it. Like, I don't know where that reference is. Bobby Fischer always said that the bishop is worth a little more than the knight. Knight is 3.5. I don't know where he's getting that from. Wait, let's see what happens with this, but we could have this debate forever. I don't see a point in making judgments. I think it is relevant, though. It's worth noting because they will not be changed. Well, I mean, I made that prediction within my lifetime. I think the knight will be changed because of some of these things, but even if it doesn't, it's worth knowing that because especially at the low level, like, it's going to get you in a lot of trouble. So you at least have to be aware of that until you really know what you're doing with it, right? It is going to be the number one liability that gets pinned, that gets harassed by pawns, that kind of messes up your openings. I think it is worth... Pull the Google, yeah, I mean, objective things that other people smarter than me, experts on chess, have said. The queen and the knight are more aggressive than the queen and the bishop. You can reach 2000 with just a chessboard in your imagination, no books, no computer, no opponent. Maybe, but I think in this day and age where everybody studies so much, you would probably have to study yourself to equalize that. How do you pull up the statistics of how many players blame the pieces for the... But do I really blame it, or do I just get frustrated by how it works, right? It's still my fault for not accounting for it. So you're kind of... I'm not saying it's why I lose. I'm saying... Okay, let's actually watch how this went. I'm looking at the variations too much. So they do make a lot of blunders. Right, but let's see what actually is the decisive move here. So they have a passed pawn deep in enemy territory, and somehow they reverse it here, which is pretty remarkable. What the fuck? I mean, the GM is winning, right? As he should be. But what happened? They blundered there by giving the check with the thing, which allows you to do what, though? And then they still kind of are blundering back and forth a little bit. I'm not too sure. I mean, I can understand time affects me more than anything else, where, you know, obviously I play like a clown and they just blunder their queen, but it could be they have a second left, so I can... Wait, but they don't even take it. Well, whatever. It's certainly because of time, but good game. Okay. I mean, when you beat a GM, you can't exactly make excuses, you know. That's still a good win no matter how you do it. How you pull the statistics. Bishops eat granite, bro. Knights hop colors and confuse the opponent even at GM level. I can agree with the confusion part. From an outside perspective, blame and frustration are often indistinguishable. Like, again, it's within my control. I trade off the knights. I do it. Look at the lobby. Dude pushed all his pawns by one step. Lobby game. What, this one? And of course, that's all they show on the Lichess TV too, is just bullet nonstop. Oh yeah, I forgot the song was even playing. My favorite kind of song to listen to with chess actually is you barely even notice it. Yeah, you know, they'll always prioritize bullet. And of course, classical is super easy. That could literally be me, dude. Wait, what? No, it said like 18 something. But no, usually the people who are shown here, oh, as soon as I looked, it changed. Or like super low rated. If it's 1883, if I was playing, I'm 17, so I could be playing 1800, and it shows you the highest person playing at the time, which in classical is pretty easy to do because nobody really seems to play it because everybody thinks everyone's cheating or something, or nobody higher rated does it. Replayed was kind of a weird strategy. This game or like probably the last one. He's got a nice little pass pawn structure there, though. And then some of these people are so high rated, but they don't even have titles or anything, so I don't get it. Or see, it keeps just defaulting to whichever the next highest rated player playing is. Yet even now, declares the Lord, return to me with all your heart, with fasting, with weeping, and with mourning. Plenty of people play it. Okay, let's actually try to... let's try to actually play another one. That was quite the exciting ending, though. I doubt we're going to get such a high-quality opponent every single time. Go here, basic development. Like in this kind of game, okay, the knight doesn't bother me, but there's so many times where he gets pushed back by the pawns and stuff, which you might say, okay, you know, that's fine. That's a natural part of the game, but that doesn't happen, for example, with the bishops as easily. Right, so the value of the knight, basically, you have to be patient to get it. Where, as far as I can tell, they just gave that up for free, didn't they? But no, you have to wait and be more patient. You don't get the instant gratification value that you would normally get from other pieces. And so that's why it can be difficult, again, even just only at the low level. Because anything could be made justifiable by that. Like, oh, if you learn exactly how to use it optimally, of course it's going to be good. Right? I don't question that. But the fact that you feel you have to justify the knight like that, I don't need to feel like, oh, I have to learn the bishop optimally to use that. Right? I can still enjoy it and appreciate it. And if I mess up, it's my fault. And even, again, with the knight, if I mess up, it's my fault. But it just feels... did I just maybe mess myself up because now I can't escape with it, or what? Like, I could end up getting my stupid knight trapped in doing this very easily. I don't like this, but... covered, but a simple move would... I should have probably just brought it back earlier. Bro brought a Christian verse to a chess argument. Is the goal not improvement? The sounds are not playing. Oh yeah, that was muted. Finding a fresh jawbone of a donkey. Watch out for a pawn push. Yeah, that's what I thought he might do, but... Or even this would have been bad if he had made me do that, because then you would have to take, like, this. Like, for example, even here. Without even trying to do anything with the knight, it's making it uncomfortable for me because... you could, it's the same thing. Like, it's going to be awkward no matter what I do, because either I have to open the king like that and double stack the pawn. This is exactly what I mean. Like, I'm not even trying to do anything with the knight. Sure, he gave up a free piece and I got it, so I can afford to even lose it. But, like, I wasn't even trying to do anything, and now here's the liability moment. Whatever it is that you have to do here, it's like, why the fuck does the knight always have to be? I swear, I'm not even getting this position on purpose. I'm sure that, oh, there's some GM level expert way to deal with this that's easy enough, but the point is that I don't fucking know, dude. Could actually be a very bad idea, potentially, but not really, because even if you were to take, wouldn't I just be able to take back, like, you know? You would take, but then I would just take this. Try to maybe block me in, trap me in there a little bit. Okay, so we at least salvage the position. We keep the net piece that he just gave up very stupidly at the beginning. Still save my knight. Yeah, there's at least one way to liquidate and trade it again, I guess. Okay, let's get my queen back out of there. Everything's good with this position. See, this guy made it super easy early on because he just gave me, you know, he gave me something for no reason, just out of the blue. But you shouldn't be so surprised when a sub 1500 or whatever, sub 1600 player does it. Okay, this is fine. Or yeah, they'll say like, oh, those moves are actually common and you should just know how to deal with that. But again, I don't know how to deal with a lot of things. But what gets me in trouble, maybe it's just my personal preference or style of play, but I do think there's a certain overlap that you could just say on average it's more difficult. So yes, I should learn how to deal with it, but what I'll say is on a base level, like for somebody who's playing the game for the first time ever, or you know, something like that, you would definitely feel that it's hard to figure out compared to everything else. I think that's harder to figure out. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still try to do it, but it can be difficult. Okay, what is all this? I don't know what he's doing. Everything's fine. These bishops are perfectly fine. You know, you just block. Everything's covered. This technically isn't covered, but you can't really dislodge my other bishop. It's kind of hard for me to even read chat when I'm already so slow, but it's okay. Okay, that'll be at least an attempt to dislodge the bishop, but now you can't even do it because I cover like this. Right, you cover, you attack. Darksphere bishop is fine. Yeah, imagine playing Bullet. How did these GM streamers like Hikaru and stuff interact with chat while playing Bullet? They probably don't. Like, they'll wait till the game is over or something. This is fine too. Okay. You can go here and effectively try to bait the trade, but I don't really need to do it. Let's just take an open file. Darksphere bishop isn't in a very good spot, so I don't have to worry about it too much. You do have this weird diagonal that if they somehow let me dislodge the queen or whatever, the thing, that'd be fine. I don't really want to take it, but I feel like I almost have to take it. You'll do something annoying there now that could be a little bit problematic. Right, that move is pretty impending, so then if you move this, you lose this. You could either solve it by... You could just do this, I guess. For now, but then you'll keep moving it. Right, so now you push it out. I go do whatever I want, but then I also... Okay. But no, the main point of that is not to say that... You know, it's really an excuse. It's just a good observation that maybe low-rated people will find it that way. And also at the higher level, what happens if I draw? Then I still keep playing. That's fine. Yeah, nobody wins, but yeah, I won't stop then. which in real high-level chess, since the majority of games are draws, that's what maintains your win streaks. I always make fun of this statistic that was like, it's like Ding Liren went on a 2-year win streak or something like that, or Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen both, right? But the point is that they drew more games than they won in that span, but that doesn't break their win streak, right? It still counts. It doesn't mean that they're winning every single game. What the fuck am I doing? Everything is just kind of all over the place. He's not really doing anything is the thing. Like, you could just back this off. It really shouldn't matter. Or you could even just take this here. I'm a little bit worried about that, but I don't care, I guess. Or something bad could happen just because that rook itself isn't covered. If you take, I take. Even if you don't, I could have just probably taken that anyway. Everything's covered, right? It's perfectly fine. You go there. Now, everything's covered still. I'm kind of being a little bit too lazy with trying to deal with that. Have you ever joined Lafong Simul's? No. Talk to my alternate world lines and they aren't me. You live 1,000 in your dreams, but you only live one right now. So the cute thing with this is, what if I go here? No, but then it'll be a trade anyway. You can do this though, I mean, anyway. Why do I almost feel compelled to take it with the bishop instead? There's probably some crazy mate sequence, but I don't have all day to figure it out, so I'll just settle for whatever. Now, you should almost be able to do this, but it doesn't matter even if I did it. They would take, I would take... Why don't I just try to play safe and just deal with... Wait, what? Oh, well, that had nothing to do with what I did. I guess they just did it anyway, so... Fuck. See, this is what I mean. You'd miss something like that because you're just a dumb clown like me. But see, now am I gonna... Oh, I'm blaming the rook. I'm blaming the rook that I didn't see that. No, like, obviously... I mean, I could just take it too, but... What is happening? They'll take that, but I don't really care. And then you just compel a trade over to here. And then if you do that, you take and you check. Or isn't that already mate? No. Okay, now you just try to maybe promote something. Okay. And they always let me off the hook with that by resigning because they're able to, you know, they could have probably still tried to flag me, and I sometimes get frustrated with those endgame positions having to play them out. E2 and D2 are the strongest squares for the knight, a la Hippo. Christian Digital Church chat, I mean, I don't even mind it. I can debate religion just as much as I debate the value of the knight. Finding a fresh jawbone of a donkey, he grabbed it and struck down 1,000 men. The Samson said, with the donkey's jawbone, I have not made donkeys of them. With the donkey's jawbone, I have killed 1,000 men. My playstyle is simple and intuitive. I'm not that much of a complicating position, which I like classical games. In my last over-the-board tournament ended in draws, as do all games ever. Elo online peak 2828. Not proud of it. That's pretty good. Is it a Muslim opening? Hippo. Is the knight a bad piece, or do you at least agree? I mean, I would consider it the worst piece, right, of all the actual pieces. Like, it's obviously worse than the queen, but that's not even fair. It's obviously worse than the rook. So the only other piece we're comparing it to is, I guess, either the king, which let's just not even include that because it's whatever. Although sometimes people estimate the value of the queen around 2 or 3 anyway. But compared to the bishop, I don't see how you can really say that. The bishop isn't better. Why do what others do matter? Anyway, you have one life. What happens if you draw? You live in 1,000 dreams. The Black Queen. Telling him... Yeah, I tend not to read it anyway, though. But yeah, I was so enamored with the check, but it worked out anyway. Show you all how badass Samson was. Some guy Regina Spectre sung about. Okay, let's do another one here. I don't even bother like analyzing my games anymore, because what's really instructive about it? The guy blundered their queen and they blundered the. But see, imagine if I actually missed that and then we end up drawing or losing as a result because it's so stupid, right? Where that does happen something like that's just a tunnel vision example, right? Like I'm so fixated on what I'm doing, like I can check and take the pawn, that I kind of. But no, I like some of the people's confidence here in saying, oh, but the knight is so, like, they're good enough to do that. I can respect that, but it doesn't mean that you will usually end up with one bishop and one knight anyway. Which, yeah, that I can respect. And in that hypothetical scenario, the only way the knight's probably better is if you get in like a really closed lock pawn structure, endgame, whatever, or if you what do you call it? If you get an octopus knight, which isn't always that hard to get, but still, it's like a best case scenario thing. Like if you get a bishop pair, they're better, but you're not always going to get one, so you can't really go by the hypothetical of, you know, what position you think is going to happen. It's just innately, on average, you're going to have better luck with that. But no, that game even displayed it in a good example. Like, it was just kind of annoying me. See, like here, I do this to stop the pin. Now, yes, the engine technically says, as I memorize this, letting the pin happen isn't that bad, and especially when you can do this, but it just bothers me personally. So yes, it's annoying because it could create problems for me later, right? It's just something I have an issue with doing, so I should study that and figure it out. But why do these things always have to involve the knight is my only gripe. Like, I don't have to worry about that with the bishop. The bishop has never gotten me in trouble where, you know, it's just the fault of the way that it works. You could double take something there, I guess, to sack it, which sometimes people do, but you know, that's immediately not a good spot to put it. But I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, doesn't really matter. Let's just try to castle, or I'm creating some kind of weird closed structure here that I didn't really even mean to do. But whatever, I don't know why I was thinking like, I was like a step ahead in trying to create the bishop pair here, but I didn't get it outside first. You should make a poll. Are knights... You're a mod. You should be able to do it. Try it. Are knights a bad piece? Or which is better, bishops or knights? No, I'm just sort of triggering a defensive response by being so critical of them. Like, obviously, there are certain good things about them, but... we're kind of loaded up on this square, which should be fine if I just go here. It just feels like for example, right now, they're having way less impact on the game. So they're like a late game clutch special circumstance kind of piece. The bishops are immediately impactful, right, as soon as you play them. Even without even moving them, they're sometimes impactful, right, all the way on the other side of the board. The knights kind of require some form of special treatment where, you know, it's just always in the best case scenario. I almost wouldn't mind trading this for the knight because of how stupidly I used it. Just... I didn't put... See, now it's not the bishop's fault. I'm the one who was dumb and didn't put it where it needs to go, so... I'm even happy with this, too. You just get rid of one bishop there, they check, it's fine. So now you get to try and... This is going to be a very closed structure kind of game, so I guess we can show off how good the knight can be in these kind of situations. But this pawn structure confuses me a little bit, because what I would normally do is try to go here and open the structure, but I can't really see that happening here. Even here, I'd try to trade it off, but it's definitely not the right move. I'll still try to do it. Just get rid of them, and then all that confusion goes out the window. But no, if they try to do this, I could easily just take, so they'd have to, like, do something else first. I will be defensive when the knight is changed. Yeah, that is one of my predictions, actually. 2 predictions to do with chess. Chess will be solved objectively, like how checkers was in 2008. It will be solved by the time I die, or whatever, in my lifetime. And then also... the knight actually will be changed in some way because it's just so objectively flawed in certain ways. But maybe with all this passion we see, maybe I'm somehow wrong. If you go here, they would take... I wouldn't even be able to take because, you know, they're taking back with a pawn overall. This is a little bit of a nuanced position, I must admit. I want to do this move. It just feels like a thing to do, but I can't really figure out how. If you do it, they'll take, and then I can't do anything. So I'd have to like do this first, which I think is also bad. It's just a weird spot that no amount of cover is going to let you do that, because the issue isn't the number of covers, it's the fact that you're covering with too many pawns. And I don't want to give up any of these around the king. I'm just kind of very, oh, you know, you could get an Octopus Knight effectively here, which I wasn't even thinking about. But again, how easy would it be to dislodge that? Very, because you could just trade a knight for it. And that little pass pawn, some of this stuff I just, you know, come up with hypothetically on my own. It doesn't mean that's really why the Octopus Knight is good, but there are so many situations where I've had that, where if they took it, I would get a passed pawn by doing that, but I don't get it here. And I had, in that other game, I didn't see it either, so maybe that's not as common as I think. But that's the one good way to threaten, like, okay, you could take it, but then you get something back like that. If you mean the ultra weak solution, that's the coldest of cold takes. Well, like as far as being solved, I mean like fully solved, like no, like fully, completely, just perfectly. You know, like checkers was solved for a draw 100%. Undeniable. Like people can't necessarily do that at the human level, but just, you know, that's kind of irrelevant because people will never be able to play chess. Like even now, chess is solved at the human level because you can't beat the best version of Stockfish. That's been true for a while, right? But it does mean that it'll be, I mean, and you could still see engine versus engine usually ends in a draw, but it'll be like 100% of the time perfectly, you know, just as well as it can possibly be done. Which maybe isn't even that hot of a take, but it's just somehow people somehow argue on that. These are the two arguments I always have in chess. Like, they'll say, oh, chess won't be solved, and oh, you know, the knight's so good. So both of those takes in one. The knight will be changed, and the game will be solved. And that doesn't mean it's bad, right? Like, that's the whole irony with like how much people make fun of checkers, is that doesn't mean checkers is a bad game or it's not complicated. Like, anybody who's good at chess, okay, go try to play the best checkers player in the world. You'll still get destroyed. Magnus Carlsen, right? It would take him still some time to learn and study and get the minutia of that too. Like, it's simpler than chess, sure, but that doesn't mean that it's not complicated in its own right. So it always got like a bad rap, but what the fuck? Oh, that was the easy bait. Okay. See, like, these are the kind of things that just... You could give this stupid-ass check, otherwise I could maybe do something. Like, if I lose, it's going to be to something like that I could easily see. You might not even have an end of life if that happens. Now, what should happen here, theoretically, is you should win the knight, but I'm not 100% sure. Isn't that funny how that happens? Like, I'll be in a losing position, but then it's like now I start to really focus. But I have been focusing. I've wasted 6 minutes so far. But, you know, you lose the pawn, but then you can't. Are you serious, bro? Or no, you can still fuck around with this a little bit. You do this. I don't know. I could pin it down. You should have been able to win it, but it's a very unusual position, actually. But I kind of like it. But in trying to get the Octopus Knight, see, even that wasn't the knight's fault. I just fell for a bait by giving up his cover. But that didn't mean that I had to do that. You're not able to give a check with the knight, so at least I can, you know, I could maybe at least win this pawn if this is the best that I can do, right? Because they'll cover the thing, and then I don't actually even win the thing, the knight. You may be right. He's pretty good, though. He knows his stuff. I think he wants 1700, at least be able to be better than me. He has a specific rating goal this year. Actually, probably 2000, but... And with the amount I play, I should be able to do it. Or I should have already been it a while ago, but I just kind of refused to study, which is my own choice, but... I just never feel like I really should have to... Okay. Oh, God. The same thing that I... Or no, you can just do this and then... Right, you'll take the knight no matter what happens. I think. Even if you were to block, like, with the queen, which you can't even do, you can't even really block with anything, Ice, right? And you could even take there, but... No, you can't. Oh, you take the stupid-ass thing, you can take back. At least it makes the material a little more even, but... It wasn't, like, a perfect situation, because now my pawns are all messed up. You could even take that one instead, I guess. You take there, you attack the knight. Okay, we just have to mainly worry about time for now. You can take this one there, which I don't... Oh, no, we gotta go for that. See, this is what I mean. This is my whole style of play in one shot. Although there might have been a way to do it with the bishop, but whatever. If you give me these kind of trades, I'm very happy because I never... I don't know, I never lose those kind of positions where it's just very materially even and just not relying on me attacking. So I'll just trade everything off and then I can just win in the end game or whatever comfortably. I don't know what that personality type is called, like Anaconda. You squeeze the position in the end game. I'm like Magnus Carlsen. That's what they said he was, but obviously in a different way. He does it because he knows what he's doing so perfectly that nothing's going to work against other great players or something like that. Whereas I know nothing, so I have to do it just out of attrition because I could have all the material in the world, but I'm not going to know how to attack in the most efficient way or whatever. Fully solved, you're smoking a reefer. I mean, I don't know how to exactly define it then, but... Go here, you could push it up. His development is so bad, like he hasn't moved the side at all. But the whole thing with that too is it's not even useful to people because... You know, again, you could say the same thing now. If you study Stockfish and you get anywhere with it, it's like, you know, that's good enough. You wouldn't need anything more, but it's just the principle behind it. Like, people treat it like, oh, it somehow ruins the game if it's solved. Like, checkers is a bad game. It's simple. It's easy because it's been solved by a computer in 2008. But that doesn't mean that, you know, you can do that as a person. So there's two totally different things. I would take, they would take, I would take, I don't like using the arrows, you know, you gotta do it in your head. Visualization. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. But I can create a double stack on here, and at some point you just win by the attrition of you know, you have more attackers than they have potential defenders, but I guess it also doesn't matter too much. You can put it here. That is like an Octopus Knight caliber position that they could still push out, or you won't even end up really having a great cover for it. Ultimately, I would take, they would, wait, I can just do it now, or no, I still can't. Let's just give up on the whole idea of that. I have enough time. I'm acting like I'm actually a lot lower. Why do you like E4 more than D4? Is that what I do in the opening? I'm not very good with notation. I used to do, I think, D4 a lot, if that's the queen's pawn. Okay, let's go for this then. You know what you could almost do? No, whatever. I think the queen's pawn becomes more aggressive, so it kind of is not really my style. I used to be super aggressive, and then it stopped working because I started playing against, I guess, better players, and so, you know, you can't just get away with whatever garbage attacks I was doing. I don't know. It feels like this should be better than what it is. Take there. You can try to take this. Yeah, I used to always do that, and then it stopped working somehow, so I just had to switch over, and it's just very simple, just basic development, and I love the King's Indian, kind of personifies my whole style of play overall, because you get to, you know, you just develop, you just mirror them, you're playing defensively, you're not really trying to do anything, and so, you know, you're going to get it through the opening safely and just survive it, and then you get to do what you want, so it's not really a strong preference, it's just more like whatever I can get away with doing, like with the least amount of knowledge or effort or whatever. Man, I'm not getting anywhere with this. Fuck, man. Gonna keep bullying myself with the pawns, and it's not gonna be good. Okay, I'll take the trade in a heartbeat. Why can't I do anything with this? Okay, let's go here. They're gonna come up with some crazy mating sequence, I bet. Let's give a stupid check, but I can't even do it. Okay, this is fine, I guess. Man, it's always time. Always comes down to time, but that shows you I'm actually kind of trying and whatever. Playing better than I have been, at least. What do you do with that position, though? You can't even go anywhere. These pawns are way more dangerous than maybe I'm giving them credit for, but... You'll just raise it, and I can't do anything about it. Then you'll raise that one, too. So why did I even do that? I would take, they would take, I would take, I don't know what happened there. I mean, I'm not gonna do that, obviously. It's just like maybe me being passive for too many turns where, you know, it didn't have to be that bad, but then I just am not doing anything with whatever advantage or position that I have. I'm just kind of wasting it. But with the amount of time, I guess I can't be blamed. I won't entirely blame time there, but I don't know what really happened with the position. It just started to become very weird. I mean, I have to just watch this. The knight can't really do anything immediately, so what if I just try to double attack this? Right, the knight just is totally irrelevant, so I could do this. You might be surprised how bad the knight... I guess I have to go for it. You might be surprised how bad the knight actually is, that I might still get a chance, but... Like, he'd have to sack it for the one on this side, maybe. Wait, what? What the fuck was that? I mean, regardless of what happens, that was just a dumb thing for him to do. Right, like I don't have enough time to take advantage of it, but you could have easily just done whatever you wanted. Oh, fuck. You can take that, but I don't care, right? I'd rather just... Oh my god. Yes, yes, you're gonna flag me. You're so good. Go play fucking bullet like everybody else, dude. Come on, man. And I'm not in a position where I can, like, really move too fast or anything. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So I actually will keep true to my word, and I'll stop there. So, I mean, he played okay, but I think I was in a relatively good position, actually, too. And then I just sort of... I don't know. I wasn't doing anything with it. What are the stakes? Play whatever helps you learn. Let's see. 1700, yeah. Ultra weak solution is proving the result of a perfect game. But yeah, I don't have any special reason for liking E4. I guess I just always used to do D4 and then it just stopped working and it wasn't really useful to me. I don't like doing puzzles and I don't like studying, so no, I haven't done too many puzzles. Knight F3 is superior to both. Knight F3 is as a first move, huh? I feel like everybody always says E4 or D4 are the best. Opening doesn't mean anything until you're playing over the board. I mean, it means something in just a vague sense that you should just play what you're comfortable with or a certain style. But, or I mean, it depends what rating too, right? Like, whether you're playing over the board or online. What if I get to 2500 online? I'm sure openings will matter then. E4 is super sharp. I hate it. What don't you like about puzzles? I don't like anything about the game except for actually just playing it, like in a raw sense. Like, maybe I should do more since so many people are so interested in this. Fuck, I'll give it one more shot, then fine. I have to go get my Imgur art, which hopefully I'll give it one more life. I always do this. I say I'm gonna not do it, but I was actually playing pretty well though in these games. Like somehow I'm trying a little bit harder than I have been lately. I was just at 1659 and then I went on a terrible streak, so maybe I got overconfident somehow. Like, you know, oh, look how good I am. I was on a good streak. I won like 9 in a row during that stretch. Like, it's all just psychological at that point. Okay, that was like an extra lifeline, whatever. This is bad for somebody who's so into permadeath runs too, that like I keep not staying true to my format. But this one's actually legit. Final one. Let's reflect on what this art is. This is going well because this is a buggy super hard mode experience where you couldn't climb the ladder, you couldn't pick up the letter, you couldn't suck these because they're like not meant to be sucked because they always have 0 health. It was like a nightmare. Like, what was the title for it? Like, Madman discovers new meta in game like 20 years after release, right? In Luigi's Mansion. Tech demo, by the way. I think I actually forgot what I was even just using. Damn. It was like somewhere in the middle here. Streamer layout. Past C-chest we had used recently. Oh yeah, it must be newspaper. Translucent board, Discord. Oh god, don't make me have to do this, or it's not even gonna work. Right, so at least that's a legitimate excuse not to use it. I mean, it's tantamount to blindfold, I guess, but okay, let me find one. But no, just one more life, that's fine. I should do it in that sense, like I get 3 lives, since I always hate just stopping after 1. Look how many of these I have, but obviously a lot of them don't even work. I love the chest rants. E4 is super sharp. Sounds like you just need a different competitive game, honestly. Like, different as in what? I mean, chess is too much studying, so I wouldn't want to do it, but I get a certain satisfaction in just the base experience of just doing it. Like, I like calculation, I like whatever, you know, the innate skills that go into it. I just don't like how even at the low level, people study way too goddamn much, and, you know, there is, people even say that too, like, you don't need to study, but people do study, and they know a lot of openings, and they, you know, there's a sense that people are still try-harding even at a low level, which is fine, but it just kind of ruins it for me because I wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, let's change her whole color complexion here too. So like we go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we'll just go with whatever these are. Okay, let's actually start. Okay, so last live here for sure, which is really cheating my whole thing, but whatever. Sitting down at the chessboard and daydreaming, studying. Like doing anything other than just playing. Like reading a book, reading theory, reading openings, studying openings, anything. Like, this is all I do. I just play. Analyzing your games, everything is studying except for just playing. which again, you'll still learn a certain amount from studying, or I mean from just playing, but it's nowhere near what you need to do to actually improve, seemingly. You know, these people have read books, they've studied opening theory, their dad is a grandmaster, like this is the average chess player. Which all that's still fine. You can still do the same thing, but let's go back. Now we could get a pretty good bishop pair here, it seems like, but I also always just have this temptation to you're almost meant to do something like this here, I feel like, but they'll take, I'll take, they'll take. See, this is like a greedy, stupid move that you don't need to make, like, oh, I'm going to somehow try to win a pawn, even though you're not really going to. When I should just do something like this and just develop. The short pawn moves are always my style. Like, I never double push, I always typically single push, because I like to, whatever, I'm more defensive minded, that I'm not going to really take advantage of it anyway if I get more, you know, I kind of like those locked pawn, stale, closed type of positions, which doesn't make sense for somebody who hates the knight so much, but you can go here, just a basic trade, and you're really forcing a trade because you have to. This could be very strong because now, well, but they can just react to it. I mean, if you assume people are always going to react, then that's part of what makes the game potentially boring too, is like whatever you try to do, they're going to already know what to do and react to it and prevent it. So, you know, you never get to do anything ever. Just draw every game. You've never studied anything. What rating are you? Okay, so I'd much rather take the bishop. You're gonna take my bishop, but I almost don't even really care. It's fine. And wait, what? Wait, why would you do that? See, this is a tricky knight. Don't take my word for it. Because of the unnatural, weird way the knight moves, now I get that back seemingly for free unless I'm missing something. You play d5. Watch how it affects the game. d5. What is d5? It'll mess up my light square diagonal, I would assume, but but then you can still try to punch through and do weird stuff like this, which is fuck. I mean, see, these people do it to themselves, but not a very instructive game there either, as our average one actually is. I don't even try to win. I simply play to play romantic chess and reach 2000 without much effort. Well, then you're a prodigy, but I almost wouldn't believe that you wouldn't have studied anything, because it's impossible. Like, you would have to know openings to some extent, so how would you be good enough at them to be able to survive them, counterplay, people do a cheeky gambit sack on turn 6? Like, you must have studied something to know how to deal with that. I don't know. Like, you must know, you must have studied openings in a basic, vague sense. Like, you know, like what is the Caro-Kann? I don't know what the fuck it is. I've seen it. I've seen people talk about it. I don't know what it is. What is the king's pawn, queen's pawn? I don't really know what they are. I just know like one or two moves for the ones that I do, right? I don't know notation really. Like, I don't think about the game like that. I just kind of just play it, right? But no, I agree. You should be able to get to 2000 like that, but I'm obviously not the person to do it. I could get to 2000 in correspondence because time won't get in the way. But no, I think everybody studies, even at this level to a small degree. It just feels like it because they do certain unnatural things that I can't imagine them doing on their own. The 8x8 grid, and I have a hyper Fantasia. It's very easy to calculate for you. Well, that's good. That's definitely the part of the game that I like the most, so that doesn't mean I'm that good at it, but I would say I'm better than the average person I'm playing against, like, clearly, because again, it's not like I have anything else to lean on besides, if I wasn't calculating, then I'm not doing anything else because, I don't know openings. I don't have any other fundamental knowledge, so I must be doing something right that way. And I have this beautiful V-shaped structure that I sometimes make that is like, or wait, that's not even it, is it? It's like this. Wait, I'm forgetting my own thing now. It's kind of more like that, but I don't think this is the position even for it, where you have like only one anchor pawn or whatever. Okay, let's actually try to be a little faster too, because that's often what it's coming down to. See, I would often do this just because I think that, trading early is going to be better than whatever else I might do with the piece, even though I prefer the bishop, obviously, over the knight. But I can accept getting rid of one of them, or we'll see. It's like, doing this isn't really my style, but maybe I will. I just have some feeling like I want to do it. They would take, double stack the pawn. But then it turns into something else stupid, like, you're not really meant to do it. Can you look at this game short? No difference between normal chess and blindfold chess. I mean, you might just be a very rare case, but normally people do seem to study a very immense amount. And ultimately, that's where the game kind of ends up going anyway. Like, if you want to get anywhere with it, you kind of should study and you have to study. It's a very borrowed knowledge-based game, especially in the modern state where, theory is at such a high level, stockfish and all this kind of stuff. I would take, they would take, and then I can't take. I don't know why I'm obsessing over this. I should just castle, but then they'll use this to open the king, so maybe I should just do it. And now they can't take anything with that, but there's nothing I can really do to make that happen anyway. I'm waiting way too long to castle, which could be a mistake, but see, this is what I mean. Like, it's not going to go anywhere because you can just always do that. I kind of knew that would happen, but maybe you even are meant to do this, which doesn't feel all that intuitive, or I can't do it yet anyway, but who cares what people do normally? Just do whatever you enjoy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to do, but unfortunately I haven't been. And again, I won't blame the game there, but I just expected I would be a little better at it, or if I'm surviving openings, at least I'm happy with that, because then the rest of the game I can kind of figure out, right? But if somebody uses like some really good opening trap or something and I don't know how to deal with it, then I do get screwed. Because that's what it becomes, is like, you don't have to do it because of some lacking of yourself. You have to do it because other people are doing it, right? So you can't beat a 2200 player because they've studied for years and you haven't. So it's not like, it's not that, oh, they're so smart. It's that they've just studied. Blundered and still won. Nice. You lose one game, remember it, and don't lose it to it next time. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot to remember. I've lost in every way imaginable, every way possible. So if I had such a good memory, then I would never lose. What a weird structure this guy has, but kind of blocking his own development. Like, why would you even go there? I've been kind of obsessed with this the last couple of weeks, though. Like, I'm even skipping my other categories and stuff, which I don't like doing. Normally, I only play once a week, so it's not supposed to be that big of a deal, but okay, if you take, you'll put the queen there, but it won't actually matter, right? Because you're so safe here, because nothing's actually going to happen. I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe doing this, but what was I trying to do? Maybe I'll do this. Why did I put that there? What was I trying to do? If he doesn't do the sack right now, which people often do this kind of positional sack with the bishop, but whether it's good or not, I don't know. I'll basically try to block that off and then maybe even keep going and mess around with the king pawns. But you see how my defensive style comes back to bite me here. Like, their king is completely open. They're not even trying to castle, but I never punish it because I just don't have that mindset, or I don't feel confident enough to attack anymore. Memory is a skill. It is. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to remember. Okay, this is kind of cute because you get to... Whatever, I'll just use that. I'll give a check. It's not really what I was expecting to happen, but... Bring the Darkspear Bishop. Unfortunately, my bishop is kind of useless. Right, my Darkspear Bishop isn't doing anything at all. Now, even if you castle, you give up the bishop overall, so that's one mistake. One thing I'll say is I was definitely stunned by the way that online chess had changed, because I had played it like many years back a little bit, and then I felt like... I don't know. It was like suddenly way more competitive because all of this streamer effect and hype and everything that had happened, right? Which is understandable, but okay, they would take, I would take, or whatever. I could double take, and then I could still take their Lightspear Bishop if I felt like it. Yeah, that's something Magnus did when he was young. He like memorized every location in Norway or whatever, like every district, every capital, things like that. It was just a way to sort of show his good memory. This one isn't covered at all. I don't really like the idea of even trying to cover it. Like, let me just not even worry about it, even though it's probably going to be a bad thing. What you can do is a nice little bait, because I could take, then you could take, and then I could still take, but then you could still take. So but no, I mean, just leaving that is probably not a good idea. I just don't know exactly what I want to move to cover it. You probably would have just been better off moving the rook there. By all accounts, this is casual chess. I mean, anything sort of below 2000 is pretty casual, I would think. Or they even call Luke McShane, now that's kind of a pseudo fork, if I'm not mistaken. Luke McShane is the world's strongest amateur. Like, the dude is 2700 Super Grandmaster. He's not a fucking amateur, but for whatever reason, they call him that. Because he does it like part-time, and he has a job on Wall Street in Britain, or whatever it's called. Like, he works in the stock market, so somehow he didn't take it fully seriously, but he's still really good, obviously. He obviously messed up that move. Finally, my Darkspear Bishop becomes useful. Or maybe it almost seems like he misclicked, honestly, because that move was so nonsensical that it almost seemed like that's what he was trying to do. You can't even take that, so that's a pretty strong passed pawn sort of situation. You're attacking the queen. I should be able to take that as well, or maybe the best move would be, I don't know. Take there. I'd be more than happy to trade the queen, although, yeah, I'm always happy to trade. Whether I'm winning, losing, up material, defensive position, offensive position, I always just do it, which is a bad thing, because when you're up material, you should try to mate them or whatever, but I just always don't do that anymore. They cover that there. I gotta not make the same mistake as last time, though, where I just get lazy and start to give up a pass pawn promotion sort of thing. Like, my position is better, but it doesn't mean I know exactly how to use it. Right, so I got to make sure we don't let them promote here. They're not going to get connected pawns necessarily unless I give that up, but... And look at my knight just sitting there pretty, doing absolutely nothing, as it often usually does. But yes, that's the right way to put it. Like, oh, it just takes up spaces. It's just taking up squares, but that doesn't mean that's very intuitive at all. Right, you're not getting sort of that instant gratification that you would think about with a piece. Like, okay, you have a long diagonal that touches every square on the board. You have this horizontal, whatever, vertical line. You can just take stuff directly. You don't have to worry about sitting there for 50 moves and waiting for a perfect thing. Intuition is a skill too. Okay, this pawn is very strong, but I can't do anything with it. I mean, I can just keep doing this shit over and over. I just keep attacking it. This is literally... he's only single attacking that still. I feel like that's always been the bad influence, is that because I'm playing against such bad players, I keep, you know, not really doing all that I could, because you sort of play down to your competition a little bit. Not even saying I'm that good, but there is a sense of that. Like, you get kind of lazy. Oh my god, I don't know what to do. Fuck. Not a bad position, I just can't figure anything out with that. You need to... I don't know, I have no idea really, but we're pretty even in time. I'm up the +3, but this is where it becomes hard. Even though I'm up material, I have no idea how to take advantage of this position. It's just not super clear. Okay, you can go like this, which means you can't take there either. And then I could also try to attack it with the darks for bishop 2. Which is actually not super easy to do. Or I could double stack. I have to remember darks for bishop doesn't have cover, and I have to also remember this could lose cover in the process. But I can't actually do this, or actually I could do it. It's covered by both the knight and that. But now you could do this, then I take, then you take. So now you're gonna have 2 connected pass pawns on that side. Or that's why I even bash all the faster time formats. Like, you should always play classical and really think through what you're doing and this and that, because, you know, bullet is going to give you bad habits, and all these other formats are going to be stupid too. This is a very dangerous spot to be in, right, with these stupid pass pawns. And I didn't make very good use of mine, or maybe there isn't much I could have really done about it anyway. All it does is encourage bad habits. Until it became set in stone, the new chess players all want to play short time controls. Every reputable chess instructor would decry. Yeah, that's always one thing I've been right about, though. How I always like classical, and I always... Not just because I'm so slow, obviously. I'd love to do this, but I'm getting kind of too distracted from the fact of the pass pawns that I should be trying to stop, so I'm probably gonna mess up somehow. I could afford to even just sack a piece for it. That's the whole sad part, but somehow... You are covered here, right? But the thing is, you would have to cover... If I took here, you would just promote. So what if I go here? I'm only +1 now. This should be fine, actually, because if you take, I take. If you go there, I would still take, so... As long as I stay in that diagonal, and of course I could have took the rook, too. I could have took the thing, but I chose not to, maybe stupidly. You do this now, and then I have to actually sack it, which is not a very good idea. For fuck's sake, why is this so hard to do? Okay, I can't really explain how that went necessarily so badly, but I would take, then you would take. Like, I would have already had to do that. This is just my passive nature being such a problem. Okay, at least now what I can do is... The fuck am I doing? Let's put it there for now. I don't really know. If you go like this, I can still... Whoops. Go here, it's fine. For so many of these games, you could just easily draw, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily even want to, or that... Okay, that's fine. You can give a stupid check here if you want. But no, I'm sure they could have easily promoted these, and I don't know why I'm having such trouble dealing with these kind of positions, because I'm always in a good spot in these games, and then I just kind of let them keep pushing pawns because I'm not putting enough pressure myself. I'd be willing to almost like try to double take this, but I don't see exactly why. They could try to eat up the ones here. They only have one pawn there. So I have to really try to take this one, actually. Right, which they shouldn't necessarily be able to stop. I'm surprised. They had the chance to promote, too, and I would have had to sack my bishop. They would have at least been in a better position than what they are now. No, but my true love was actually variants, but then I just stopped playing them because I wanted to actually try to get somewhere with this, but now I realize my whole style doesn't work with this, or I realize how much I just hate studying, or how I really don't want to do it like that. Because then you're treating it like it's a job or like it's work rather than, you know, like it's school. Take a 4-year course, like you're going to college to try to learn how to play chess, which is actually how people treat it. And then you'll make so little money with it, it's not even worth it, but... Or wait, I just gave that up. Okay, fine. Well, that was stupid. Again, I can partly say because of time, but partly is just... whatever, it didn't have to be like that at all. You'll go here, and then I'll have to sack the thing for this as well, and then... King can't do anything either. You can take there, like I'm obviously going to lose if they just play it right in terms of time, but you can maybe cheese them on the clock a bit here with this, so you have the ability to attack both of these, but you'll just take there. At least I can still sack for it, and I'd like to bring the king in a little closer too. If they take, I could take this one. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. So now you have the sack play potential for the bishop, assuming you have to do that, or if I could put the king behind it too, then you're in good shape because you get to double attack it. Now it's just a question of covering for this. And they're just too slow maybe to, but now it'll be still a draw because, or wait, this is one of those troll moments. Like, shouldn't it be timeout versus insufficient material, but somehow it's not insufficient material, even though all I have is a bishop. Isn't that kind of moronic and troll? Like, how, like, explain to me how I would mate with this, because even if you did, I still wouldn't be able to do it. I could literally be using Stockfish during the course of the game, and I'm not... it wouldn't happen because they wouldn't let you do it, right? So that's absurd. That really should be a draw. The Swindle, I don't understand what you don't like about puzzles. They're just games. I mean, I guess because they're not, I guess I could do it against other people, like a Puzzle Rush or Puzzle Battle. But no, it's like I'd rather just actually play a game. Why? Every game and every position is itself a puzzle that you have to try to figure out. So it just feels kind of too rehearsed or too, I don't know, preordained. Like everything is already meant to have an outcome, whereas with a game it's kind of a little more dynamic. Says, you know, said nobody ever about chess openings, but still, right, it at least has the potential where it can be a little more exciting that way. I don't know what kind of game this was, but wait, how is this even? I think I even knew I could do that, but I chose not to for some reason. Or I thought I could do it with the other bishop, but he never gave me the chance. I was winning most of the way, and then I sort of choked towards the end, but then I get some sort of hyper uninstructive flagging shenanigans because, you know, whatever. I don't deserve that at all, or at the very least, it should have been a draw. Yeah, like, even the engine isn't going to show you how you would have potentially made it there because you just wouldn't have done it. Like, it would never have happened 0% of the time. So really, I would gladly accept a draw in that situation. So somehow, some way, because they would block themselves with the rook and the pawns, right? It would be some perfect, like, let me actually try to make it happen. Like, okay, this is not a draw versus insufficient material, right? With all these pieces as they are. So if you were to do this, right, you would have to bring the king in, for example. And let's just move stuff back and forth a little bit. Obviously, I'm not trying to take that. I'm just trying to see. Oh, I can't even move my king. I keep trying to, basically. Like, we're not actually trying to play this normally. I'm trying to just show what it would be like if you were trying to mate it, as you apparently can. You'd have to, like, put the king on a dark square, for example. Oh my god. Okay, put this away, then put the king there, then put this there. Right, so now you would potentially be mated, but you're still not, even. And it's like the pawn would almost even help you. You put this here, then you put the king somewhere there, then you put this there. There we go. So we find the mate. That's a puzzle in itself. Like, that's all I would have had to do, of course. I would have had to have them do this exact sequence, turn down the queen for motion. Like, if it's that improbable of a mate that's not actually going to ever happen, right, it almost shouldn't count. Yes, it's technically possible, but that is an extreme troll. Like, imagine losing like that in a tournament setting or something like that. So we've technically already cheated to the extent that, whatever, we lost one, but we won two, then we lost one, then we won two. And some of these have been super improbable and crazy, but let's see, what else do I want to listen to? Let me actually look at my playlist. I can't think of anything really off the top of my head. Yeah, the whole innate appeal of the game that people always glorify too sort of goes out the window with respect to, you know, oh, you know, chess players are so smart or this or that, which I don't deny to an extent, but it almost doesn't feel like it matters because, you know, it becomes, when you're playing at a low level, it doesn't matter. Anybody could study and get to 2000. Anybody could, you know, you're not going to immediately be that no matter how good you are. Magnus wasn't immediately a 2000 player. It still took him a couple years. Whatever, when he was 5 years old, he started, so it just seems better because, you know, if you start super young, there's so many fallacies to go along with it. I listened to I've listened to that one a lot, yeah. Bruce Falconer's score is really good. Or I love the hyperbolic time chamber one. This is why you think and feel things without regard for what others think or feel. Okay, this guy's actually 1700, which I've beaten several of them before. You're like, look how many games this guy has played, and try to tell him, you know what I mean? He's played 7,800 games, which is insane. But I don't know. Like, either he should study or he's not studying the right way or whatever. It's not that easy as some people make it seem. And that might be average, because so many people I go against, I make fun of them for that. Like, even I make fun of myself. This might be pretty exhaustive. Like, I haven't played that many more games on any other site or anything else, but that's still a lot. Yeah, if it was possible to learn chess just from playing it, then Paul Morphy would have been even better. Or, you know, all those players of the past would have been able to do the openings that we see in modern play. But that's just not how the game works, because, you know, it took hundreds of years of chess books and collective theory and, you know, now the engine, all that, to actually play the way we see now. So it's not a question of people being innately better now than they were in the past. It's just that they have more resources available to study from and learn from. Not everyone plays to get better. I mean, that's true, but you would think after playing 8,000 games, you would think you would get a little better, wouldn't you? Like, holy shit. That's my whole analogy right there. Like, I might not be playing to study or to try to get better, but if I played that many games, I would expect I'd at least be 2,000. Like, it's impossible. I'm already feeling like I should be there after 1,000 games. Again, not because, oh, I'm good or anything, but that's just like naturally you should progress like that. See, this I don't like because I think I'd rather do this actually. What if they just get drunk and slam chess games for fun, but 8,000 of them? That's what I mean. That's more than just getting drunk, in only 2 years too. That's quite a pace. I don't know. No matter what they do, they should have still been higher than that. That's my whole point. Like, I should be higher than what I am for even what little I played. Relatively, 1,000 games is not a little, but yeah, I'm of that mindset too. Like, I would just play for fun and I wouldn't want to learn, or I wouldn't want to necessarily do it to get better, but you still should. It's almost inevitable. Who made you the arbiter of rating others should be? I mean, that's just what I'm saying. If you played 8,000 games, dude, like, come on. You can't tell me anything. That's ridiculous. That's a lot. And I am the perfect arbiter of it because you can see my experience. Like, what a clown I am, how stupid I am, how slow I am, how I don't know anything, how I haven't studied anything. And yet still, I should still be even higher than what I am, too. That's why I resent studying so much, because it sends the wrong message, too. Like, you're not losing because you didn't study at this level. You're just losing because you're a clown and you're just blundering pieces and anybody could have seen that and stuff like that. And this guy's going to lose to his internet connection, or at least give me time odds from it. This could be seen as an indictment against this time format too. Like, oh, you know, if you just played classical, you would actually learn something. This you don't really want to even do, so I don't mind raising the rook there, but sometimes that can have bad effects. Like, it ends up there and you kind of forget about it, or something bad happens. So I could create the bishop pair, but I don't know if I really want it. Or I don't know if it's going to be really all that good. This is a double attack, so you could have a little cheeky... You could totally do it. Oh, okay, dude. Notice how I even said that, like... Because now if I take, then you take, and then whatever you do, you'll bring the knight in probably. So what if I just do like this? So what this does is, or wouldn't it be like you'd come there, and then I would just take with the queen then. This should allow you to either do the 6 for 6 or that. I always have that like split second like calculation remorse. Like I know what's gonna happen, but I still let it happen somehow. Average 1700 rated game where they're sacking a piece on like move 9. H6 Tenderoni. Why does the number of games matter? I just think it's kind of surprising, that's all. That people have played so much on average and whatever. This is actually okay, because what happens is... Well, he'll take the rook, though. But you can't do this, right? You can't actually go here, because I'll just take. So what do you actually do? Now I'll do this. Trade everything off. You go there, you bring the rook. You take back. So now I feel he's much more safe and much more comfortable with this position, because nothing is actually happening. You could give a check. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. I kind of want to be able to like hide behind there though. My light square bishop is not really adequately developed. That's one problem that I have here. Now if you give a check, I can go like this. Exactly as planned. Perfectly fine. See, they had a good threat, but they didn't fully take advantage of it. And I can't do anything with that. You can't really do this. They would take... What if I did like this, though, then? They would take, I would take... I would take, they would take, I would still take. Like, you could technically do it. It's just not... Or you could even do like this, so if they don't take, then I could take. Gonna mess up my pawns a bit. Or I'd rather actually get rid of the bishop here. But I can't. We gotta move the other knight there. That's perfectly fine. Is that gonna somehow interfere with my plans here? I guess it might. So they'll go to like f4 and then they'll cover it in some other way. Because otherwise you could unironically just... I mean, you could just move the king. You could do a lot of things, but you could unironically like double take there. Let's bully this thing around a little bit, I guess. You could go like... No, but I could take with that. You'll back off. You can't really close out the diagonal completely, and I still haven't developed my thing adequately. My light square bishop. If I could push out that would be good, but I can't figure a way to actually do it. I think I'm better off just doing this. I don't need to really do anything. You know, that was like a cute little double diagonal with the queen, but it wasn't necessary. This is going to be very much under attack, so I'm scared of that. I should probably... Oh, it'll be like this, so then... Almost like the king should move here and just get out of the way, but probably not. If you go here, you'll give a check, and I could take with the rook on either front, so it shouldn't really matter. But then, after doing that, then you'll take, and it'll be like a double take too. If you go here, you can do the check fork. If I move the king, you can't give at least a check or anything. Or if you do It's going to be like a protected thing there. What if I go here? They would take... I can't do anything. This seems fine still because... You'll have to give up the queen, though. Something stupid is going to happen. Like, you'll go here, and then I'll... But that wasn't at all what I expected to happen, but... You'll have, like, a little fork play there, and you'll also have the ability to... You'll have the fork play there, right? But then you also have the ability to... You can just take there, and then the queen is forced to take anyway. So maybe I just live with the fork, so I don't have to go with the queen. Just let them fork, let them take the stupid rook on the other side. Oh, but that fucks up too, because... So now he'll take... No, it's actually fine. Wait, it's not that bad of a position. I'm only -1. You can go back here, although I'm not entirely happy about it. Now, what's going to be the difference? It's going to be like one more attacker on the... on here with the queen. And it's a very bad spot if you can just get in like that. So I'd almost just want to run and accept that he can take the pawn here. We're getting a lot of these busted positions. Can't really even move that. That's pinned down to the queen in a certain way. You could come... No, I just gotta... Just gotta be prepared to run here. Because if you check that I move, then you take. So it's gonna be something... If you can cover this diagonal, that could be good. It's a messy position. Yet even now declares the Lord, return to me with all your heart, with fasting, with weeping, and with mourning. It's not a lost position, but it's been very, very uncomfortable. I had like some sort of offensive initiative going too, but this is what always happens, right? It always backfires on me. That's why you shouldn't even bother trying to attack unless you know exactly what you're doing. Which is a bad, like, almost defeatist mentality, but sometimes there's just too much that you have to do. Right, where it becomes almost exhausting. You're attacking onto there, but I could easily take. But he'll take with, like, the thing. He'll take, like, with the bishop. Or this even prevents me from... They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So you take there, I take, you take, I take, you take, I still take. If you trade, you might, you'll get something, but it's okay. It's just one pawn. Well, given the fact that I'm already down a pawn, it would be pretty bad, but... And then they'll have two connected pass pawns on the king's side, but... Will they actually be able to convert it is the big question. That might even have been sort of the worst case. Or wait a second. No, because if you take, then I take with this. So it's not like you take, then if I take with the king, then you take. But, well, even that's fine too, because you're not necessarily going to lose it. It's just... I don't like where my king is right now. If you do this, you give it somewhere to go, but then you block the cover. So you have to do it in such a way that you maintain both of those ideas. Like, if you give the check there, then I'm screwed. So you can't let that happen. If you give the check there, we kind of keep going back and forth. Can't be afraid to attack. I'm definitely usually very afraid to attack, unfortunately. If you go here, what do? You would just keep giving checks. I don't see exactly what the problem is. Right, if you give here, I go back. But then it still covers, so you can't really do anything. We could just make it threefold repetition now. Or even if I am confident, I'm just not going to be good enough at doing it, or I'm kind of too simple-minded with what I'll try to do, so it's too obvious, so they'll obviously see it. But this is the whole mockery of his 8,000 games played. It's like, you know, what good has it done him now? Look at you now. You've played 8,000 games, but what did it matter? Because you could do this after playing 0 games. I wouldn't have even needed to play 1,000 to do it. I can just do it. Again, not because, oh, I'm so good or anything. It's just anybody can just do it. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, you played 8,000 games to blunder your queen like that after 8 minutes of a tough played game. Okay, let's try to get to 1650 at least here. Difference between predator and prey is the mentality. Nothing matters. There's no intrinsic value in anything. This isn't even about chess. This is just an existential thing about life. There's no value in anything. So this is at least an okay streak. This is the kind of why I do these little things, because one day I'm gonna go on a good streak. Finally, eventually, it's kind of like my Friday format where I play that stupid PvZ Heroes thing, or not PvZ Heroes, PvZ Hard Mode. Like, I'll keep doing it every week until I finally get it. Or rat moded streamer. What does that even mean? You know, you'll keep doing it over and over until you actually get it. Like, eventually I'll go on a good streak with one of these things that I'm doing. Let me actually check something. I think the Dallas Mavericks won the game, but let me actually see. Yeah, they kind of have to. 83 to 93. Luka has 29. Why the fuck is Kyrie playing so bad? He had like 12 points in the last game too. Oh, whoops, I can't. I didn't mean to do that. Don't copyright ban me. That was an accident. Tatum has 16 again. He didn't have that much in the first game. Holiday. Fuck. Okay, let's do another one. I'm playing good. I don't think I'm playing too good, but maybe just good enough. Okay, let me try another one. I gotta get a couple easy ones in a row. Like, some of these are really, really tough. And coming down to the wire in terms of time and everything. Which is, you know, that's can be satisfying sometimes, but not every game has to be like that. This is normally what I would do. I guess I will. Yeah, I would normally do this even, because it prevents them from kingside castling, but I'm assuming, I guess, with the position that they have, they probably don't want to do that anyway. Like, I see, that's one thing that would help you to know, just in general, with like the way they're playing is sort of telegraphing something that, you know, they're playing like a super overly aggressive, crazy style. Bilbo Baggins over here, Lord of the Rings fan. Yeah, see, like, this guy's played an acceptable number of games, at least I can approve. So you could do some sort of sack play there, but I don't really believe it's going to be too good. It's tempting to do that, and I'm going to regret not doing it later, but I gotta actually develop, but I just am too lazy. Like, I want to go here in case he does do the sack play, but, you know, then at least the king covers it too. I just don't know. Now I'm paranoid about everybody sacking like a clown in the early game. Okay, let's just try to calmly develop everything, and see, what I should do now is I should aggressively push the queenside pawns, just because you have to try to punish them and match their aggressiveness in doing that. But Did I miss king g5? g5. What is even g5? g5. Or it must be knight g5. Shows you I know notation so well. If I had done knight g5, what would have happened? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I obviously missed it. You could kind of pin this down with the rook, or I mean with the bishop. Or you could pin this down too, but then can I even double attack it? I really can't, so let's just do this. This is where the sack play could come into play if now they have the knight there as well. See, this is my kind of sequence of moves because then you might get a trade anyway. It stops the bishop from being too effective here. Let me actually try it. So we're trying to take the light square bishop, and then no matter what you do, I can also do that. Or I guess you could just go back into there, but raid fiending at its finest. So now you go like there, and we go there, and we guarantee that we take something at least. Oh, earlier in the game? Okay, I'll look at it in the analysis. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted, I guess. Or even better, you know, we can trade off in multiple ways. Now I feel much, much safer with everything I'm doing. You're obligated to give up the dark square bishop itself, and if you do that, then everything is fine. Actually, I wouldn't have minded. Well, I can't do that because of the knight. The dark square bishop is having some trouble coming into the game. I've been very slow in developing in these last games, actually, which is usually my specialty. I will just develop kind of cowardly and safely. But now I'm getting distracted by all these seemingly good attacks or something, but that I don't actually take advantage of them enough. Or it's often just fool's gold, like you shouldn't really be trying to do anything in the opening. So you probably just move the rook. I mean, it's not a very complicated move, just you're not going to lose anything. Like that, just take it, everything's fine. It's an awkward spot for the rook at least. I might have just kept it connected, like at least in terms of that. You can do this, so now if you move the knight, you get taken, but not really even, because you could go there and cover it too, so I don't know why I'm even doing that. I don't feel under too much pressure, but I'm not sure exactly where this position is going either. They push a pawn like that. I could take here, they could take there, and I'd be perfectly happy with it if they did. And the reason why is kind of obvious because I already said it before what I wanted to do so badly. As long as it doesn't give them something super good after the fact, which I don't think it does. Right now you're able to compel this all the way through, or they could do like this, but then I could do like this. Right, so I'm happy with that, even though I messed up my pawn structure arguably a little bit. They don't get a fork or anything crazy as a result, but those are often my worst moves that I'll go for a trade, but then it'll fuck me up because I'm so enamored with the trade that I give up something else too in the process. Like, you know, something good that happens afterwards. So I at least have to be a little more selective. We have this nice open file here that I can take, and I gotta bring the Dark Sphere Bishop somewhere else. You can't take that because of the thing, and even if you could take it without the thing, then you can get trapped in there. Right, that can be very bad. Wait, how is he up from that? Oh, wait, what? Huh? Or that's speaking of my whole desire for trades. I could have just taken normally and then done it. Or whatever. I was so eager to do it that I just didn't even see that. I guess I have no choice but to do it. Wait, we can just get out of there. Don't let him unleash into anything crazy. They could have totally dealt with that differently, but no, I wanted to trade the queen so badly that, like, what the fuck? That was the only thing I cared about. Now he can do the stupid double stack, but so what? Damn it. It's not a bad style of play necessary to try to do that, but especially at this level. But you have to be a little more disciplined about it anyway. You have this, so you can bring it down like to there, but it shouldn't be that big of a concern. Anyway, like we'll go here. This other knight is just sitting there doing nothing either. Maybe I'll just do Hearthstone in the morning. If this is gonna go on for this goddamn long. I wasn't expecting it, but I technically did cheat my whole idea. That I already did lose one. I wouldn't mind trading this off, but nothing's really happening with this position anyway. You'd be able to give a check there. Right, so maybe I can just move this, or I don't know what's happening. They may be +2, but are they really going to actually take advantage of it? So now they can't do anything with that, so it's a lot of back and forth pointless moves. Like, what does that really do? It just blocks your own open file, your own rook. I could potentially have done that. Fuck it, we'll take a threefold repetition then, I don't care. Or wait, that wasn't even the same move though. I almost don't want to trade now because the bishop is so much better than the knight, even whatever. It's not really doing too much, but but no, normally I would just take there and I'd be fine with that. You could bring it, try to do the double stack again, but then if you do that, I'll just take the knight. You see, that was at least one of those unforced errors. And the reason why it's unforced is because of the simple fact that I just kind of was going for a trade too enthusiastically and stuff. I can do this here, but then you'll give like a stupid check. That's my problem. Right, that's kind of a cute idea that's very, very nice, but even if you do that though, even if you give the check, then I'll attack it, and I'll figure something out. I just want to do it. So you'll give a check, then I'll attack that as well. But it won't really be under attack, but then I can still kind of press the issue maybe. Right, so you're holding that down, so you have to move it, but you'll keep it in that. You'll keep it in that file, and then I'll try to go like this, but then you'll bring the double stack, so it didn't actually accomplish anything at all necessarily. Right, because then I would almost have to create a double stack too, but they'll give a check and then they'll just double take before I get the chance, right? If I go here, you'll just do it. If I do this, you'll just give the check, I'll take, but then you'll just take. If you move it now, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. So it's actually fine for the time being. Right, but is there a way that I could... I don't know, it doesn't feel like I can do much of anything at all right now. You could like sack it, give a check. See, it's like basically the knight is a liability where it can't move and it's actually going to get taken, but I can't actually threaten it. That's the problem. Or like I can't do anything more to threaten it. Now what is this going to do? Doesn't seem like much of anything. If I could just threaten it in any way, it would be good. You bring it to there, I take, I don't see anything. Let's keep going back and forth until they finally come up with something good. But how does that matter? Oh, don't tell me. Wait, but it still shouldn't matter because you would go here, but I don't get it. Maybe if I took with that, then you could do it, and then I don't know. It's still fine. So +1, I'll be still -2, and these stupid ass rooks will still keep doing what they're doing. Right? You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. It's not going to necessarily still be decisive, but they've been up by +2 like the whole game, and you can still do it. These are my best games when I play. Not that this has been a good one, but when I am down on time, it's actually a good sign. Right, so I'd rather flag than actually lose some other way because I'm playing too fast or something like that. These backgrounds are so random to use for this purpose too. But it just has nothing to do with anything, but it's a good chance to show off, I guess, some of these things I've used. And these are some of the early ones where they weren't very good, but just I would just sort of slap something. So they just gave that up for no reason because they could have just taken. Or no, I guess maybe not. Maybe whatever advantage they had already evaporated. You take here, it'd be a check, and then you could still end up taking, but you know, so it doesn't change anything. This game is long as fuck. Still the same time format, but it's actually going to down to the wire. Or normally my opponents don't get this low too, I guess. I love those ones that are like 10 seconds, but with a 180 increment or something crazy. It's like the increment's longer than the whole game. Somebody trolled me with that, like in a Chess 960 game or something. I think like, oh, I want to play a short format, short game, and then I don't realize the increment is that long. But they just take back. I don't see what's so hard about that. Now I might actually win, even though they were up the whole game. I don't know what exactly happened. These last two games, I haven't even processed this swing sort of play that happened. Whether it benefits me or not. I'm tunnel visioning so hard on a trade or something dumb, but now they're just wasting their time. Like, why is this a hard move? Just do it. Yeah, it's like when Asmongold will look at people's armory score and make fun of it. The fake elitist, just like me in chess. But like, I'll look at somebody, how many games they played, and then be like, you know, what a clown. He's as bad as me despite playing 8,000 games. Like, it's a fair thing to do. Even if I'm bad too, it's like just, that is my sort of elitist nature coming out, which is one thing that speaks to me in chess and that I actually like about it. Is just how stupidly competitive it can be, but you know, sometimes for the wrong reasons, or people have like all kind of misconceptions about it. Right, because the truly best players aren't just truly the best. They've studied their whole lives. Now that's fine, but if you studied as long as any of these grandmasters, I'm not saying you would be as good as them, but at least then it becomes a conversation like, you know, you played for like a year total and they played for like 20 years. So how is that a fair comparison, right? I wish my opponents were that bad. I always play Magnus. What is he even doing? Like, it wasn't even a bad position at all. He actually just had to go attend to some real life stuff, so it's not even anything his fault, but whatever, dude. He found the one ring. He's trying to hide from Gollum. If only I could view things in such reductivist ways still. As what? Like the studying element? But I mean, it's just objectively true, so I don't like the whole comparative basis. Like, it's only impressive at the very highest level. So, like, somebody who takes the game seriously is going to study all the time, all day, every day, and that's fine. But then that means you have to compare yourself to other people who study all day, every day. But then you get this middle ground, fake elitist BS that people like, oh, haha, look at me, I'm whatever. I'm 2200, but that's good. But then you should compare yourself to other 2200s who've studied whatever. Instead of, yeah, that was the blunder. Instead of, oh no, I'm going to compare myself to a 1500 who's barely even played, like, you know, or even the age thing becomes an equal fallacy. Like, for example, look at this 7-year-old kid. He's better than you are at the age of 29. Like, I'm 29, but they probably played. They have 2 chess years under their belt, and so do I. So it's like, or whatever. They might have played more chess than you. So age has nothing to do with it, unless you assume that everybody just plays chess all day, every day, all the time. Like, you know what I mean? A 7-year-old is better than a 20-year-old, but the 20-year-old has probably played less than the 7-year-old. So it's not always the best way to look at it. All right, so we can do even more. I'll try to get to 1650. That could be a good benchmark, right? So that's at least some good recovery. I don't mind even going further than that, but I'll probably be tired and then not actually be able to do anything. This has gone on longer than I thought. When you win, it feels like you should anyway. When you lose, it feels like you shouldn't have. It's hell. No, actually, often it doesn't feel like I should win or lose. It feels like every game is a draw because that's just how the game works innately. But, you know, it feels uninstructive and unsatisfying both ways. Like, if you win, it's only because they made an obvious mistake that they easily could have seen. If I lose, it's also because I made an obvious mistake that I should have seen. Like, when are we going to get to the games that are actually, like, they win because the outcome is defined by, like, somebody actually doing something really good and complex that neither of us could have seen, because that rarely ever happens, or it only has really happened when I play somebody like 500 rating higher, right? Some viewer or somebody who's trying to show off or something. But, you know, then I can understand. Or even then it could come down to flagging territory where they'll just be so much faster than me that I can't keep up. All right, we'll go here. Yeah, that's actually my condition. I will gladly study the day that I lose games consistently, that, like, I'm playing my best, meaning I'm not just blundering pieces or anything like that, and then people beat me. But that hasn't happened yet, right? That's what I'm pissed about. It feels like, okay, maybe I should have done it by now, but if people, yeah, I'll farm people like this. I don't give a shit, dude. Let them just AFK out. But the point is that now normally people put their birthday in here, so does that mean I'm playing against a 1-year-old kid? Like, they'll be, you know, 2009 is in their name, so that means they're 15. But no, the point is that, what do you call it? If I am losing and I'm playing my best, mainly it'll be because I'm getting flagged, but still, then I don't mind. But that's actually a good way to measure it, right? If you play your best and you're not making obvious mistakes and then you're losing, then you can start to say you have to study or something. If you go here, you're just trying to bait the trade, but it doesn't matter yet. So everything's comfortable so far. See, I like when people play like this. He's not doing anything crazy, so now I feel we survive the opening and then everything's fine, because I would be at a clear disadvantage with that, with respect to, you know, not knowing all these kind of crazy ones that people sometimes throw out there. I'd be very easy to catch off guard with that, like you do some kind of crazy gambit trick and then there's no way I'm going to be able to deal with it, or it'll take me like 7 minutes out of my 10 minutes to try to figure it out. Like, for example, that could be a gambit, but I don't see how, because there's nothing going on. You could attack it there, but then there's no follow-up. You know, I'll just go back. You play a system, you play the same as white and black. Less study time. Yeah, my system is the pink flamingo, which is actually the video that I made explaining how I play. Like, where I just trade everything and I just try to do it in such a reductive sense, like just trade everything, just play super safe, just create like very simple positions, pawn structures, one anchor pawn, right? Like where you go like this, so you just cover the one pawn like here, not that, but so it's a very almost lazy attrition based style, but it's kind of still works for me. And really, it would work for anybody. That's the whole beauty of it. Anybody can get 1700 like this, at least. I don't know. Again, I just played chess because I liked it for the past 2 to 3 years and did fine. But that's good. I mean, that's the most important thing. You have to enjoy it. Which there are many times where I do not, but... Okay, he brings it back. That's perfectly fine. I gotta just bring this stupid rook back down, but we'll get the dark square thing going. Everything's fine with that. If you go here, it would be a little bit irritating because then... Oh, I don't know. Because then I'll feel like I have to let you take it, but then I don't want to move this. And then if I do move this... Okay, they didn't do it. But then I'd have to like move it behind and cover it, you know, like there. So now the whole goal is to bust open the structure with respect to... I still have to kind of let you take it though, because I won't be able to escape it. To bust open the dark square diagonal into here. So you go to here, and then I could finally move it back if I had to. What do you guys think about Go and Shogi and all these kind of other games? Shogi is fucking brutal. I tried playing that a little bit when I had come back to streaming like earlier on, like maybe in 2022. Just like trying out all these variants that I'd never played. I didn't even know what it was actually. I'd never even heard of it. Surprisingly. You like them both? Or how, you know, the fact that Shogi is objectively more complicated than chess because obviously the placement down of the pieces and everything. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's better. It's just, you know, as much as people talk about how complicated chess is or how many combinations of moves it has, this you would just go down and that would be a problem as well. What if I just... You go here... I mean, even Crazy House, by that same logic, is more complicated than, you know, regular chess, too. I don't hear what people talk about. You go here, and then you take... What else did I do? I did Shogi, I did that. I can't remember. There was something else. Yeah, I'll play Dobutsu Shogi, which is like one for kids, where like you're using the little chicken and stuff. This one kind of cracked me up. Fuck. So this is my speed of a game, like a 3x3, almost like a tic-tac-toe type of shit. I like games with simple, refined systems, and all three of them are like that. So if they take, I take. I think I'd rather take. Now, if they threaten the bishop, then it creates some kind of confusion. but not really because they're not attacked at the same time. I would take, you would take, and then I can't take. It's a bit of an interesting position here. Okay, time-wise we're fine. This is covered adequately, so if you go like this, you're attacking, but you can't actually do both at once. So like, you take, I take, and then you can take. I want to do this so badly, but I don't know even exactly why. They'll take, I'll just take. If I move the knight and take, then you'll also take. You could almost do it. No, you can't do both. You could do this, and then if I take, then I could take, then you could take. It still wouldn't be enough, though. Well, it's to try to bust open that for the darks for diagonal, so I guess on that basis it makes a certain amount of sense. So now, if you take, I could even just directly try to take this. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with that. I could create like a little double stack here too. Now I should just be able to double take this if I'm not mistaken. You take, I still take. I like how everybody's coming around to Chess 960 now, like the GOAT challenge and stuff. Everybody finally came around to Bobby Fischer's way of thinking. Like, all the best players always come up with their own version of the game that's just better than, you know, whatever. They become so good that they become jaded to like how the game ordinarily works or something. I'm more than happy to trade, right? I don't think there's any issue with that. Look, we do all this work to try to get the diagonal to work, and then it just doesn't. Like, you know what I mean? It's not going to go anywhere because... Okay, you're attacking there. I could try to attack it here, but then you're not covering that one adequately. You could bring the rook there, which is a little bit annoying. We can just try to put as much pressure as we possibly can on this. And if I do that, then it might be worth it. Look, I mean, this diagonal better be a mate in one kind of level of strength for me to really go through all this trouble to do it. Yeah, I should have changed my title too. It's deceptive because, oh yeah, Nightmare was going to do the poll on knights, but then he just left. Fuck. I thought he was going to try to test how a poll would work, but everybody was defending, simping for the knights too much. You could just take this, right, and so not have to worry about this. If you go here, then he attacks the bishop itself. This should be fine for now too. You could go there, you could go there. Most of these moves aren't really too impactful, so let's just go here. Shouldn't I already be able to do it though? Like, you can already just win the pawn. But if I do it, then you win. No, but you won't. You won't win it because you wouldn't attack with the queen first, so you can just do it. What does the knight play? I don't get it. I swear, it's just so naturally. It could just be me, but I think I'm being sort of objective in saying that. Like, it just isn't something you naturally are made to think that way, right? Like, people don't think in terms of L shapes. I have a W-shaped brain myself, but no, it's like, you would not be naturally thinking like that. Okay, I can do this just to try to trade the thing, and I'm up by at least enough to, although I'm giving up a pawn and doing it, which is a total clown show. What? Well, now you just saved me the trouble. Wait. Oh, shit. Well, I guess you had no choice but to address that maybe first, but I just almost gave up a fucking fork. Or I basically did give it up. Again, this is my tunnel vision tendency that I just don't think. You can try to attack this, so even if you try to take the pawn, but actually I just gave it up then, basically. I should try to promote this, but there could be all kind of pitfalls and problems with doing this. In particular, you'll go here, and then I could be in trouble. I don't know. But you can't even give a check. That's the thing. You can't even do anything. Let me try to just promote this. Is he gonna somehow mate me like this? That would be fucking absurd. You're gonna try to take there, which I guess I can't do anything about either. You could do it. I don't know what's happening anymore. If you go here, you'll take this one. You'll take this somehow. I don't know how I can't stop any of this. You'll take this, I guess. I don't like it, but I'll just tunnel vision on what I'm doing, I guess. There's just nothing I can do. You would think this would pan out pretty well, or they took possibly even the wrong one. Or now they'll do... Could it be that my knight could actually fucking do something here, or what, bro? They'll go here, but it's not going to be mate or anything. Right, you'll just do it, and then I'll move over, and then you'll do what? If it is a mate, I'm going to be super pissed, actually. The knight is just not doing anything, man. You'll go here, and then what? I'll go, like, there. And then... I don't see anything you can do, but I'm probably just missing it. Like, okay, you do it, but so what? You just giving up on it. Okay, now can my stupid ass fucking knight actually do something? Go all the way across the board. But they'll double attack it before I get to do that, I guess. Maybe. I'll go here there by covering it, but then that doesn't solve the problem. You'd rather attack this instead. Right, but then they'll get to it first. So I go here. Where do they go, though? Where do they go? I don't need the cover. I already have the cover. I just have to push that out. They're covering there, but it doesn't matter. So now the rook is just dead. Or... Oh, come on, bro. I would go, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take, though, isn't it? Oh, right. I forgot about that. You go here now, I give it a check, and then you just have to deal with it, so... Okay, that was still pretty worth it, I guess. But now we have to acquiesce to the dumb knight. That's going to take an hour to figure out. This is why it's going to turn into still not a win, because... Okay... Because I'm really just too slow, not even to blame the knight. Like, really, it's still going to be hard to actually do this. Unless he trades off the rook stupidly. Like, how am I going to do it with these pawns? It's going to be way too complex. You're still pinned down to there, so I have to at least cover this. And the way that you can do that is if you now move the knight. But I can't. So go into there, which is a little bit scary, I guess. Try to get like a fork or something good. Attack there, take there. All these games coming down to time. Isn't that just so fun? Now, you should be able to take there if you can. If they go in there or if they come back, fine. I should really just play for like a threefold repetition, honestly, because it's still better off. You're not going to really win this with 17 seconds. There's no way I can figure it out. Okay, now that knight might just be stuck there, too. If you're able to trade, it would be pretty fun. Like, just trade the rook or something, but... They can give it check, but they can't, so now the knight's just gonna sit there. Oh, shit. Alright. Okay. That's really the mindset you have to have sometimes, is don't even try to win, because if you try to win, you end up losing, right? You'd rather just honestly take the draw. Especially in this context of the whole, you know, playing until whatever, one thing, but... Oh, come on, man. I gotta be faster, I guess, with the clicks. Now, if you take that, I'm fine with that, too. I don't see why that would benefit you, but... Probably because the knight is so bad that you'll get away with it. And he keeps disconnecting himself, but with 5 seconds, I doubt I can do anything. What is with everybody doing that? Just keep pre-moving. Again, I'm more than happy with the draw. I can't figure out anything to do with the knight. I wouldn't mind giving some checks myself, but the best way to kill time. That's so dumb, like how you're up on material or you're in a good position. As if this is what every game should come down to, but I mean, it just means we're both playing well, I guess. Come on, threefold repetition. Why is it not a threefold repetition? Fuck, man. Okay, I just gave that up. Why am I doing that? Now I'm gonna end up losing because I simplified the position too much for him. Or, like, I knew, Okay, like, it's not even a real thing. Like, I didn't even have to... Again, you shouldn't even pretend like you can do something. I could have easily just dragged that out. Or you could get a stupid ass stalemate. Come on, actually give it to me. What? Or he's just trolling the game. It wouldn't have been a stalemate, so you didn't have to do that. Whatever, dude. That still counts as me being able to continue to play. People don't naturally think about half the shit that goes into letting this exchange happen. They naturally think about berries and fire. Okay, so technically we can keep going. This guy is a fan of my stream. He wants me to keep going because of this clown show. Alright, let's see what else we got. I don't know what to say there, but I obviously should have lost, but technically I didn't. It'll still break my win streak though, technically, like a draw does on this site, but not in real life, because if I'm Dinger Magnus, right, it won't actually count. Test was solved. That didn't take long. We were just talking about that even. Okay, 1650. Let's try to get 1650 myself. I just have to be a little better in the beginning, like where I am not so incredibly slow, but that's part of my whole secret. Take. You can technically do this, but you can't. There's some kind of weird thing that can happen with this, but it never actually does. Yeah, we can play one, sure. After this. So if they go here, I would take, they would take... It shouldn't really matter, but... You know, it's a really good move if they were to take with the pawn. I really hope they don't do that, because you see it threatens my knight, and wow, what a... Okay. Actually, I don't even know if that was worth it, because I was saying it like a troll, like I'm trying to bait them to do it. But actually, it's not even that good, because... I mean, it's still good, because they had to mess up their castle and stuff. Saturday chess. I've been doing that anyway, but I guess that technically doesn't count. I don't think that's actually even a category. Wanted to redeem it once. I'll actually refund both, because that's not actually a valid option for it. Wait, why didn't you just... What? Why didn't they just take the knight there? What is going on with these people? Okay, so if he takes there, I have to take with this stupid ass, but I'll just take it directly. I'll just take it here. So I would say that was like a cute thing that I did, but it actually wasn't, because... Oh, shit. This is a complete mess. Like, I don't know what's even going on. You shut down whatever 6-for-6 thing because my development was too slow. And then at that point I can try to go here. It's still not that bad. It's just going to be hard to bring that rook out in any way. What is that, bro? What is that? Okay. I can afford even to lose that a little bit. The problem is that what you're trying to basically do is you're trying to say that you'll still win the rook, you'll still win the knight back. And the reason why you'll win the knight back is because it's a useless piece that's going to get trapped in there. And so if you can do that, then it's worth it. But it may or may not actually happen that way. Right, you'll go here, you'll take, and then be able to escape, I guess. There'll be a way to still save it, but if you couldn't save it, then it would be worth it. What is this? What is this? Oh god, what's gonna happen now? The problem is there's no way to target it, so it's not gonna fucking work anyway. What a crazy swing beginning of this game. Like, it's all over the place. You could have taken the knight with the queen and probably would have been an okay position. So they sack there, but why does that sack actually matter? If you take here, you still can't mate. I don't understand. What on earth are we doing this game? This is a total clown show. Nothing makes any sense. Like, why did you do that, dude? You could do this, or you could try to, if you just move the king up, why can't I just do this? Oh, this stupid ass bishop, man. Everything is just all over the place. I can't even think straight. And go like this, try to mate him onto there. Maybe it would be cute. Yeah, this is a this what do they call it? Like alligator teeth evaluation kind of game. Trapped queen. Is it even? I didn't even realize if it is, but yeah, I didn't even really know, but I guess I would have seen it over time. I just give like cheeky thrusts on the queen because that's just what I like to do, not because it's actually I'm that perceptive. So it didn't matter. They just resigned anyway. No, it wasn't even trapped. Yeah, fuck. I think I was still in a good spot, but like, you know, I'm winning by whatever. They're -7. You go here. You go here. Yeah, it's not quite that simple that you're gonna trap him. I would have been satisfied just with the trade too. He gave up thinking the queen was trapped. Okay, hang on. I'll be back in a second. Okay, are you on here, Nightmare? Let's play one against him. Then we can try to get to 1650. I don't think I'm gonna have the energy to do Hearthstone, so I can just do it in the morning, I guess. 1840. Wait, that's actually low from what he was. Oh, it makes it look like he was 2000 or something and dropped off. Provisional, but he actually kind of was legitimately that. Longest streak, 13 games, 2022. If he kept at it, he would be the next Alex Botez or somebody. Fuck. Longest streak, probably low. Where does it show like worst rated things? Because I would be on there. I thought it always showed that. I forget where. But they got rid of it so you can't shame people too much. Okay, I'll do another one, but if you want to play after this, we can. Or no, oh, he challenged me. Casual 15 plus 0, okay, fine. But yeah, the problem is this affects your streaks too, because these our rating is pretty close to one another now. It wouldn't be that hard for me to leapfrog him, but it's just because he hasn't played in so long or whatever. But yeah, this one doesn't count for the whole streak or whatever, but I still won't lose. He'll try some cheeky little trick though, that's the thing. Right, and he'll know that it'll work because I'm such a clown and I don't know what I'm doing, and he kind of does at least a little bit. I feel like, shouldn't this be good? Because you can just... depending on what he does. But for fuck's sake, dude. It's almost like he's sniping me or something. Not that he would need to deal with a basic position like that, but he knows how good the knight is, so he takes it, or he reveres the knight sort of out of proportion too much. But yeah, what is he, suicidal by choosing the 15-minute time format of all things? Like, obviously that favors me because how slow I am, but you would think it's a pretty equalizing factor because, you know, more time should help everybody, but I either just have better time discipline or whatever, like I just use it better than other people. I don't know exactly what to do with the Darkshire Bishop in this kind of game. Like, you want it to be there, but you got to do something with the pawns, like, just to clear them out a bit. I would go here, they would take, I would take. Something's got to happen with them. That's covered, but I don't even really care, right? They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So it doesn't affect anything of what's happening, but you are giving that one up completely for free, which is stupid. Yeah. It's not like I don't see it, but whatever, dude. Or that created an unnecessary problem for me too, where I didn't need to do that at all. So now at least it's unpinned. So I would take, you would take, I would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. But I mean, realistically, he's more like 1800 and I'm more like, whatever, 1700. So neither of these ratings are really accurate. We've both just fallen off, I guess. Yeah, you gave up that one pawn for no fucking reason at all. What you can do is you can basically do this. You do something cheeky like that. You'll take it back and then everything is fine. Take it with the queen, you go like this. You move it, I can trade. You have the sort of this double attack idea, but it almost doesn't matter because if you go like this, then what happens is you take the queen anyway. That might seem like a cute way of dealing with it, but if you go, you can't go there. I guess I don't have a choice, so you might win another pawn like that. Again, like I'm making this a little bit too easy for him, but whatever. My trade sensibility really doesn't do me justice, or I don't do it justice, because if you just do this, you don't have to, you know, you don't, doesn't mean you have to make these suboptimal bad moves just to try to get trades. This one's actually fine. Right, that even recovers some of my material, even if I'm uncomfortable playing this position a little bit. So you just come back to here, you'll get another pawn right back from it. Right, because you just have to do that. But even there, that wasn't beneficial to me at all. Now I could still squeeze it like the chess anaconda that I am, that I could just, you know, not really have to worry about it. Keep moving back and forth, fun and interactive game. You might have to give this one up, but you can still target that, so then I can't give it up. So this one pawn is being my ultimate liability because you get to just basically... This is how I should play it, unironically. Like, show me as a 1762 player, how are you going to actually, you know, win this game? I'm not going to even try to do anything. Like, fuck it, dude. Show me this god level sequence that you have. So now at least you could try to target maybe something else. And the reason why is because, see, I'd feel worried about leaving these alone. So I'm not even going to bother, that's the thing. There's nothing you can do, we'll keep doing the same shit over and over. Oh my god, a lot of back and forth repetition movement. Gotta kind of guess which one they're gonna try to move. If you move it to here, I can't do anything. This one has just become the ultimate liability that I have to go so far out of my way to try to keep covering it. Oh. You go here, take, can't take. You go like this, and you can't take. So everything that's happened so far has been pretty obvious, honestly. But he's good enough to obviously punish me for it. Why does it seem like a little low on my thing now? Okay, we'll leave it now, and then we get to... I don't know, like, it shouldn't be that easy for him to do this, but... This one at least is adequately covered, so why don't we go here? It is giving him too much free mobility in doing this, like, I don't have to let him do this. You can do it, but it's all part of his master plan, but I don't get exactly how. Right, like, how is that not a mistake? You can try to take on to here, and if you do that, then you can't take, and then I can use the power of the two rooks together to try to make this happen, which objectively you can never tell whether he's trolling or not. It almost would make it seem like it because he's too good to not. But no, there's nothing you can really do with this because with just one pawn, you're never going to have enough cover unless you bring your king in, which mine is so much closer that it shouldn't even be an issue. You know, you can't even do that little dive down to the back rank that you can sometimes get away with because you're just kind of giving up too much for it. So he was in a good winning position and then he just gave up a couple pawns randomly, which I don't really get why he did that. This seems like a sort of a bait trap moment where you could, if I do this, try to double attack it, you'll go here, then I'll take, then you'll take. See, that's not what I need to do. You'd rather just keep moving back and forth like forever, or keep doing this. You take, you take, I still take. Now it's about as stale and drawish as any position ever could be in all of human existence, but you could try to sort of sidestep this a little bit, but unless my king could come in, it's going to be very difficult to do anything. At least this getting it off the back rank could give it a certain value, because then you'd be giving it up like is it really going to come down to the fact that the king is actually going to cover this here? That would be unbelievable. But if you do it now, I would take, you would take, I would still take. Wait, why is that any different though? If I go here, you would go down, I would take, you would take, and then I wouldn't be able to take. So the checks are only going to allow him to come in front. You gotta keep going back. Or no, I guess there I could have genuinely attacked it, because even if you go here, I don't have to take it. I could just take this and then not even worry about it. Right, if I took, then you take, but I don't have to do that. The only liability there was truthfully the king itself, that you got to try to get back down to the back rank over and over again. You come back down to there. I try to come into here, but you won't really be able to. Okay, dude, okay. For fuck's sake, man. Now we can go back to square one and try to double attack that again. Just don't fear the threat of the sack play. And then you're able to basically go to here. But you can't do it that... Oh my fucking god, man. This is gonna be pretty fun, eh? All day long. What a great game, right? Back and forth repetitive sequence. You cover there, you can go to here, but not if you put that there. He's making a lot of sharp moves that are at least good, you know, preventing anything from happening. But in a normal game, you know, you would just offer a draw here and be fine with it. Like, I don't see what all this is gonna do, really. It should be a drawish no matter what. Even if you were to come like that, you would take, I would take. It might turn into something, but I don't really even care, so. You could almost try to do something with this, but I'm so concerned with this that I don't know. That would almost just give me an extra pawn, but it doesn't mean it'll actually do anything. Right, like, you'll try to cover it, but you won't really be able to cover it. But it's still fine. Or it wouldn't even be. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. And then we'll have the 1-1 dinky pawn here. It's amazing that this position didn't actually blow up in his face a little bit, but... Oh my god. This is so stupid, man. Like, what about now? If you do that, it's still fine. If you go to here, take. I go here, you would take, I would take. What are you gonna do? Like, double take on there, but you really can't. Or if you bring it all the way down, there'll be too many checks that it opens up, though. Like, it doesn't mean that it'll actually be good. Like, really, this is a good way to test it. What will this player who's so much better than me actually do in this situation? And the answer is... I don't care. I want to take this one, dude. Or why did I even do that? Because you won't... Oh, fuck. Well, I guess they wouldn't have to do much because I'm just a clown. I gave them another option of what to potentially do for no reason at all. Right? You didn't have to do that. So they're holding that threat down pretty well, and I couldn't really say how you can really release it. It's just going to be... Okay, dude. You go to there, I can go to there, but then you'll go to there. You'll take all way. Yeah, that's really well earned, dude. Like, what a boring fucking game that was, dude. I don't even care about the outcome. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. That was the most boring, tedious, repetitive shit we've ever seen. Good game. Hey, the point is, you could easily draw that if you had one brain cell in your fucking head, but I obviously don't. Or again, I almost get bored and try to make something else happen, but... Or it's quite possible that I was even winning there for periods, but... You know, obviously I don't take advantage of it at all. Or maybe not. Or no, I mean, I was definitely losing here, but then he messed up a couple pawns, which was pretty surprising. But no, like, all you had to do is accept the fact that it's a draw, or... I could have just taken it already. The pawn blunder I did was something I didn't think much about. Yeah, kind of like what I'm doing at the end there, I guess. But no, he was winning a pretty reasonable amount most of the way. But again, that's just a lot of repetitive moves over and over that are kind of annoying. Which you'll see this a lot more and more as the positions go on, as you're, whatever, as you get higher rated and stuff. Okay, let's go to here. Just basic safe play. In the opening, very fun, very instructive. You gotta go like this, give it somewhere to open up. Now you'll block off that so easily, but I think I can still open it up later, possibly. And I feel nervous about putting the knight there too, because you'll kind of fuck it all around. At least now you know that you can't get pinned down, or you'd have to go all the way back to do it. So let's just go here. And then you go here, take. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. This dude's username came about when he was panicking, being attacked by bugs, and he forgot to change it. You go here, you just take, you just raise it, I can't take. You go like this, I don't know. That's an interesting thing to do, and I can't really do much about it either, so I'll just go here. Or no. It's kind of weird. Right, that's a good spot for him to put it because I can't do anything about it. You bring it to here, you try to go to here, but you can't. I don't know what you can ever do about this. I'll go here. And then you're able to... I saw they're making like another Hunger Game fucking movie. I saw like the first one was pretty good, but I don't know how they can make so fucking many of these. Everything always just gets milked. Right? You have like one good original idea, and then you just... You know, whatever. You become the very thing you swear to destroy, like with, you know, like you make an original idea because you don't want to just recycle everybody else's, and then you end up being recycled too. It's so much easier to sell something like that, right? That's like whatever, just a familiar sort of established franchise. They'll make a prequel, then they'll make a sequel, then they'll make whatever the fuck, like a million different things. The Darkstore Bishop is very weird. You have more than adequate cover. If you take with the queen, I'll take. If you take with anything else, I'll just ignore it. Okay, it's almost doing me a favor when you play this Train Happy, and you might think, oh, that's true with other people too. But it's not necessarily true because... it just seems to favor me a little bit more than other people. This is more my style. Let me try to bring in the knight a little bit. You get like a little octopus knight on the other side. How though? How do I even get there? It can be so hard to figure out. They would just take there. If I do this, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. I genuinely have no idea where this is supposed to go. If I raise it now, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They could bring a rook there to cover. This is like how people play at this low level. You just keep doing these random threats that aren't even good, but you just do it for the sake of it. Like, I don't know. If I go here, you can end Pizant. And if you end Pizant, it's the same thing as if you just took there anyway. And now I have to stay honest on here too. This knight I just can't figure out, man. There's nowhere to go. What if I just do like this, but then I can't? Oh my god. I'll just move the king. I don't know what to do. When in doubt, just let your opponent beat themselves. Sit at the chessboard and beat yourself off. It's amazing. Magnus Carlsen. Come on, bro. Come on. What the fuck? This is so weird, man. Like, nothing is happening in these games. Entitled chess player tries to get instant gratification and is constantly denied by everything, especially the knight. Right, that's part of the reason why it's unintuitive. Now, maybe you could say your expectation of that is wrong, but like for even wanting it, but why did it seem like the screen faded there for a second? Oh no, that's not even a check. My random king move put my king out of position, but it would have been. Right, like normally my king just wouldn't be there. Can I do something with the knight, please? How is it this hard to get it there? Octopus knight prime peak positioning, which they kind of have as well. In fact, if I do that, you'll get in trouble with this stupid ass thing. You'll take there, but I don't care. You ever see what an Octopus Knight can do to a rook? Now, you ever see what it can do to double stacked rooks? Now that you should see. That you should see what a double stacked knight can do to, what a Octopus Knight can do to double stacked rooks. You should see. A little meme joke from Taxi Driver that I made. The original version of which I can't even say because it's too vulgar and you'll probably get in trouble for it. Alright, so now you're perfectly fine with that. You can create a double stack onto here. There might be mathematically nothing you can do, but you can do like this. You do it like this, but you could do the same thing. You won't actually be able to do it at all, but it's still a good prime peak position for this. So let me try to do something else now. Right, because now you don't have to worry about covering this shit at all. So I don't know what I should be trying to do. Maybe you could do like this. Only problem with that is the simple fact that you're not able to actually threaten the knight with anything. This could just be a very long-winded, drawn-out, repetitive kind of game. You could double stack even onto there, but again, for what reason I have no idea. You'll go to here, doesn't really matter. You'll go to there, doesn't really matter. The knight can just sit there taking up space, doing absolutely nothing. Which is the right way to rationalize it even anyway, but you can't do anything to it. You can triple stack, quadruple stack, fuck it. So now if you do this, you could take, I could take. It's a little bit hard to figure out what you're even trying to do here, but I don't know. You could check there and then potentially take, but I mean it's still covered, but there's no reason to even worry about this. Like, let's just see what he can do. Oh my god, bro. Why is this so tedious? But it's a drawn position just like every other position ever in chess. When did I know what? When did I know it was a draw? I understood it immediately. Okay, that's still fine. It's just Octopus Knight trade, which gave me a passed pawn. That's actually the kind of situation I'm talking about, right? I didn't have a passed pawn, but now I do. So that's exactly why it's a good value Octopus Knight, regardless of the fact that it was so easy to take, because of the simple fact that now you could try to promote that, but you're still not going to be able to. That's the sad part, right? Even after all that shit, you still won't be able to do anything with it. Whatever, dude, just take it. I don't care. Or we still get one on the other side here. And then we'll try to take it in such a way that we get to do it like this. You're covering both for the price of one. It's not even that I'm up a pawn, it's that I'm up a Octopus Knight. You can try to do it like this. So if they raise it and I take, then you'll take. So you can do it like this then. Or wait. If you go here, you'll go like this, and then I'm screwed because, you know, it's almost like I could just let him do it, I guess. Just let him take it. Because then this pass pawn potential is pretty good, but then again, they have a pass pawn too. So why would I? But I guess mine is actually adequately covered, or what you can do is give the check is the real problem. Right, if you couldn't give the check, then I wouldn't be as worried about it, but you can go ahead and basically exchange these off too. If you just take mine, I take yours. What? No, no, I should have gone there. No. Oh, fuck you, man. You didn't deserve it at all. You suck. Whatever. Alright, that'll end this streak. Then whatever. I gained like a little bit, so it's fine. You're so fucking stupid, man. Like, none of these games are deserved. Even when I'm winning, they're fucking garbage quality games. So fucking repetitive and boring, stale shit game. Dude, nothing's happening the whole fucking game, man. Like, really, who gets bored first? Then you'll lose because you'll try to actually make something interesting happen. Unironically. That's the most impressive skill in chess, is just the discipline and the patience, right? Like, to not get bored. The number of draws, the number of repetitive moves, like drawn out positions, stale positions. Come on. Well, give me a stalemate. I don't even want to play anymore, but I wanted to at least get to 1650, but I don't fucking give a shit, dude. Such fucking trash level games, dude. There's nothing instructive because you could just kind of drag it out and just keep going back and forth forever. There was nothing there. Like, it's almost like you're, you know, that's the number one reason why low rated players lose, or anybody loses, is like, you're trying to actually make something happen. You know it's a draw. It is a draw. You feel like it's a draw. You could play it for a draw a million times out of a million. You're really not even losing. You're just beating yourself because you feel like, you know, if you do it here now, then what do? You cover there, you try to keep going. You basically do the exchange, which I was trying to do anyway, and then it's just a stale, boring draw. Like, what the fuck? Okay, see you tomorrow.